Who are these people?
So, if anyone doesn't know, Julian Assange is probably about to be extradited here. Um, so
Being
this
more
is,
likely at this point.
yeah, the article by Chris Hedges, the imminent extradition of Julian Assange and the death of journalism. So I felt like this was a great article that summarizes a lot in a succinct manner. And for once, Chris Hedges didn't write an entire dissertation. So I figured that was also useful. Washington, D.C. He also posted this to SheerPost. High Court Judge Jonathan Swift, who previously worked for a variety of British government agencies as a barrister, and said his favorite clients are, quote, security and intelligence agencies, rejected two applications by Julian Assange's lawyers to appeal his extradition last week. The extradition order was signed last June by Home Secretary Priti Patel. Julian's legal team have filed a final application for appeal, the last option available in the British courts. If accepted, the case could proceed to a public hearing in front of two new High Court judges. If rejected, Julian could be immediately extradited to the United States, where he will stand trial for 18 counts of violating the Espionage Act, charges that could see him receive a 175-year sentence as early as this week. Excuse me. The only chance to block an extradition is the final appeal is rejected, as I expect it will be, says Chris Hedges, would come from the European Court of Human Rights, the parliamentary arm of the Council of Europe, which created the ECTHR, that's that Human Rights Council. Their commissioner for human rights opposed Julian's detention, extradition, and prosecution because it represents a dangerous precedent for journalists. It is unclear if the British government would abide by the court's decision, even though it is obligated to do so. If it ruled against extradition, or if the UK would extradite Julian before an appeal to the European Court can be heard, Julian, once shipped to the US, would be put on trial in the US District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia, where most espionage cases have been won by the US government. Judge Vanessa Barrister at Westminster Magistrate Court refused to authorize the US government's extradition request in January because of the severity of the conditions Julian would endure in the US prison system. That was in 21. Faced with the conditions of near total isolation without the protective factors which limited his risk at Her Majesty's Prison Belmarsh, I am satisfied the procedures described by the U.S. will not prevent Mr. Assange from finding a way to commit suicide, said Barrister when handing down her 132-page ruling. And for this reason, I have decided extradition would be oppressive by reason of mental harm, and I order his discharge. Barrister's decision was overturned after an appeal by U.S. authorities. The High Court accepted the conclusions of the lower court about increased risk of suicide and inhumane prison conditions, but it also accepted four assurances in U.S. diplomatic note number 74, given to the court in February 21, which promised Julian would be well treated. They promised, Colin. The U.S. government claimed that its assurances entirely answers the concerns which caused the judge in the lower court to discharge Mr. Assange. The assurances state that Julian will not be subject to special administrative measures, aka SAMs. They promote that Julian, an Australian citizen, can serve his sentence in Australia if the Australian government requests his extradition. Where they at, Colin? They promise he will receive adequate clinical and psychological care. They promote that pre-trial and post-trial Julian will not be held in the administrative maximum facility in Florence, Colorado. No one is held pre-trial in ADX Florence, but it sounds reassuring. ADX Florence is not the only Supermax prison in the U.S. Julian could be placed in one of the other Guantanamo-like facilities in a communications management unit. CMUs are highly restricted units that replace the near isolation imposed by SAMs. None of these assurances are worth the paper they are written on. All come with escape clauses. None are legally binding. Should Julian do something subsequent to the offering of these assurances that meets the test for the imposition of SAMs or designation to ADX, he will, the court conceded, be subject to those harsher forms of control. If Australia does not request a transfer, It cannot be a cause for criticism of the USA or a reason for regarding the assurances as inadequate to meet the judge's concerns. The ruling read, and even if that were not the case, it would take Julian 10 to 15 years to appeal his sentence up to the U.S. Supreme Court, which would be more than enough time to destroy him psychologically and physically. This is a guy who's already had a stroke, correct?
Correct.
The extradition of Julian will be the next step in the slow motion execution of the publisher and founder of WikiLeaks and one of the most important journalists of our generation. It will ensure that Julian spends the rest of his life in a U.S. prison. It will create legal precedents that will criminalize any investigation into the inner workings of power, even by citizens from another country. It will be a body blow to our anemic democracy, which is rapidly metamorphosing into corporate totalitarianism. Totalitarianism? There we go. I am stunned by this full frontal assault on journalism, as I am by the lack of public outrage, especially by the media. The very belated call from the New York Times, The Guardian, Le Monde, Der Spiegel, and El País, all of whom published material provided by WikiLeaks. To drop the extradition charges is too little, too late. All of the public protests I have attended in defense of Julian in the U.S. are sparsely attended. Our passivity makes us complicit in our own enslavement. Julian's case from the start has been a judicial farce. Former Ecuadorian President Lenin Moreno terminated Julian's rights of asylum as a political refugee in violation of international law. He then authorized London Metropolitan Police to enter the Ecuadorian embassy, diplomatically sanctioned sovereign territory, to arrest a naturalized citizen of Ecuador. Moreno's government, which revoked Julian's citizenship, was granted a large loan by the International Monetary Fund for its assistance. Donald Trump, by demanding Julian's extradition under the Espionage Act, criminalized journalism in much the same way Woodrow Wilson did when he shut down socialist publications such as The Masses. The hearings, some of which I attended in London and others of which I sat through online, mocked basic legal protocols. They included the decision to ignore the CIA's surveillance and recording of meetings between Julian and his attorneys during his time as a political refugee in the embassy, eviscerating attorney-client privilege. This alone should have seen the case thrown out of court. They included validating the decision to charge Julian, although he is not a U.S. citizen, under the Espionage Act. They included Kafkaesque contortions to convince the courts that Julian is not a journalist. They ignored Article 4 of the UK-US extradition treaty that prohibits extradition for political offenses. I watched as the prosecutor, James Lewis, representing the U.S., gave legal directives to Judge Barrister Baratzer, who promptly adopted them as her legal decision. The judicial lynching of Julian has far more in common with the dark days of Lubyanka than the ideals of British jurisprudence. The debate over arcane legal nuances distracts us from the fact that Julian has not committed a crime in Britain, other than an odd charge of breaching bail conditions when he sought asylum in the Ecuadorian embassy. Normally, this would entail a fine. He was instead sentenced to a year in Belmarsh prison and has been held there since April 2019. The decision to seek Julian's extradition, contemplated by Barack Obama's administration, was pursued by the Trump administration following WikiLeaks' publication of the documents known as Vault 7, which exposed the CIA's cyber warfare programs designed to monitor and take control of cars, smart TVs, web browsers, and the operating systems of most smartphones, as well as Microsoft Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. Julian, as I noted in a column filed from London last year, is targeted because of the Iraq war logs released in October 2010, which documented numerous U.S. war crimes, including images seen in the collateral murder video of the gunning down of 2 Reuters journalists and 10 other civilians and severely injuring 2 children. He is targeted because he made public the killing of nearly 700 civilians who had approached too closely to U.S. convoys and checkpoints, including pregnant women, the blind and deaf, and at least 30 children. He is targeted because he exposed more than 15,000 unreported deaths of Iraqi civilians and the torture and abuse of some 800 men and boys aged between 14 to 89 in Guantanamo Bay detention camp. He was targeted because he showed us that Hillary Clinton in '09 ordered U.S. diplomats to spy on UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and other UN representatives from China, France, Russia, and the UK, spying that included obtaining DNA, iris scans, fingerprints, and personal passwords, all part of the long pattern of illegal surveillance that included eavesdropping on UN Secretary General Kofi Annan in the weeks before the US-led invasion of Iraq in '03. He is targeted because he exposed that Obama, Hillary Clinton, and the CIA backed the June 2009 military coup in Honduras and overthrew the democratically elected president Manuel Zelaya, replacing him with a murderous and corrupt military regime. Par for the course for us. He's targeted because he released documents that revealed the United States secretly launched missile, bomb, and drone attacks on Yemen, killing scores of civilians. He's targeted because he made public the off-the-record talks Hillary Clinton gave to Goldman Sachs, talks for which she was paid $657,000, a sum so large it can only be considered a bribe, as well as her private assurances to Wall Street that she would do their bidding while promising the public financial regulation and reform. For revealing those truths alone, he is guilty. The U.S. court system is even more draconian than the British court system. It can use SAM's anti-terrorism laws and the Espionage Act to block Julian from speaking to the public, being released on bail, or seeing the secret evidence used to convict him. The CIA was created to carry out assassinations, coups, torture, kidnapping, blackmail, character assassinations, and illegal spying. It has targeted U.S. citizens in violation of its charter. These activities were exposed in 1975 by the Church Committee hearings in the Senate and the Pike Committee hearings in the House. Working with UC Global, the Spanish security firm, and the embassy, the CIA put Julian under 24-hour video and digital surveillance. It discussed kidnapping and assassinating him while he was in the embassy, which included plans of a shootout on the streets with involvement by London Metro Police. The U.S. allocates a secret black budget of $52 billion a year to hide multiple types of clandestine projects carried out by the National Security Agency, the CIA, and other intelligence agencies, usually beyond the scrutiny of Congress. All these clandestine activities, especially after the attacks of 9/11, have massively expanded. Senator Frank Church, after examining the heavily redacted CIA documents released to his committee, defined the CIA's covert activity as a semantic disguise for murder, coercion, blackmail, bribery, and the spreading of lies. The CIA and intelligence agencies, along with the military, all of which operate without effective congressional oversight, are the engines behind Julian's extradition. Julian inflicted, by exposing their crimes and lies, a grievous wound. They demand vengeance. The control these forces seek abroad is the control they seek at home. Julian may soon be imprisoned for life in the U.S. for journalism, but he won't be the only one. Thoughts, Care Bear?
This is hard.
Yep.
Hard in the sense that we knew this was going to happen. I mean, we've talked about Assange enough on this show, but I think for me, I mean, I always started hearing about Assange when Richard Medhurst started talking about him in 2020. And now, almost 3 years later, you know, he's more likely going to be extradited. And, you know, Chris Hedges is right. Like, there has not been enough outrage over this. And shout out to Misty. You know, she is like our Assange guru, and she leads Assange rallies in DC often. The last one that I went to in, I think it was in October this past year, was probably the best that was attended. I would say there was about over 200 people there this time. But I've been to Assange rallies in DC that she has hosted that there were only maybe about 50, if not less.
Yeah.
So it's just, not surprising, but it is surprising of how much little discussion has had. Mainstream media, we know it's not going to be, but I think even in independent media,
Yeah.
like people don't talk about Assange enough, and especially being in this space, it should be talked about more because we're essentially doing. I wouldn't call myself a journalist, but we are reporting, or at least commenting on the news, and essentially
Well,
the censorship that we're seeing on YouTube,
is an
and
extension
other,
of this. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So
So speaking of Medhurst, he's hosting this. I don't know if he's hosting, but he's being
I
a
think
part
he's
of.
posting it, but I think he just tweeted this out.
Yeah. Parliament Square, London, 1 p.m. Saturday, 24th of June. If you know anyone in the UK area, especially London, please tell them to show up for this. Even if they're not
Mm-hmm.
supporters of Julian, I think it'd be a good idea for them to show up, see what's happening.
If you
So,
care about free press, if you care about censorship, you should, which should be everybody.
yeah,
If you're in London, you should participate.
yeah, I
Um,
agree.
but
So, but yeah, that's
it's
it for me tonight, pretty much.
yeah. I mean, it's just sad that we knew this day was coming, but I think the fact that we're pretty much there now, it doesn't make it any better or feels any worse. I would argue that a non-U.S. citizen is going to get extradited here and essentially has been slowly tortured to death
Yeah,
in terms of doing his job,
yeah,
which
it's depressing for sure. Um, so, and it's probably going to be some military tribunal that we can't have access to or see what's happening. And
right.
he'll be locked away and the key will be thrown down a well.
And
You
then
know,
like the idea of putting him in a max prison, like why? What kind of risk is he what kind of risk is he going to try and commit?
people that they
Like,
openly plotted the assassination of. Like, we're going to give them the right to incarcerate at, like, especially with after what happened with Epstein. I don't think they should be allowed to touch it. So, you know, uh um so yeah, I mean, hopefully, boat crashes or helicopter gets lost or something, anything. Um,
but yeah, I
but
think we definitely should watch it, especially if this becomes breaking news
yeah,
later in the week.
we'll be there for it. So
Yeah, and I'll be free by then, so I'll be able to report quickly
okay,
um if this is a breaking story by week's end or early next week. But yeah, but
okay.
it's
Well,
so.
And then, of course, on the left is the legendary Julian Assange, free Julian Assange. We're going to talk about some Julian stuff first. Julian. Let's get into Julian news because there was some Julian news. And I want to also shout out some people that are still carrying the torch like we are every week. And it's important to keep this story alive and to continue to fight for Julian Assange. He can't fight for himself locked in a hole in Belmarsh. There's a lot of people out there doing it, and we say, as always, free Julian Assange, as always. So, the Don't Extradite Assange campaign, which has been around for a long time, I believe they actually arranged the Assange DAO. They have now changed their handle, and this makes me a little sad, actually. The Indie Media Awards is logged in right now to Instagram, so I'll be the 50th like on that, but I'm surprised thank you. I'm surprised that only 50 people have liked it. Free Assange News at Free Assange News is now what the page and the organization will be called moving forward. Rather than Don't Extradite Assange, it's Free Julian Assange, which makes a whole lot of sense. It's a whole lot easier, and it just kind of fits. So I'm kind of surprised they're amplifying their international efforts. The sad thing is, and the reason why I'm sad about it is because they probably know that it's inevitable at this point that he will be extradited. So to keep the handle of don't extradite him when that's inevitable, I don't think that is, necessarily giving up to a point. It's just shifting where the focus is going to be from freeing him to, from extraditing to free. Max RJ, yes, that is correct. Stella Assange has a YouTube channel. She also has a Substack now as well. She's publishing stuff to Substack. I don't have to. They're gonna have to pay me royalties after a while. I did have one.
Julian.
Thank you. I did have one article, and this happened a few weeks ago, but I didn't talk about it because we were off, and I thought that it was something that was important to mention, which was that we had a strongly worded letter sent to, I don't know, the president and or the Justice Department from a bipartisan small group of Congress people. What this represents as Chip Gibbons at the Dissenter, that is Kevin Gostola's newsletter. Subscribe to that. I'm a paid subscriber. He's actually offering the entire month of December for free. He sent an email out to his paid subs that he's offering everything, unlock all his new content for free all month. So please, by all means, go to thedissenter.org and subscribe. Chip Gibbons, bipartisan group of Congress members to Biden who says don't extradite Julian Assange. Hey, how about that? And it was led by Jim McGovern, Massachusetts, and Thomas Massie from Kentucky, who they all suck, but he's turning out to be more principled than just about all of them when it comes to several things, including the recent vote about anti-Semitism versus anti-Zionism, and he was one of the lone people to stand up and courageously and correctly state that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and he could not vote for the measure, though there were a lot of good things that he agreed with that were in the measure. That was really the whole point of it. What Chip was saying is that 16 members of the Congress sent a letter. All right, you had Jim McGovern and Thomas Massie, like they said. It marks the second time this year that members of Congress have signed a joint letter to the Biden administration urging them to end the prosecution. Joint. Right. Urging. Whenever you say urging, it's toothless. Like, we're urging you. Okay. Yeah, thanks. It's meaningless.
It's just not urgent.
On press freedom grounds, and as the first bipartisan and bicameral letter, it represents the largest congressional effort, and it's like a little bit building here and there. Who also signed off on it? I'm not terribly thrilled with a couple of these names, but you're going to need a lot of them. Paul Gosar is the one I don't like at all. Paul Gosar is a straight-up Nazi and has admitted so, and his entire family literally wrote a letter to the people of Arizona saying, don't vote for this guy because he's a Nazi. And we're not even like sugarcoating it. Like literally likes to get dressed up in the Nazi stuff. Marjorie Taylor Greene, whatever, she's the Republican AOC who also, by the way, signed off on this. You have Jamal Bowman and Rashida Tlaib and Chewy Garcia and Rand Paul. So a lot of the people who usually kind of, Chewy Garcia.
Sounds like a Ben and Jerry's flavor.
He used to be the Chicago alderman or a Chicago mayor. Kit.
Sure.
Shout out to Kit at Hardlands. He was excited when Chewy went into Congress, and man, Chewy has just bent the knee, left, right, sideways, and straight down, over and over. Alderman, according to Dr. Nick Riviera. Thank you, Dr. Nick. Yes, Chewy was an alderman. So, and now he is a congressman who, I don't remember whose seat he had. I think it might have been, what's her name? Marie Newman, possibly. He took over for Newman. Greg Kasser, he's also a quote-unquote progressive. Matt Rosendale, I'm not familiar with. I'm surprised that I don't see Matt Gaetz on here. I would think that he would be all about this, but that kind of surprised me that I didn't see. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Free Assange. Yeah. Why don't we get Mike Judge to do that? Oh my God. We've got to get him to do a whole thing about that. The letter signatories were largely drawn from the Congressional Progressive Caucus and the Libertarian or MAGA wing of the Republican Party. Okay. Well, of course, because anyone in the corporate side and in the intel side, he exposed all of their secrets and let out their dirty laundry and made them all look like schmucks over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and they're all still subservient to either the Clintons or the Bushes, and the people who were within the Bush administration. Although such a coalition may defy, yes, and Henry Kissinger, of course, who could forget Henry Kissinger, who is pleading the fifth, but yeah, sorry, man, you're guilty.
Don't be rude.
Yeah. Although such a coalition may defy conventional political wisdom, similar coalitions between congressional progressive and libertarians have emerged in recent memory around efforts to rein in surveillance state or reassert Congress's war powers. I would not call, Gosar's a MAGA. I guess that's what, what's his name is, the guy from Rosendale from Montana, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, yes, they are the people who have been pushed at, who are most suspicious of what they call the deep state, or, of the intel community and the influence of the intel community, as we keep having proven out week after week after week, the censorship industrial complex.
You're right. They're against it unless it works for them, and then they're fine.
Right now we've got the CTI League files, which, by the way, I was going to do a thing about that. I'll probably cover that next week. Whitney Webb did a whole thing about how that's nice, Mikey, that you caught on to this part, but it's actually much bigger than that. And we wrote about this 3 years ago, but I'm glad that you're bringing it to light, and here's more info. So Whitney was trying to be nice, but of course Whitney is amazing, and she's she knows how to dunk on people without even trying. So on April 11th, which was on the anniversary of Assange's arrest and expulsion from the Ecuadorian embassy, seven Democrats sent a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland, and Misty was in Washington, D.C., standing in front of Merrick Garland's office that day, speaking. Letter was initiated by Rashida, who had tweeted 4 years ago today, Julian was arrested for publishing the truth. So they recognize it. I don't think they're being loud enough. I think that it gets old after a while, but at least expose. Let's talk about what they did, and why he's there. And it's not just that he published the truth. It's about whom and why. And it's a little bit more than just that he published the truth, because a lot of people publish the truth and they don't end up in Belmarsh in a hole. All 7 of the signatories were from an informal grouping within the left wing, quote unquote, of the CPC, often referred to as the Squad. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, well, I guess they're as left as it gets right now, and it probably isn't going to get any further left, because they're going to spend $100 million to make sure they don't go any further left and further push back to the right. I'm guessing. That's already started to happen.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Oh, her bank account's a macro. Her fundraising bank account. Additionally, following an October oversight hearing with Merrick Garland that was held up by the House Judiciary Committee, Bush sent a follow-up letter, Corey, in addition to asking questions around mass incarceration, the death penalty, and the treatment of Stop Cop City protesters. He even raised the matter of his extradition. He's currently detained in Belmarsh's high-security prison, of course, in London, as the U.S. seeks to extradite him for a trial on Espionage Act charges, which is crazy in itself. Each of the charges against him stem from his role as WikiLeaks editor-in-chief. He's a publisher.
Yeah, I love how every Assange article has to explain like the entire story every time.
Well, it has
like
to
every
because
Spider-Man movie has to go through a Spider-Man origin.
well, it has to because there's so many people. Look, it's been spun so many times, and not just that, but the shitlibs turn and they decide to twist it every single time and use the wrong story that they heard from XYZ. And unless you continue, God, it feels like the Passover story. We have to continue to tell this story every year so that our ancestors will know exactly what happened to Julian. Yes, Julian. So in 2010 and 2011, the media organization published classified information as about the U.S. government's wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, military prison at Gitmo, and the backroom dealings of the State Department. All of this was published while U.S. Army whistleblower Chelsea Manning, who was the source of the documents, of course, was one of a number of whistleblowers charged under the Espionage Act under President Barack Obama. The Assange indictment.
Thanks, Obama.
Yeah, thanks. Pursued under, of course, President Donald Trump. It's kind of funny that Trump supporters now want to see Assange freed when Trump was the one that actually went after Assange, but that I digress. Hey, if they turn it around, great. And I think that they always wanted to see him free Assange. Honestly, I think that from the day that he was there, I disagree with that. So, yeah, first time publisher was ever charged under the Espionage Act. They, at the Belmarsh trial or at the Old Bailey trial that Richard Medhurst and Kevin Gostola, who is the publisher of The Dissenter, covered, in the gallery on a daily basis, and then came out and did live stream reports every day. It was like 14 days long. Daniel Ellsberg, Nils Melzer, there were tons of people that testified that said that, hey, the U.S. prison system, and they're going to get to this, I'm sure, here, but man, in spite of Obama's unprecedented use of the Espionage Act to silence journalists, sources, and whistleblowers, and its open antipathy for Assange and WikiLeaks, because they made him look like a dumbass a ton, the Obama administration balked at the prospects of formally indicting Assange under the Espionage Act. They feared the wide-ranging ramifications for press freedom of a successful prosecution under that act, also by the fact that he's not an American. They're bringing him in from foreign soil because they don't like what he published about us. How the hell do you do that? The Trump administration, of course.
Just like this.
Well, we know the Trump administration, guided by Attorney General Jefferson Beauregard Sessions and CIA Director Mike fuck you, we lie, we cheat, we steal Pompeo, reversed course. Both officials escalated. An
interesting middle name.
Well, yeah, he is a we lie cheat. He is the liar, cheater, and thief for sure. And he was former Secretary of State, former CIA director. Both officials escalated U.S. security agencies' extra-legal activities, that's kind, against Assange, and brought the unprecedented indictment. So, quote, we believe the Department of Justice acted correctly in 2013 during your vice presidency when it declined to pursue charges against Mr. Assange. This is from the letter now. For publishing the classified documents because it recognized that the prosecution would set a dangerous precedent. We note that the 1917 Espionage Act was ostensibly intended to punish and imprison government employees and contractors for providing or selling state secrets to enemy governments, not to punish journalists and whistleblowers for attempting to inform the public about serious issues that some U.S. government officials might prefer to keep secret, especially if it might land some of those U.S. officials in jail, by the way, they don't add.
Which is why they tried to tie Assange to both China and Russia all the time.
Yep.
Well,
on top of the fact that they've secretly probably classified him as a terrorist in order to put the charges that they have put against him and the level of surveillance against the people who he was with, because it's the only way to justify it. We are aware that the Assange case has been cited by officials of the People's Republic of China, quote, right? China to claim that the U.S. is hypocritical when it comes to its purported support for media freedom. We are also well aware that should the U.S. extradition and prosecution go forward, there is a significant risk that our bilateral relationship with Australia will be badly damaged, unquote. Yeah, right.
You mean something like a nuclear submarine that has, Australian, U.S. Navy, Australian Navy joint
like an Australian officer literally on board a U.S. naval ship at all times?
Yeah.
With the Star-Spangled Kangaroo on the side of the fucking ship? Yeah, we covered that.
Yeah, no,
2 months ago.
We gave them a nuclear
Caitlin.
sub. That's how that works.
Yep. And then
the USS Canberra. Fucking Canberra.
Yeah, we covered that on How Do We Miss That? You can go back and look up that clip. So while the Biden administration has made press freedom a key rhetorical commitment and sought to distance itself from Trump's attacks on democracy, oh, goodness gracious, yes, but they both attacked the democracy. Officials have barreled along with the prosecution. One recent report indicated that the FBI has tried to convince journalists to testify against Assange during a U.S. trial. And is that the Craig Murray thing? I think that was.
Yeah. They've used the Rage Against the War song on loop to try to do that.
Right. Progressives and, again, libertarians in Congress and just non-corporate Republicans.
Like the two of them?
Right. Like the three of them that did this. Right. Well, no, it was
right.
Gosar. It was that guy from Montana. Yeah. And it was Rand Paul. And
Rand Paul.
And Massey, who is an independent, not a libertarian, but he's an independent. So they keep, Chip keeps using Chip also works with Jacobin. So, take for that what you will. But Chip is an excellent Assange reporter, and I give him a lot of credit for being on the story. And I credit a lot of people that are on the Assange story when they stay on it. And Kevin wouldn't give him a column.
The New York Times, the Schmartian, Lemire, Der Spetzel, El País, even they're all on it.
Yep.
So
exactly right. They've all criticized it. Civil liberties, human rights, press freedom orgs, the ACLU, Amnesty, CPJ. Everyone has called for, in Freedom of the Press Foundation, Reporters Without Borders, repeatedly called for charges. Everybody wants the charges to be dropped, except for the people who it implicates are the ones who are running the government still. And there's enough of them doing that. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and officials in his government have repeatedly raised the issue, including during a recent visit to D.C. Enough is enough, I believe, is what he said to.
Yeah, but wouldn't meet with fucking Stella.
Nope. When she showed up there. Nope. Pass that off to David Shoebridge. So shout out to David Shoebridge, and I hope he eventually becomes prime minister and does not choose to bend the knee. Again, so far the Biden admin has been unmoved by members of Congress, but with increasing opposition from key international allies, mainstream newspapers, press freedom groups, as well as parts of the progressive coalition, that he must depend on for re-election. It's unclear if Biden can continue to carry on with business as usual without facing some kind of consequence. And if he thinks that dropping the charges and first of all, he would have to issue a pardon, which isn't even the right move. We need Merrick Garland to drop the charges, really. Otherwise, they're going to run around and say that he was guilty.
Yeah, precedent.
Right.
Well, it's also the precedent that sets, is awful.
Right. So we want to see the charges dropped, and it's really lobbying the Justice Department more so than anything. Now, our friend Matt O'Brien, he was just on Misty Winston's recently. I don't know if you know about this guy. He's amazing. He has decided to wear an orange jumpsuit for a year and walk around with this sign in chalk around his neck. And he's gone all around the world and gone around Europe, and he's done radio shows and he's done TV and all kinds of stuff. So I wanted to bring this video that he brought on Instagram about, he says, It feels good and cracks me up to think about the amount of car honks outside Belmarsh is scientific evidence that the Free Assange campaign is growing exponentially stronger. So he has a little something to say. Let's hear what Matt has to say.
One of the drivers in these cars honked his horn after he read my sign and gave me the... And you get that more and more now. The volume is rising. In London, where I'm off to, I've spoken to the campaigners there who always go to Belmarsh prison where Julian is every week. And they say that the honks on the horns are increasing. And I just love that. It's like an objective measure of the campaign for Julian Assange.
I can't have the music. It's got American Pie music. Take heart and keep fighting. Free Assange, free the truth, free us all.
Just on my way to London, and one of the drivers in these cars honked his horn after he read my sign.
It's awesome. I mean, he's great. He's a former teacher. You can actually go and listen to the hour that he spent with Misty on her Substack. If you go to mistywinson.substack.com and look for Matt, it's about 2 weeks ago. Every day we publish who her guest is going to be with all their links and a little background and bio. And you can follow him on Instagram and Twitter. I know he's definitely on. I think he's also got a YouTube, but he doesn't really do much over there. One other thing I wanted to give a nod to was Shanda, our friend and Indie Media Award honoree now, by the way, for live streaming and for being awesome. She was at She was at the CPI convention, last minute trip to Portland, see some amazing commentators, right? So she saw Caleb, and there's Caleb, I believe, in the background right there, as well as a few others.
I see Carl Nixon and
oh, there you go, Scott Ritter, David Rovick's Pasta. Oh, really? I didn't know Pasta was going there. That's badass. I love it.
Pasta was there.
Nice. So Shanda was there. So shout out to Shanda for being there, and thank you. She had a table for Free Assange. So that's not only did she show up, she showed up and set up a table, and that's fucking great. I love her for it. So shout out to her. Shout out to Paula as well as Kendra. Kendra runs the Denver Free Assange. Paula is up in Boston running the Boston Free Assange. All these incredible people are dedicated to the cause, and I love them all dearly for it. So Matt is saying that it feels good about, to feel that there's more momentum happening every day, and you can see that from the number of people that are signing on to the letter, and now the DEA campaign is changing to Free Assange. So there was one more part of this story, I have to get back to it. Sorry, everyone. Let's go back to that, which is this. Next Saturday afternoon, if you are in the DC area, sign up for this. You can also watch it on a live stream. And it's the Belmarsh Tribunal. And it's not necessarily a lot of people that we like, support, or know that are there, but it's important. I'll just read this out. The extradition against Julian Assange is now entering its final phase, and the international pressure for his freedom is mounting. From presidents and prime ministers to Nobel Peace Prize winners, the international community is crying out against the injustice of Assange's prosecution and its implication for press freedom worldwide. On December 9th, the world's leading journalists, lawyers, and human rights defenders will gather at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. as witnesses to the Biden administration's crackdown on free speech and the First Amendment. Join them. It's not too late to stand on the right side of history. Register now to attend the tribunal, either in person or follow the proceedings online. And Kevin Gostola, by the way, said that he would do something to try to get some kind of live stream going. So this is at 2 p.m. on Friday. The co-chairs, I'm not fans of either one of them, but I'm fans of what they're doing here and what they're getting people together. But it's Ryan Grimm and Amy Goodman. Yes. But we've got Marjorie.
Pick two other people.
Well,
two other people would be nice. Like put Kiriakou instead.
Well, we've got Kiriakou and Rebecca Vincent. And we got Abby Martin down there as well. We got Marjorie Cohn from Truth Out, as well as some other folks, some lawyers, and Ewan McCaskill from formerly Guardian. I believe he worked with Julian possibly. I mean, there's been so many attendees and people who have testified at this tribunal. This is like the third or fourth one already.
Hey, maybe you might be able to buy Ryan Grimm's book while you're there.
That would be cool.
You know?
Yes, if you can burn it for sure. But we don't burn books around here. That's
No.
that's
You know,
that's a whole other
wouldn't
story.
advise doing
That's
that.
Moms for Liberty. By the way, freaking icky. If you dude.
No,
What?
We don't burn books here, but we might advise you to use them as toilet paper if things get tough.
Who are these people?
Stella, she got stood up. So Australian Prime Minister Albanese refuses to meet with Assange's wife. So this is from WSWS. Oscar Greenfeld over there. In a gratuitous display of contempt, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese yesterday refused to, which would be a couple of days ago now, refused to meet with Stella Assange, the wife of Julian Assange, Australia's most prominent political prisoner. The snub came even as Stella was inside the federal parliament, having traveled to the country to campaign for her husband's freedom. Asked by independent MP Andrew Wilkie why he would not meet with Mrs. Assange, Albanese brushed aside the question, declaring, "Who I meet with is determined by the priorities that my office has." Which means what again? Like, I'm gonna do what I want. That's what that sounds like.
Press freedom, not an issue for you. Like,
yes,
you don't, not an issue because you don't want people like exposing your shit. So if there is any.
So over the past month, Albanese has met with a multitude of business tycoons. He attended the wedding of right-wing radio shock jock Kyle Sandilands alongside a convicted drug dealer and reputed crime boss. So that's who his priorities his office has. Most recently, Albanese fawned over U.S. President Joe Biden in Tokyo. On the weekend, Biden is overseeing the attempt to extradite Assange from Britain and imprison him for 175 years for exposing American war crimes. Albanese proclaimed in Parliament he was not interested in meeting Assange's wife, which he said would be akin to a, quote, demonstration and, quote, grandstanding. Albanese sought to...
in the best possible way.
Yes. Like actually standing for some morals. Albanese sought to dress up the refusal by reiterating vague comments that, quote, enough is enough in relation to the Assange case. It's not like he's out, so apparently, and he cannot see that anything is served by the WikiLeaks founders' continued incarceration. So, I don't know, maybe talk to the lady's wife? While Albanese claims he has made this position clear to the U.S. administration, there is no evidence of that, including an extensive correspondence obtained under Freedom of Information requests between various American and Australian government bodies. Labor continues to give carte blanche to the very administration seeking Assange's destruction. So, private versus public policies here. The obvious question is, if Albanese won't meet with Assange's wife, a basic act of respect and courtesy that he has extended to thousands of others over the course of this year in office, why would anyone think the Prime Minister is waging a fight for the imprisoned Australian journalist's freedom behind closed doors? As part of her visits to Australia, Stella Assange yesterday addressed the National Press Club in Canberra. The speech was a powerful plea for Assange's freedom and exposure of the draconian conditions under which he is detained in Britain's maximum security Belmarsh prison, and a clear outline of the fundamental issues of democratic rights at stake in the attempted prosecution of her husband. Stella noted a groundswell of support for Assange. She stated, "I would like to thank the overwhelming dedication of the Australian people who have brought about a sea change in awareness and solidarity for Julian's plight. The unity and support for my husband is a source of enormous encouragement for our family. It nurtures Julian's ability to continue on." She added, "The reality is that to regain his freedom, Julian needs the support of his home country. This is a political case, and it needs a political solution." In discussing her presence in Australia, and also what she speaks about with her husband, Stella stressed Assange's connection to Australia. He had been raised in the country and had shared his extensive memories, from surfing in Byron Bay to beekeeping in Melbourne's Dadong Ranges and riding in a horse of New South Wales northern rivers. "That's how I imagine Julian when he is free," she said. "Today, Julian's feet only ever feel the hard, dull, even cement on the prison floor. When he goes to the yard for exercise, there is no grass, no sand, just the bitumen pavement surrounded by cameras and layers of razor wire overhead. I can tell you exactly what Julian is doing right now. It is 3 a.m. in London. Julian is lying in his cell, probably awake and struggling to fall asleep. It's where he spends 22 hours a day, every day. Julian's cell is about 3 by 2 meters. He uses some of the books to block out the unpleasant draft coming from the window in the cold winter nights." Stella outlined the draconian security procedures required for her and her 2 children to visit their father. They had to pass innumerable checkpoints, searches, and scans for their visit. The children had only ever seen their father in the inhospitable prison visiting room. For the elder of the 2, now 6 years old, prisons feature in his dreams and his nightmares. Turning to the case, Stella stated, "A 175-year sentence is a living death sentence, a prospect so desperate that the English court found that it would drive him to take his own life. Rather than live forever in hell, we must do everything we can to ensure that Julian never, ever sets foot in a U.S. prison. Extradition in this case is a matter of life and death." She explained, "For most people, Julian is a symbol of staggering injustice because he is in a prison on trumped-up charges for exposing the crimes of others, a symbol because he faces a bewildering 175-year sentence for publishing the truth, a symbol of a sophisticated form of state violence dressed up in complexity and indirection that not even Franz Kafka could have imagined. For the press and the public, Julian's case is the most brutal attack on press freedom that the Western world has ever seen. In the last 70 years, a foreign government is using the political offenses in its statute books to indict a foreign national abroad because of what he or she published in a different country. Accurate, damning publications exposing their war crimes. If sovereignty is to mean anything, if jurisdiction is a proper legal and political reality, the case against Julian cannot be understood as anything other than absurdity." Despite the dire threat to press freedom, the address was largely subjected to a media boycott. Only a handful of nationally recognized journalists attended. Several prominent publications sent junior staff, fresh out of university, armed only with arrogance and obnoxious questions based on the slanders that have been used to attack Assange. The shameful display underscored the fact that broad sections of the official media function as nothing more than state propagandists, while they are cheering on each new step in Australia's integration with the U.S. preparations for war with China. This corrupted layer is hostile to a genuine journalist who exposed war crimes. In the Q&A, Stella, together with Jennifer Robinson, one of Assange's lawyers, elaborated on the issues in the case. 2 questions: repeated the fraud that WikiLeaks had in 2016, received material from the Democratic National Committee via Russia. The questioners, despite refusing to be journalists, were hostile to the 2016 publications, even though they continued true and newsworthy information. In response, Stella emphasized what had been revealed. The 2016 publications has shown that the campaign of Hillary Clinton had subverted the DNC primaries to scuttle the candidacy of Bernie Sanders. This was carried out even through internal DNC polling, showed Sanders would defeat Donald Trump, whereas Clinton would not. More broadly, Stella emphasized the core precept that journalists have a responsibility to publish information that is in the public interest. To suppress such information would be a violation of journalistic ethics. In reply to another question, Robinson noted the historic significance of the 2010 publications for which Assange faces prosecution. They'd exposed massive war crimes in Iraq and Afghanistan, including thousands of civilian deaths that have been covered up by the U.S. military. For those very same releases, for which he now faces 175 years imprisonment, Assange and WikiLeaks in 2011 received a Gold Walkie Award, the highest honor in Australian journalism. Both Stell and Robinson thanked Albanese and the Labour government for their statements and noted that this marked a shift from previous administrations. There is no question that the tepid statements of the Labour officials reflect, in extremely limited and distorted form, the vast popular support for the WikiLeaks publisher. However, all experience has shown that no confidence can be placed in the capitalist governments to extend a benevolent hand and free Assange. Albanese was a senior member of the Gillard Labour government, which in 2010 and 2011 actively participated in the persecution of Assange. The current Labour government, moreover, is dramatically escalating Australia's front line in the U.S. preparations for war against China. This policy is incompatible with democratic rights and is being accompanied by a slew of reactionary national security prosecutions within Australia, directly overseen by Labour. As the Socialist Equality Party has stressed, an Australian government will only fulfill its obligations to free Assange if it is compelled to do so by massed opposition from below. That means the development of a movement of the working class against the Labour government and its program of war, austerity, and authoritarianism. Thoughts, Care Bear?
It's this reminded me of, people hating Assange who love Bernie.
Yeah.
So, really, anybody who supports Bernie even now, but especially back in 2016, 2020, knowing about Assange should be more applicable to you because, as Stella basically reported, there's proof that the DNC basically cheated Bernie out of winning.
Yep.
And if he were to go against Trump, he would have won. So the idea that people are not necessarily aware of that, but then I know some people who are basically like fuck Assange who are like Bernie stands. It's just kind of like, a huge disconnect there. But then again, it makes sense because anything regarding Assange it's been severely suppressed, even for us. I'm sure when we cut out this segment, this is going to be heavily suppressed and at best demonetized. But, it's the idea of having that relate to having a president or the potential of a president who is really centrist in scope relative to the rest of the world, but you can make the argument that he would have done more in certain ways to push the narrative towards more progressive policies within the limitations that we have in terms of our capitalist government over what we have currently.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea that Assange exposed that, as well as the forever wars that we had in Iraq and Afghanistan, really should be talked about more.
Well, I also think the fact that they're all talking about, well, it's got to be a groundswell of support from below, and it's like, what, that exists. It's been here. It's been here for a decade now, and then some. So
and then people
Everybody knows that the front page of the extradition treaty between the United States and the United Kingdom states that one cannot be extradited for political reasons. And we know that the American lawyers have engaged extraordinary sophistry to argue that this shouldn't actually apply. Julian Assange's legal team made a strong case yesterday that if we allow this to happen, it will extinguish a liberty that we have enjoyed for centuries. That protection that people have from extradition for political reasons, no parliamentary debate, no parliamentary decision has been taken to extinguish that liberty. We will be doing so, we will all be losing that liberty simply for the convenience of the American administration. So when we ask ourselves, why are we here in the rain, why are we here in the cold? I say to you, it's because we want to defend those civil liberties. We want to defend press freedom, and we want to see the freedom of Julian Assange. Join me. Free Julian Assange. 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 Free Julian Assange.
Thank you very much, Tim, for that powerful support for Julian Assange. Now we're going to hand over the platform now to, as I said, to the campaign to defend juries. So they'll be taking over from 9 till 10. We'll be back at 10 o'clock. But before I go, let's just hear what we want the judges to know very, very clearly today before they come to a decision. And the decision has got to be that there won't be that there will be no extradition. So there's only one decision: no extradition. Only one decision: no extradition. Only one decision: no extradition. Okay, wave your umbrellas in the air for Julian Assange. See you back here in an hour.
Juan on the right. Okay, so I just made a radio mic.
And then we introduced the video of oh no, this morning we yeah.
So, Deepa, who is the observer for the Assange campaign, she's also been talking to defend our juries. What connection do you see between the attempts to undermine jury trial and the treatment of Julian Assange?
Have a mic yet?
Oh, that's the one in Poe.
Yeah, we have to have one on me. I'm going to be first, and then.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry.
So this is the thing. I interviewed Corbyn.
Yeah.
Then she comes on camera straight away. So we both should be mics, no?
Well, all right. Well, then I need 3 mics or outside booth. Right.
Yeah, outside
There's
booth.
just somebody saying that somebody wasn't loud enough in the booth.
Oh, right. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, that's fine by me. But and
Between the trust that Assange placed in ordinary people.
well, I'll tell you.
Alright, so they're just bringing him over.
I'll tell you what.
Oh, okay. Jeremy's here, so we should start.
Those who are defending the right to a
Jeremy,
jury
were you
trial.
in court yesterday? So, I'm just going to ask you what what's the danger of Julian being prosecuted under yesterday?
He's going that side.
Yeah.
One.
I'm gonna have to boom Jeremy.
Don't come this side though. Step in there.
So very friendly.
No, I get that. I just wanted to show you off.
How should I introduce you? Jeremy Corbyn, former head of Labour. Right, guys. So you guys can count me in whenever the camera.
You both move to your left a little bit. That's it, Jeremy. If you can move left a little, thank you.
on or off? I think all of this weather, don't you?
What?
Cap.
Yeah, cap for. Sorry? It is a very nice cap, I have to say. I remember when they were putting a lot of effort into what the jacket as a point of power. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Power. There's a lot of debate.
It's absolutely.
There's a lot of debate.
Julian had dirty nails apparently. That's the one that they kept on saying.
Did he? I'm not sure I can support him any further.
Yeah, exactly. And holes in his socks, you know?
Well, I'm off then.
Oh yeah, definitely.
If this is the kind of person we're supporting, I don't know what to say.
Sorry. Hi guys, can you count me in? Hello there. Welcome back to the High Court in London. We're outside, it's raining. This is the second day of the extradition hearing for Julian Assange, and I am here with Jeremy Corbyn, former head of the Labour Party and just general rock star. Jeremy, what is the precedent set by this case in Britain?
Well, Boris Johnson himself said that the extradition arrangements between Britain and the USA are unbalanced. And this is somebody that has been convicted of nothing in Britain, who's now had 5 years in a maximum security prison on top of the years in the embassy, and will be, if the court wills it and all other procedures fail us, then Julian will be sent to the USA, tried under the Espionage Act, which is an incredibly unbalanced piece of legislation, and sentenced to a supermax prison. For what? Telling the truth about Abu Ghraib, telling the truth about weapons sales, and revealing to the world the secret state and untrammeled power that not just the US military but other militaries have around the world. To me, this case is of a huge significance. Obviously for Julian personally, obviously for Stella and their children personally, enormous, but it also has enormous implications for the safety of journalists anywhere in the world. We're just witnessing 80 journalists being killed in Gaza. They are brave journalists who are doing their best to report. But do you know what? If Julian goes down for this, every other journalist around the world is going to say, ooh, let's be a bit careful. Don't start questioning any military, particularly the US military.
It's been 5 years. The case has been fraught with irregularities, judges with conflict of interest. Is it even possible to have a fair hearing here in the UK?
Well, the irregularities have been enormous. The whole discussion has been one-sided. The role of the British media has been shameful, with one or two honourable exceptions. But generally speaking, the British media have ignored this case and the significance of it. It may well, not definite, but it may well end up in the European Court of Human Rights, where the European Convention of Human Rights is the basis on which the case will be heard. That includes quite specific protection for journalists, and if it ends up there, it ends up there. And Britain is a signatory, indeed the author of the European Convention of Human Rights, and it is part of UK law, whatever the Tory press says about it here.
Thank you very much, Jeremy.
You're very welcome.
We'll catch up with you later.
Can I say thank you very much to all those that have steadfastly supported Julian over all these years. He has suffered enormously, his family have suffered enormously, but the steadfastness of people being prepared to stand up and speak out for the right to know and the right to free speech, they are the heroes of this, because they, at the end of the day, will protect our right to know and our free speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. We'll catch up with you later. So we, as I said, we're on the second day of the extradition hearing. Yesterday, Julian's defense laid out the points on which he would want to appeal. Now, Chloe, can you tell me what is the the relevance of this moment?
Well, yesterday we saw a tough day all day. First with audio issues throughout the court. We know that people who were annexed had real difficulty accessing what was happening. Obviously, as we spoke about yesterday, we know that all our international journalists, friends and supporters have had great hassle trying to get into the court, trying to access the feed. So we started with that. Julian, of course, was not present, was also not present by video link. He's not well. The court then continued, the defence laid out its points, the judge asked for clarification on whether anybody had ever been harmed by a WikiLeaks disclosure. I know there was a section on talking about the significance of WikiLeaks disclosures, certainly how they've helped in countries like Pakistan, and also about the assurances that the Americans were providing, how conditional these assurances are, that Julian could in fact face the death penalty upon arrival in America. So that was the case that was laid out yesterday. Speaking to various people outside, there was a kind of mixed reaction to that. Some people felt it sounded positive. The judge, speaking with Craig Murray, the judge, he felt the judge, for one of the first times he's heard in court appearances, did not treat Julian with contempt when discussing him. So maybe there was a shift change that we should feel positive about. Of course, today is the American arguments. Juan will be returning to your room to listen to the remote access, and we will be providing you updates as and when we have them. As you can see, this is a brutal day, weather-wise, justice-wise, so we're hanging in there, and we want you to hang in with us.
I think it's important to remember what this hearing is about right now. Julian is not appealing at this point in time. He's asking for permission to appeal. Most democracies give permission to appeal as granted. It is the right of a human being to appeal in a court of law, but in Britain, you have to ask for permission to appeal. Now, this process has taken 18 months whilst he's been languishing in a supermax prison with only 1 hour a day, solitary confinement. And yesterday we heard important points like Julian his political views are being sorry. What I'm trying to say is I'm blank. Let's go to the next video.
Christian Harfordson, the editor-in-chief of WikiLeaks, is now going to give you his take on what's been happening today, and then we'll be working through a few guest speakers before we go.
Today, Julian's lawyers were presenting the arguments against his extradition, the arguments that they do want a chance to present in a full appeal. And it's so amazing that you should have to go through all this to get a chance to have these arguments presented in an appeal court. It should be a given thing, but it's not a given thing. We still have to wait for a decision by these two judges here. Each and all of the arguments presented here today by Julian's lawyers would in itself suffice in a normal country to stop the extradition. How can you send Julian Assange to a country which wanted him dead and openly discussed the ways and means to do so? That's outrageous. That should in itself be sufficient. All the other arguments that pile on top of it just strengthen the case. The fact that it was a spying done on his legally privileged communication, tainting his possibility to have a fair trial in the United States, should in itself be enough and sufficient. I could keep on going about the legal arguments presented here to the two judges today. such arguments that it would be in any normality in a civilized country absolutely impossible to come to other conclusion that at least allow him the opportunity to go through the appeal process. My hope is with you, that you can persuade the judges to finally listen to the argument. You tell them you are watching, your eyes are upon them. You will be their judges. If they want to be on the right side of history and not go down the drain, they need to listen to you.
The persecution and the attempted extradition of Julian Assange is all about stopping the truth. Because they don't want the truth to be out there. Because they behave badly. They're still behaving like colonialists. Their mindset is still colonialist. And that too has been exposed in Ukraine and in Gaza. Western imperialism is still on the march. And Julian Assange had the audacity to expose the fact that they commit war crimes morning, noon and night to achieve their ambitions. Well, you know what? The people of the world are waking up. The people of the world have had enough of them.
Because we represent the voices of truth, the voices of freedom, and the voices of resistance. And that is why Julian Assange is in that court.
So there is a risk that Julian could face further charges once in the United States, and that the conduct as described on the indictment could in fact be used to form the basis of a charge under the Espionage Act that could attract the death penalty, and that's prohibited by the Extradition Act. So it was a long day in court. We heard a lot of very complicated legal arguments, but I think that the judges were receptive. I think it's difficult for the US to answer some of these arguments. Of course, we heard today that a number of these points could have been dealt with by the US in terms of assurances, whether we talk about they could have given an assurance that they will not charge him in ways once returned to the United States that would attract the death penalty. They could have given assurances that he will benefit from the First Amendment, and they will not ask a judge to say that he won't benefit. We haven't had any of that from the United States. So they're going to have to grapple with that in terms of their legal arguments. I think we'll hear a lot about the US current prosecution strategy, which I think is a grave concern for all journalists. This is a US administration and a Department of Justice who in this case is prosecuting a case that protected what we would consider to be Article 10 protected activity is a crime.
What happened inside I thought was quite promising. There were two lawyers arguing for Assange, and they went over the basic tenets of the case, which is that this is a political prosecution, which is outlawed by the US-UK extradition treaty of 2003. You can't extradite people for political offences. And he's charged mostly under the Espionage Act of 1917, and espionage itself, case law has shown, is a political offence. So at heart, it should be struck out. They also went through the arguments about how it contravenes the European Convention on Human Rights. One of them, Article 7, is about foreseeability, which is that no publisher has ever been prosecuted by the United States for publishing state secrets. That's never happened. This would be the first prosecution under that. So in 2010, when Assange started publishing the cables, there was no way he could have known he could have been prosecuted for it because there was no precedent for it.
I think that the arguments made by the defense today were quite compelling, and the issues raised certainly merit full consideration in a proper hearing. It was really refreshing to be back on the broader substance of the case, because for the past 3 years, proceedings became more and more narrowly focused only on mental health issues or prison conditions in the US. So today we heard arguments again on the political nature of the case, the fact that that this is the first time that journalistic activity has been targeted this way by the Espionage Act. We heard for the first time really in court about the shocking CIA assassination plot against Assange, and that's one of those things that if it were any other case, I think would have drew a far stronger reaction than it did, but somehow it gets dismissed here. It deserves examination by a court. So what I walk away from today saying very much is we need a full hearing.
We have never been able at any point to rely on the political establishment or the court system to defend Julian Assange. This has been a work that we've had to do ourselves. This has been about people power. But every movement produces the spokespeople it deserves. And this is a good movement. And in Stella Assange, it has produced an exceptional leader.
So today was a day of legal arguments, but really what it was an indictment of a rogue agency, the Central Intelligence Agency, which it pops up in each of the arguments. Whether it was Julian exposing their torture program and their involvement in illegal killings, or their own plots to murder him. Throughout, the origin of this prosecution came about when the CIA head, Mike Pompeo, lost the plot. He lost the plot, and then he instrumentalized his agency to go after a media organization, to plot the murder of a journalist, and to imprison a publisher in London. They lost the plot. It is rogue, it is out of control, and now it is targeting the press. Whatever happens in the coming days, it's now been aired in court. The murder plot, the political motivation coming out of Mike Pompeo's obsession with killing Julian, and the murders that Julian exposed in Iraq and Afghanistan, the torture program that European countries willingly participated in. We free Julian, we regain our democracy.
Welcome back to London. We are standing outside the High Court in London, reporting on the Julian Assange extradition hearing. As you can see, the weather is appalling, but still hundreds of people have joined us to support Julian and to support democracy. It is important to remember what Julian is trying to defend himself from. The US and UK extradition treaty forbids extraditing somebody for political purposes. The MP who wrote this piece of legislation, David Davis, has stated that the first ruling on this case that Vanessa Breitzer, Judge Vanessa Breitzer, did where she misread the law, and Julian is asking for permission to try to appeal that decision and be able to defend himself under the extradition treaty's prohibitions. Chloe, you have another point to...
Well, what's important also to mention is that Julian is the first journalist who is being charged under the 1917 Espionage Act. That is a massive overreach of the very archaic act in itself. And when, as you mentioned yesterday, Juan, that when Daniel Ellsberg was tried under that, actually as soon as it was discovered that the CIA had broken into his psychoanalysis office and gained access to his health records, that case was thrown out. Of course, as we mentioned yesterday, we now know that the CIA were actively spying on Julian, all of his private meetings, all of his legally privileged meetings. So again, it's just another testament to the lack of justice in Julian's case as to why this charge is still going ahead. In relation to the Espionage Act, of course, as we've mentioned, if Julian is extradited to America, he is then sat within the Eastern District of Virginia. That again is an area surrounded by the three-letter intelligence agencies with massive access and connection to the jury pools. So at every stage of Julian's trial, every stage of Julian's case, there is just a fundamental lack of justice.
Yes, and of course Julian is asking the court to admit new evidence. There has been, since this extradition hearing started 5 years ago, new evidence on 30 intelligence sources confiding in a journalist that the CIA had plans to assassinate Julian inside the Ecuadorian embassy or kidnap him. this is new evidence and should be enough to throw out the entire case. If the judges don't hear this, don't approve this evidence, they will be basically extraditing Julian Assange to the country that planned his murder. We're now going to show you a little video that we prepared on what are the 9 points Julian will be appealing for, and hopefully getting permission to actually debate these in court.
Join us later.
Why is the US trying to extradite Julian Assange? In 2010, WikiLeaks published documents detailing war crimes committed by the United States during their engagements in Iraq and Afghanistan.
We'll show the true nature of this war, and then the public from Afghanistan and other nations can see what's really going on and take steps to address the problems.
These documents included evidence of torture and assassinations committed by the US military, as well as rules outlined for US airstrikes and a list of prisoners held captive in Guantanamo Bay. Julian Assange is the first journalist in the history of the United States to be charged under the Espionage Act for publishing classified documents which exposed war crimes. In fact, the Obama administration made the decision not to prosecute Assange for his role in publishing this material. However, charges were later brought by the Trump administration, with the publisher now facing a potential 175-year sentence in the United States' highest security prison.
We're going to find the leakers. They're going to pay a big price for leaking.
What's at stake? Assange is being prosecuted under the 1917 Espionage Act. The US have previously used the Espionage Act to target whistleblowers who have spoken out against government corruption. However, Julian Assange is the first journalist to face these charges. In the case of Assange, the United States is extending its judicial reach beyond its borders, attempting to prosecute a non-US citizen operating from the United Kingdom. However, prosecutors remain steadfast that due to Assange being a non-US citizen publishing from abroad, he won't be protected by any First Amendment rights, which guarantees a free press and freedom of speech. If Julian Assange is extradited, it would set a precedent that journalists around the world would face the risk of international prosecution simply for highlighting the wrongdoings of the powerful. What will happen at the hearing? On the 4th of January 2021, it was deemed that Assange could not be extradited to the US on medical grounds. Should Assange win the case, a date will be set for a full appeal hearing. If he is denied the right to appeal, all avenues of a resolution through the UK courts will have been exhausted. However, the case can still be brought before the European Court of Human Rights. What will happen to Assange if he is extradited? If Assange is extradited, he will be transferred to a US high security prison where he will await trial. The trial would be heard in Alexandria, Virginia, a court commonly referred to as the Espionage Court, because the jury would be selected from employees and their family members of the CIA, the NSA, the Pentagon, and other national security organizations. The very organizations responsible for the war crimes exposed by WikiLeaks.
You don't stand a chance in the Eastern District of Virginia. That's why they charged you there. I fear the same thing for Julian, that they charged him in the Eastern District of Virginia because it's called the Espionage Court, because no national security defendant has ever won a case there.
What abuses have there been in the Assange case so far? This wouldn't be the first time the United States have abused their powers against Julian Assange. While staying in the Ecuadorian embassy in London, the Spanish security firm UC Global were employed to keep guard over him. It has since been revealed that UC Global were spying on Assange, his lawyers, and other visitors on behalf of the CIA. There was also a plot to kidnap Assange from the embassy and assassinate him.
A new report by Yahoo News has come out with some serious claims. It goes into details about the CIA's war on WikiLeaks and its founder, even stating that the U.S. had plans to abduct or even assassinate Julian Assange.
When Richard Nixon ordered a break-in on Pentagon Papers whistleblower Daniel Ellsberg's psychoanalyst office, the judge dropped the charges. Spying on Assange's privileged meetings with his lawyers should be enough to end the prosecution. But judges in the UK have ignored this information in their decision. What are the points Assange is appealing? Number 1. Mr. Assange should not be extradited to face prosecution and punishment for his political opinions exposing state criminality. Assange is being prosecuted for exposing war crimes committed by the US government, for which extensive evidence was provided. This evidence included Assange's political opinions that governments should be held accountable for their actions. Extradition for political opinions is simply not allowed. Number 2. Mr. Assange should not be extradited to face prosecution where the criminal law is being extended in an unprecedented and unforeseeable way. There is quite simply no precedent for the prosecution of a publisher of US state secrets. In fact, unchallenged expert evidence showed that the publication of state secrets is a common practice, and that there was an unbroken practice of non-prosecution when it comes to publishers. The extradition of Assange would therefore require an extension of criminal law, directly contravening Article 7 of the European Convention of Human Rights, which states, "No one shall be held guilty of any criminal offence on account of any act or omission which did not constitute a criminal offence under national or international law at the time when it was committed." In other words, an act cannot be retrospectively made a crime in order to secure a prosecution. Number 3. Mr. Assange should not be extradited because his prosecution amounts to a grave violation of his rights to free speech under Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights. Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights protects your right to hold your own opinions and express them freely without government interference. This includes the publication of information. In fact, the ECHR recognises the important role publishing state secrets plays in a democratic society. Criminalising this act criminalises journalism and the essential practices required to hold governments accountable, and the disproportionate sentence of 175 years is likely to deter many journalists from publishing their own findings. Number 4. Mr. Assange should not be extradited when the US is stating that he may not be granted any First Amendment protections at all. As stated earlier, given that Assange is not a US citizen, nor is he publishing in the United States, the US government has said it will argue for Assange not to be granted First Amendment protections, meaning he won't be able to use a free speech defence as he would if he were a US national. Number 5. Extradition should be barred because Mr. Assange will not receive a fair trial in violation of Article 6 of the European Convention of Human Rights. Innocent until proven guilty is a basic right under any democracy. It's something which is enshrined in law within the European Convention of Human Rights. However, Assange's jury, should he be extradited, will be far from independent and impartial. His jury will be comprised of a group of people with close connections to US government agencies and contractors. Individuals who could possibly have a vested interest in the publisher's prosecution, or at least be in some way prejudicial to Julian Assange. Number 6. The US-UK treaty prohibits extradition for political offences, meaning Mr. Assange's extradition would violate the treaty, international law, and amounts to an abuse of process, including Article 5 of the European Convention of Human Rights. Espionage and the obtaining and publishing of US state secrets. These are the charges by which Assange is being prosecuted, and they are all formally what's known as pure political offences. Under the US-UK extradition treaty, offences such as these are extradition barred, meaning that no extradition can be sought. Number 7. Renewed application to admit fresh evidence about US plans to kidnap, render and assassinate Mr. Assange in 2017, relevant to Article 2 and 3 of the European Convention of Human Rights. Given the CIA's plot to kidnap and assassinate Assange, it's a reasonable assumption that placing him in a US prison would subject him to inhuman and degrading treatment. His would-be killers would now be his captors. Number 8. The extradition treaty would allow the US to amend or add charges which could expose Julian Assange to the death penalty. Assange is currently charged with 1 count of conspiracy to commit computer intrusion and 17 charges under the Espionage Act, totaling the 175 years he could face behind bars. However, there is nothing preventing Assange from being recharged under provisions of the Espionage Act which allow for the death penalty. US government officials have already accused Assange of treason and called for capital punishment.
They claim to have interviewed more than 30 former US government officials, including 8 who spoke of scenarios such as a possible abduction of Julian Assange or even plots to kill him. They were concerned about possible plot for the Russians to break Julian Assange out of the Ecuadorian embassy, and some of the scenarios then did involve British assistance as well.
This could be Julian Assange's last legal recourse in the UK. If he loses, he could be extradited within months or even weeks. If Assange is extradited, any journalist can also be extradited for publishing government crimes. And if this happens, we lose our right to know what our government does in our name. 11th of April 2019, Julian Assange is forcefully removed from the Ecuadorian embassy in London. He is sentenced to 52 weeks imprisonment for skipping bail and served with an extradition request by the United States. He is sent to Belmarsh, a maximum security prison where Britain's most dangerous criminals are detained. 23rd of May 2019. The US issues an 18-count superseding indictment, including 17 charges under the Espionage Act. The charges are related to the receipt, possession, and publication of classified information. Julian Assange is now facing up to 175 years in prison in the US. 24th of February 2020. The first week of Assange's extradition hearing starts. During this period, Assange is handcuffed and strip searched dozens of times. Assange is also refused permission to sit with his lawyers. Instead, he was placed in a dock surrounded by bulletproof glass, rendering effective and confidential communication with his legal team essentially impossible. The hearing is adjourned till May. Assange is kept under solitary confinement. 4th of May 2020. The extradition hearing is adjourned due to COVID. 24th of June 2020. The US issues a second superseding indictment, broadening the scope of the initial charge of conspiracy to commit computer intrusion. However, this indictment is based on the testimony of a convicted conman, Sigurdur Þórðarson. Þórðarson is a clinically diagnosed psychopath and convicted sex criminal who later told journalists that he lied to the FBI. 7th of September 2020. Assange's extradition hearing resumes. The defense highlights the essential work of WikiLeaks and Julian Assange, including the revelations of war crimes. The defense argues that the precedent set by this case would render every journalist liable to extradition for publishing classified information in the public interest. Assange's poor health is also discussed, along with the prospect of the horrific conditions he would face in a US prison. Those conditions would amount to torture, according to the United Nations. 4th of January 2021. Assange wins the trial. The judge argues that the restrictive prison conditions that await him in the United States, along with his poor health, posed a threat to his life. 5th of February 2021. The US offers conditional assurances that Assange would not be detained under the highly restrictive Special Administrative Measures regime, nor would he be detained in the Colorado Supermax facility, ADX. The US did not offer any guarantees that they would not renege on the assurances. 26th of September 2021.
Did the CIA, under President Trump, plan to kidnap and assassinate WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange during a shootout in London? That's one of the explosive findings in a new exposé by Yahoo News. The report details how the CIA considered abducting and possibly murdering Assange while he took refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy in London.
This information further substantiates evidence already presented to the magistrate's court by a whistleblower from inside the embassy. If Assange is extradited, he would be sent to the country which planned his murder. 27th of October 2021. The US appeal hearing is heard before the High Court. While the US prosecutors argue that Assange is in full health, he suffers a stroke and is unable to continue following the procedures. 10th of December 2021. Despite his poor health and the explosive revelations concerning the CIA's plans to kill Julian Assange, the judge rules in favour of the US ordering his extradition. Assange appeals this decision. 14th of March 2022. Assange loses his appeal on the basis that it did not provide an arguable point of law. 20th of April 2022. Westminster Magistrates Court holds a 7-minute hearing, which concludes in Assange's case being sent to the then Home Secretary, Priti Patel, for a final decision on his extradition. Patel orders his extradition. 26th of August 2022. Assange's legal team asked the High Court for permission to appeal the decision to extradite him. 6th of June 2023. 10 months after the submission, Justice Jonathan Swift denies Assange's request. 12th of June 2023. Assange files a renewed application for permission to appeal. On February 20th and 21st, 18 months after Assange's request for permission to appeal, 2 judges will hear Assange's request and will decide once and for all if he is given permission to appeal the extradition order. If he is unsuccessful, there will be no more opportunities for Assange to have his case heard in the UK courts. His only avenue at this stage would be to appeal to the European Court of Human Rights. If, on the other hand, Assange wins the case, a date will be set for a full appeal hearing.
Julian Assange has been in Belmarsh maximum security prison for over a year now. It is astonishing that despite the various completely unethical, improper behaviours that have taken place during this case, he continues to languish in prison and the case against him continues to go on. He has been suffering psychological torture for about a decade now, and those of us on this panel are looking forward to discussing some of the ways in which the rule of law has been breached and how Julian's rights to a free trial have been undermined. And so I'm very glad to welcome to this panel Fidel Narvaez, former Ecuadorian consul, Professor Mats Andenas, former chair of the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, Stefania Maurizi, journalist and the expert behind several Freedom of Information requests, which have shown a lot of light on this case. And shortly, Max Blumenthal will be joining us. Max has been doing some excellent investigative work in relation to how Julian was spied on within the Ecuadorian embassy. Max is having some technical difficulties joining, but he will be here shortly. At this point, I'd like to also acknowledge one of our long-term supporters at the Free the Truth events, Eva Jolie, who is unwell today and therefore unable to join. She was supposed to be on the panel. I'd like to also send a solidarity message to one of our long-standing and very well-loved experts, Craig Murray, who is going through quite a difficult time given the case being prosecuted against him in relation to contempt of court. All of us across the Free the Truth platforms and Don't Extradite Assange are very supportive of Craig and the excellent work he has done in relation to being our man in court, explaining to us what's really going on in relation to the Assange trial. Our solidarity as well to all the there were protesters and activists taking a stance against centuries of structural oppression and inequality, out in the streets now protesting in relation to the extraordinarily harsh police treatment and the killing of George Floyd. So our solidarity to all of you worldwide. Thank you very much to the Committee to Defend Julian Assange, which is the group of grassroots reporters in London who have been helping us run our events in the past, and to Don't Extradite Assange for broadcasting this event across 7 different channels. And special thanks to Juan Passarelli and Jose for the fantastic work in putting this through. We also are broadcasting through Consortium News in Australia. Thanks, Kathy Vogan, for that. I'm joined on the panel also by my colleague and fellow expert, Professor Ian Munro, an expert on whistleblowing and a consumer of any book that is possibly available, and therefore a font of all knowledge. So welcome, Ian. And I'd like to start, Fidel, by asking you a question, if I may. And the first question is, could you give us a bit of background about how UC Global, which is the security firm, came to be involved with the Ecuadorian embassy and how they came to be guarding Julian? Could you tell us a little bit about all of that?
Sure. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be with all of you. I joined my salutes to my friend Craig Murray. If he's watching us, he needs our support as well. He's being persecuted in between many things, probably because supporting Julian Assange. Anyway, when Ecuador decided to protect Julian in 2012, when we granted him asylum, the London embassy did not have any security company to protect the embassy. We didn't even have a security cameras system, no security guards, no anything. And it's understandable that somebody like Julian, staying 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for long term, needed protection. Him and the embassy as such. Let's remember that the embassy, for many years, from the very first day of Julian's asylum, became one of the most surveilled places on earth. British police displayed from first day outside the embassy for many years, police cars, police contingent there, with long-range microphones trying to listen what was happening inside our embassy, with special cameras distributed in surrounding buildings. Obviously, we needed protection. But Ecuador did not have its own security company, and it was problematic for us to send an Ecuadorian team to be based in the UK for different reasons. One of them, visa, but for different reasons. The Ecuadorian security bodies, the intelligence services, were historically penetrated, infiltrated by the Americans. Historically, when President Correa came into power, he tried to renew the whole intelligence services. It was a genuine effort. It was the right thing to do. In my personal opinion, probably it did not came out as we expected. That's a different issue. The point is that we did not have our own resources, human resources, to protect that embassy. And I understand that UC Global had already some contracts with the Ecuadorian government in Quito, some of them protecting the family of the president who were living in Europe. And I would understand that that company had the trust of the government, so they were giving the task to protect the embassy. And when I say protect the embassy, I mean not just Julian Assange, protect the embassy team, protect one of the most, as I said, surveilled places on Earth. I don't know how it was chosen to begin with. But as we know now, it was the wrong choice. It was the wrong choice, not just regarding the Ecuadorian embassy and Julian, regarding other issues that we know now that the company basically was unprofessional and corrupt as we have evidence right now. I will just add that Julian himself and many of us never trusted that company from day one. Never trusted that company. They always seem unprofessional. And the relationship with them was not the best with the security company. Yeah.
Thanks, Fidel. Stefania, I know you've talked in the past about your phones being searched and your personal details being looked into. Could you tell us your experience a little bit about what it was like going into the embassy for those of us in this call who are not able to know? And I'd also, just before we start, Stefania, just like to welcome Max Blumenthal to the panel. We've introduced you already, Max, in your absence. And we're over to you, Stefania, if you could tell us a little bit about your experience of interactions with UC Global.
Sure. So first of all, you have to realize that when Julian took refuge in the embassy, the 19th of June 2012, I had already 3 years of experience in working, partnering as a media partner with WikiLeaks, because I had started working on the documents back in 2009 when few knew about WikiLeaks and Julian Assange. So for me, it was pretty shocking to realize that throughout all these years, 11 years, I was able to meet Julian Assange as a free man just twice. And since last time was basically in September 2010. Since then, I always met Julian Assange confined initially under house arrest, then inside the embassy. So when he took refuge in the embassy back in 2012, I immediately started visiting him in the embassy. And the first time I met Julian in the embassy was November 2012. So at the very beginning. Initially, the atmosphere was quite friendly. I mean, there was no tension, there was no oppression, nothing. It was, of course, we were aware that we were under surveillance. We could see cameras, we could see police all around the world. And we were aware about this kind of heavy surveillance. But inside the embassy, there was no tension, no heavy atmosphere, but things changed. Things changed back at the end of, immediately after Correa left, immediately after Julian Assange published the documents about the US elections. And at that point, especially after Lenin Moreno went to power. At that point, going to the embassy was like to go to a prison. We were under heavy surveillance. I remember I could when visiting Julian Assange during the Lenin Moreno time, I was checking my phones and someone entered the room and said, you should not check your phones. And he sees my phones. He asked me for phones. So they were looking us in real time. And it was not just having the cameras doing surveillance. It was like to be there with the security, looking at you, listening at you. So when last year I got access to the UC Global files, I was really upset to see how they got access to everything. They got access to all my devices. They got access to my phones. They unscrewed my phones. And they did so in December 2017. And that was just 2 months after I had the Freedom of Information Act hearing, the hearing when we discovered that they had the UK authorities had destroyed the documents, crucial documents about the Julian Assange case. I remember I went to the embassy to discuss the Freedom of Information request, and in the embassy there was no one. It was end of December, 29 December 2017. There was just a security guard, and I immediately realized that something wrong was going on, because as soon as I arrived, they seized my backpack and I protested. They said, no, I'm not supposed to give you my backpack because I have my notes, I have my devices. And they insisted, no, you should give us your backpack. And they said, no, I'm not in favor of this. And they said, yes, don't worry, no one will access your belongings. And now, 3 years later, I see those pictures. They spied on everything. They took pictures of my chargers. They unscrewed my phones. Probably they got access to notes. I don't know whether they got access to notes. I don't know whether they took copies of encrypted files in my USB sticks, because I had very important information. So I was really upset. And that was just, that was something, in a sense, I expected this heavy surveillance. In another sense, it is another matter when you see what they did in secret. Because no one told me, look, we unscrew your phones. Look, we took pictures of your chargers. We took pictures of your power banks. No one, and they told me, don't worry, no one will touch your phones. No one will touch anything. And now we see this kind of heavy targeting of journalists, because they knew I was a journalist. Whenever I went to the embassy, they had my details. They knew I was going there as a journalist for my newspaper. At that time, I was working for La Repubblica, and they had my details. They had my passport. They knew for which newspaper I was working. And now what I want to understand is whether they got access to my encrypted files, because I had very important information. And many criticized me, why did you bring your encrypted files inside the embassy? But you know that as journalists, we have to travel with important information. So, I mean, it was 29 December 2017. How could I manage these files? Of course, I was traveling. I had important information. It was protected because it was encrypted. But now I wonder whether they got access to it, because I expect all sorts of things, considering that they unscrew my phones. So these tell you a lot what happens when journalists try to operate in a very hostile environment with security services and security companies trying to target you. And you do your best, of course, because you use encryption, you use all sorts of protections. At the same time, there is a big asymmetry between you and them. They have all sorts of resources. We don't.
I think you're right. I mean, I think there are a number of violations that we can see of basic trust and basic standards that we expect. We are all expected to play by the rules, whereas they are not playing by any rules. And you can see that in relation to the CPS under the leadership of Keir Starmer, when they tried to stitch up Julian and keep his case in limbo for year after year by saying to the Swedish authorities, don't you dare get cold feet. This is not being treated like any other extradition. You can see it in relation to the way in which Julian is surveilled and how a sovereign embassy that we expect that the Ecuadorian embassy is a sovereign embassy and therefore will not be spied upon in that way is spied upon, things that you see in a spy book. And then also in relation to due process rights that Julian has been denied, even up to really petty things like not allowing him a radio, even though he's asked for one. So at every stage there have been intentional and willful breaches, not just of the law, but of basic expectations of trust between us and the state. And I'm sure you feel quite violated by that. And you've spoken quite passionately about how you feel that your privacy and the privacy of your sources and the people whose data you held in an encrypted way was violated. If I may, could I ask you to make a short intervention, just because it's so relevant at this point? Because several private security firms have targeted Assange and WikiLeaks, including HP Gary and more recently UC Global. And I wondered if you could say a few words about it.
For us to hear a few words from. He's a journalist who has written again and again in defence of Julian Assange, has appeared on platform after platform. He writes absolutely magnificently right across the press, but especially for Middle East Eye. Please welcome writer, journalist Peter Oborne.
Thank you very much indeed, John, for introducing me. And how marvellous it is on a wet day like this to see such a splendid crowd here to mark one of the most significant days of British liberty in our lifetime. I want to introduce myself first of all. I am a conservative. I'm a conservative because I believe in freedom, I believe in the rule of law, I believe in free speech, and above all, I believe in ancient British liberties. And I believe that the executive should be subject to, held accountable, and be subject to investigation when they do things which are wrong. Now, by the way, these may be conservative values, but as the crowd shows today, they are also universal values. And they're of the left, of the right, of the centre. They are universal values which we are here to try and protect and articulate outside the Supreme Court of Justice, which, let's not forget this, ought to be the basis of fairness and decency in this country. But I'm not just here as a conservative, I'm here as a conservative journalist. I've been the political editor of The Spectator, I've been the chief commentator, political commentator for the Daily Telegraph and for the Daily Mail. I've spent my life fighting for the freedom of the press, and this is the greatest threat to press freedom and freedom of journalists of my lifetime. I want to quote a great American journalist of the 19th century. He said the purpose of a journalist is not to afflict the afflicted. It is to comfort to the afflicted and to afflict the comfortable. That was the massive, is the massive journalistic achievement of Julian Assange, who, if the court case goes the wrong way, today may find himself on a one-way flight to a cell in the United States of America. The one journalist who really articulated this was an American journalist, Daniel Ellsberg, the great whistleblower for the Washington Post, a brave, patriotic American who realized that his duty was to reveal America's illegal role in the covert bombing of Laos and Cambodia. He acted out of duty, out of morality, and out of respect for everything which America stands for at its best. Before he died at the great age of 100 last year, I think it was, Ellsberg said, and we must listen to his words, he had a great identification with Julian Assange. And so what is the British government doing? Throwing its weight behind the American desire of an illegal American government which broke the law repeatedly during the War on Terror, supporting the desire of the American establishment to punish Julian Assange for committing the crime of journalism. They are charging Assange under the Espionage Act, and that it is utterly damnable that this British government should kowtow to that American wish. It's the British government, by the way, which has followed Joe Biden more recently, followed Joe Biden in blocking or not supporting a ceasefire in Gaza. These are people who do not know about human rights, do not understand about decency, and in Britain, statecraft is based on the idea that when the Americans say jump, we simply say how high. This is the most far-right British government in history, and their wish to send Assange to America shows that they have no understanding of what British values, freedom of speech, fair play, rule of law really stand for. So don't be under any doubt what will happen if Julian Assange, who has broken, by the way, more scoops than any other journalist, all the rest of us put together. And let's say one other thing about his scoops. It's not the usual trash about celebrities or the royal family. These are real scoops about real people, which tell us about the way the world is ruled. That's among the countless revelations which Julian Assange brought to the world, the number of Iraqi dead, which have been suppressed by the US. He brought to the world the awful truth about Guantanamo Bay. He brought to the world the video of soldiers in a US hospital laughing as they shot and killed unarmed civilians in Iraq, including a Reuters photographer and his assistant. And by the way, you're wondering whether or not the Americans disciplined the perpetrators of this crime. Of course they didn't. It required Julian Assange, WikiLeaks, Chelsea Manning to go out there and reveal it to the world. And now he is sitting in a cell in Belmarsh, We're waiting the verdict of this court here to find out whether he's going to be put on a one-way flight to the United States to suffer the consequences of revealing the barbarity of the United States war on terror. I have only one more thing. I only really have one more thing to say. And I say this as a journalist. Just imagine the consequences for journalism if Julian Assange is extradited. It will mean that none of us will be able to handle US classified documents, let alone publish them in future. And that's not just British journalists, it will be journalists around the world. That is what is at stake today. It will mean that in future, United States, or probably it'll extend across the world, war crimes, atrocities will be kept secret. We will no longer be able to understand or learn about the crimes committed by those who rule the globe. That is what is at stake today, and that is why I'm very proud to stand here and speak up on behalf of freedom, the rule of law, and Julian Assange.
That was Peter Orban. Thank you very much for that very clear, incisive analysis of what's at stake in the case of Julian Assange, and for your support. And thank you for all making the journey down here and standing in solidarity with Julian Assange, standing up for a free press. We, of course, will be bringing you further updates at the dinner break when the court breaks, at the end of the day when we're going to be marching down to Downing Street. But for now, let's just make sure that everybody going into the court hears very clearly what we're here for, and that there is only one decision: no extradition. No extradition. Only one decision: no extradition. Okay, let's see you one more time. Wave your umbrellas if you support Julian Assange. Thanks very much. Thanks for coming out. We'll see you at lunchtime.
Well, people might just argue that she's like a one-issue person in terms of like all she talks about is Assange, but
Assange
honestly,
encompasses so much. I mean, that's the problem.
Right.
You know,
and I would rather have someone who is fully invested in an issue and knows like I don't know as much about, and I admit I don't know as much about Assange other than like whatever you pull or whatever I pull. to present to our family here, or whatever Misty tells us, or anything that I remember from Richie Medhurst, what he explained about Assange. Actually, really, he was the first one who even, mentioned the idea of Assange to me back in 2020. He was the first. And then, obviously Misty has carried the torch for me in terms of, and having interaction with her and going to protests, for in recognition of him. Since, it's a big deal. But people don't necessarily connect, as you said, that how much is tied to a very livelihood in this country, because there would be a lot of corruption otherwise that would not be talked about or even known about if it wasn't for a journalist like Assange. But he represents what true journalism is, which is not what it should be anymore. It's more or less propaganda, going back to the tweet that I pulled in regards to, I forgot their names now, but the TikTok boys. Yeah, that's what I'm going to call them now, the TikTok boys.
Yeah.
They mentioned oh, white supremacy is the thing that's killing this country. No, it's a propaganda that you guys are spilling.
Right.
That is making people dumb and making people assume that what you're saying is truth when it's not. And having people just kind of living out a lie or not revealing the full truth of what is really happening. So the idea of people being fully aware, you can't have that, because then people will actually make moves in order to try and have a better life for themselves and their communities, which again, our government can't have that. Any capitalist government can have an uprising of the proletariat.
Yeah.
But
speaking of proletariats,
they're trying to intimidate Assange supporters. They're trying to erase him, as Caitlin says.
Yep.
So, free Julian Assange. Can I say that enough? Free Julian Assange now, like yesterday. And journalism isn't a crime, and publishing isn't a crime, and he's absolutely a journalist, and nobody's ever died from anything that he published, but a lot of people died from the stuff that he uncovered and from the crimes that he uncovered.
Yep.
So,
who are these people?
This weekend, tons of stuff happened. I know you guys probably saw it around. You might have even been in DC to be there. Viewers at home. But protests mark third anniversary of Assange's arrest. This is from Popular Resistance. The third anniversary of the arrest and incarceration of Julian Assange at a maximum security prison has sparked protests in London and the United States. And I think this is an older-ish article that they're redoing. Tomorrow marks 3 years since the WikiLeaks founder was forcibly dragged from the Ecuadorian embassy, where he had sought asylum. Oh, this is before the embassy. He was there for how long was he at the embassy?
About 7 years, I think.
Yeah, so on top of this, 7 or 8 years. Right. So vigils were due to held yesterday at the embassy, Westminster Magistrate Court at Belmarsh Prison, where he has been held for the past 3 years. Mr. Assange's family, friends, and supporters are calling for his release and the U.S. to drop its extradition case against him. Protests are also planned today in D.C., outside the British Embassy and the Department of Justice office. Speaking at the International Journalism Film Festival on Saturday, Mr. Assange's wife Stella warned that with every day he is locked up in Belmarsh, his health deteriorates further. Monday will be 3 years of his incarceration in Belmarsh prison, she said. He is locked in by himself for many hours a day. You can just imagine what kind of effect that has on a person. He's in prison surrounded by very dangerous people, but also a prison that cannot address his needs. He had a mini stroke in October, and obviously that is a sign of his health dramatically deteriorating. The pair who have 2 children together, married last month inside Belmarsh. Mr. Assange is facing extradition to the U.S., where he was wanted for publishing thousands of classified documents relating to the Iraq and Afghanistan war, which exposed U.S. war crimes. A spokesperson from Doctors for Assange said, as another shameful anniversary passes, Julian Assange's life remains in danger. 3 years of political imprisonment in Belmarsh preceded by 7 years of arbitrary detention in the Ecuadorian embassy have predictably taken a terrible toll on Mr. Assange's mental and physical health, and still, unconscionably, he faces the prospect of extradition to and continued psychological torture in the United States. This political punishment by process must end now. So that was just a general article talking about the protests from this weekend. We also had protests in LA, right, for the mandates, right? And this is just a segment just on all the protests that happened this weekend. So we'll let Max talk about why he's here at this protest.
I'm Max Blumenthal from thegrayzone.com, and I regret to inform you that I'm a member of the media, the worst profession in the country. Actually, I'm one of the good ones. We'll talk about that in a second. I want to talk about what's been happening in the world for the last 2 years, because for 2 years, we have seen one of the biggest grassroots movements unfold before our eyes. The medical freedom movement, which has seen millions of people around the world march against unscientific, anti-worker mandates in their own societies, from the indigenous...
If the judge rules against Julian.
Yeah, it's the biggest issue of free speech in 50 years, really, since Daniel Ellsberg leaked the Pentagon Papers, which told the hideous truth about illegal US bombing in Cambodia and Laos. And this is as momentous as that. And so if Assange is extradited on these espionage charges, where in reality he's committed this crime of doing journalism, it will become impossible for British journalists and journalists around the world, by extension, even to handle classified documents from the US. And I'm sure that will be extended to other classified documents. But from the US, that will be the end of investigative journalism in America. And you won't be able to reveal the next time America does something terribly wrong and illegal, like the Pentagon Papers or many of the acts during the war on terror, which Julian Assange exposed.
Yes. And how much do you feel this is a political case as opposed to a legal case? If, for example, this was Russia asking for Julian to go over, would we be seeing a hearing happening now? Is this about America and our relationship with America, and Julian is paying the price of that relationship?
Well, there are major questions, as more legally dexterous writers than I have made the case that due process hasn't been properly observed. Remember, it's an extradition case from America. Why shouldn't it be heard here if it really exists, which I don't think it does? Why are we in Britain making ourselves subject to US laws, which often I think don't even apply to US citizens under their own constitution? And I think that there are issues about due process. If anybody hasn't read Craig Murray's brilliant accounts of the hearings three years ago, where they exposed due process issues, and I don't think that Mr. Assange has got a fair hearing here at all.
And what about how much things have changed politically? As you mentioned with Daniel Ellsberg, that his case was in fact thrown out once it was discovered that Nixon had ordered the break-in of his psychoanalysis meeting notes. How come the fact that we now know the CIA was spying on Julian, we know that his legally privileged meetings were spied on, how come that is no longer enough? What has changed in our system that is suddenly seen as okay or appropriate, whereas for Daniel Ellsberg that was the thing that released him from the system?
When I spoke just now, I was saying I believe in British values. I believe in Britain.
And if you go back 50 years, 60 years now, it takes you back to the 60s when Harold Wilson, a British Prime Minister, made that decision. Hello? Sorry. We go back to when Harold Wilson, as Prime Minister, did not join the United States in the Vietnam War. You see, what has changed, I think, is that today there is a dogma, you saw it with Tony Blair and Iraq, that we are so pathetic as a country, we don't stand for anything, our only way really of exercising influence is to hang on the coattails of the United States. We're seeing that with David Cameron and Blinken today, you know, Britain's refusal to call for a ceasefire. We saw it with Blair and Bush, you know, this cringe approach. We didn't see it, interestingly, in the 60s when Harold Wilson, much of course attacked by many people, but he didn't feel that Britain was such a negligible place.
Yes.
We couldn't make our own decisions about who to war against, or even Maggie Thatcher. But you know, when the Americans invaded Grenada, she gave Reagan a rocket. But now it's the Americans say jump and we say how high.
Yes.
And it's tragic, actually. It's shaming. And of course, it shows the moral nullity
Yes.
and lack of pride in being British.
Yes.
This is what gets me. I'm a conservative writer, by the way.
Yes,
I'm not I'm not on the left. I greatly admire the traditions of the left.
Yes.
But I'm not I find myself more and more in accordance with what the left is saying and doing, because I feel we stand for something as Britain.
Yeah.
And we do not stand for American values in every case. Some American values are splendid, but here America is barking up, is doing something terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're essentially, just like in America, we're waiting again for a politician of principle to come and fix some of the gaping holes in our systems, I think.
Well, I think the structure of British government has collapsed.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I mean, we do need some politicians of principle, and they do exist.
Yeah.
But at the moment, we are governed by a collection of moral and intellectual nullities, and I think we need to find a way back to have somebody who understands a system which understands.
Yes. Yes.
That there are values which are British, well, actually, and are worth fighting for.
Yeah.
Or rather, I put it a different way, that there is something universal about British values of fairness and decency. And American exceptionalism is not the way forward. America has become, as the war on terror showed, a rogue state. And Britain should not go down that route too and follow America as a rogue state.
Fantastic. Thank you, Peter Oborne, for joining us today.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
To Iranians in Tehran, from Beirut to Berlin to Boston to Los Angeles. And what is this about? It's about decent working people around the world trying to hold on to their humanity, their basic rights, their bodily autonomy, and their very sanity in the face of a cold and ruthless machine that seeks to reduce every individual to a QR code and condition their participation in society and their very ability to work on their willingness to take an experimental gene therapy. That is unacceptable. And you know what else is unacceptable? Those who try to make this into a right versus left issue. All they're trying to do is confuse, divide, hoodwink, and bamboozle on behalf of the billionaire class that represents the real winners of this pandemic. This is not about left versus right. This is about our economic rights, our human rights, and our constitutional rights. And that's why we're here today. We've watched for the past 2 years as Big Pharma and its oligarchic investors puppeteered our governments, putting the FDA and CDC in its back pocket while turning our politicians into corporate sales reps, guaranteeing Pfizer and Moderna combined profits of $65,000 per minute. Per minute! Using your bodies as profit centers while working class Americans suffered the sharpest increase in poverty in 50 years. We've watched the wealth of the world's 10 richest men double since the lockdown began. We have watched small businesses be destroyed, entire countries plunge deeper into debt, while the most vulnerable youth were deprived of the right to education. And now in New York City, we watch as wealthy and famous celebrities are allowed to work without a mandate, but healthy firefighters, medical workers, and teachers, people doing the most important jobs in this country, are not allowed to work because they disobey the mandate. And we are here to say, let them work! Let them work! Let them work! Let them work! Let them work!
Indeed, Angel. How dare he?
I know
Yeah,
he
so we
like
had.
he have a meltdown.
Oh, I'm sure. And he goes on for another 3 minutes or so. You know? So he's already getting chants in the middle of his set. You know? So
He invited me. Hell, I'm ready to go fight.
right? Definitely. Max is great at that. But I also have this our shout out to our friend of the show, Ricky Rants, for getting this coverage.
Ricky!
We have Miss Fiorella Isabel of the Convo Couch, everybody.
It's really shitty out there. The airports are a mess, people aren't working, people are in dire straits right now. And for the longest time, the United States has waged war against countries and hasn't seen the side effects.
Hold on. I gotta fix it. Slides doesn't like me today.
It's really shitty out there.
It still won't
The
full screen
airports
for
are a
some
mess,
reason.
people aren't working, people are in dire straits right now. And for the longest time, the United States has waged war against countries and hasn't seen the side effects. The people living here haven't really
Why not?
lived what it is to live as a victim of imperialism. But that's changing, and we can see that shift happening with what's happening with Russia and Ukraine, where the U.S. is waging a proxy war with Russia via Ukraine. It's really shitty out there.
Did I restart it again? What is going on? All right, hold on. Let me close this browser and like restart this whole slideshow.
Sorry about
She's right. It's really shitty out there. But,
It really is. It really is.
Oh, she's right, you know.
Absolutely. Let's go one more time. And action. Yeah, there we go. And of course, that's the wrong one.
It's really shitty out there.
Yes, it is.
The
Fee.
airports are a mess, people aren't working, people are in dire straits right now. And for the longest time, the United States has waged war against countries and hasn't seen the side effects. The people living here haven't really lived what it is to live as a victim of imperialism. But that's changing, and we can see that shift happening with what's happening with Russia and Ukraine, where the U.S. is waging a proxy war with Russia via Ukraine. And the massive propaganda that's happening, probably around here, where you'll see people demanding a no-fly zone, where they completely lack the significance of what that means. And we know that it means World War III. Under the guise of democracy, under the guise of humanitarian aid, why would Americans think that Joe Biden or any leader in the last few decades gives a damn about humanitarian aid or democracy when we don't have it right here? Tomorrow will be the anniversary, the third anniversary, not something celebrating, but the third anniversary where Julian Assange has been in Britain's Guantanamo Bay and Belmarsh. And more than ever, journalism and truth are in so much jeopardy. Everything that's happening now has been a culmination, has come to this culminating point where we are here today and the vast majority of people are still ignoring the reality that we're living in. The ruble keeps going up and the dollar keeps devaluing, and people don't like understand what that means, and I don't think people realize what's happening here. This is a historic moment that we're living in, where we're seeing people start grasping that perhaps this time we will feel the side effects of war economically, because a lot of Americans don't really start complaining until they feel it in their pocket. And I understand that, because a lot of people are propagandized. This is the most propagandized country in the world. A lot of people don't have the awareness that a lot of you have here today. A lot of people are overworked, but the time for excuses has got to stop. We're at a point where people are going to suffer here. People are suffering already. People are suffering in Europe because of this war, and they have absolutely nothing to do with it. Meanwhile, we have journalists, we have people who used to work for the US government getting censored all over social media because they're telling the truth. They dare to tell a narrative that goes against the NATO narrative. And it's something that we've been talking about for a long time. A lot of you have been screaming about censorship for decades. And now we're at the moment where even people who were so pro-censorship and so critical of saying, well, Twitter's a private company.
I can't pause the video right
YouTube
now,
is a private
right?
entity, are seeing that there is no difference between YouTube, Twitter, the surveillance state, and the government. There is no difference between them. They are one and the same. This is why Jen Psaki can go get a job at MSNBC tomorrow, because guess what? She's doing the same job for better pay, and she gets to go and spew her propaganda. And the vast majority of people have started to see that, but we're in an age of cognitive dissonance right now, where it's just so hard for them to look up and see that that's the reality they're living in. And it's more than ever vital for us to be out here, for us to be here tomorrow talking about what's happening to Julian. Because if we don't do it, nobody else will. And at the end of the day, in this moment, I think it's important to note that today we have voices here who speak out against the propaganda that's ignored the deaths of 14,000 Russian and ethnic minorities in the Donbass region for 8 years, but has decided that somehow the United States and their goons in NATO care about people dying in Ukraine. They're weaponizing these people. This isn't about Ukraine. This is about the United States' control of natural resources and the region in Eurasia. But there is a shift, a multipolar shift happening right now, where we're seeing China push back, Russia push back, and you don't have to pick teams, but I am telling you right now, the power that the United States had, where they had one in one hand and they were able to decide whatever happened, that is no longer the case. And be aware that it's going to affect each and every one of us. What does "and the damn wars" mean? And the damn wars means literally end wars. But sometimes they weaponize our emotions and our attempt to have no wars to try to get us to say, well, I hate all wars, so let's pretend the Russians and the United States empire that has thousands of military bases all over the world are the same. No other country in the world has the amount of military bases that we have. There is no comparison. We are an empire. The United States is not a nation, it's not a democracy, it's not a republic, it's an oligarchy. It is essentially a military industrial complex with a movie production company, as you can see with Sean Penn and Zelensky going to the Grammys and putting up green screen performances. So I thank all of you for being here, and I didn't intend to make a speech, but I really appreciate all of you guys being here, and I hope to see you tomorrow, where we really are going to be demanding that a journalist does not get punished for doing journalism. We're all in danger. Thank you.
So there was Fee. We had, is it going to let me out of full screen now? Go ahead.
Well, America is a dying empire. It's just an empire. We're dying. That's the thing.
Yep.
She's right, but we're a dying empire. And she should have added that, but
Yep.
Yeah, I could say that out of, I mean, the Assange persecution is probably, as a journalist, he is probably the journalist of our time, like he is the guy of our time, because what he did was he exposed a lot of secrets. The biggest dump, 100% like accuracy rating, and this is basically this is all that they're torturing him for one reason only. Like two reasons. One is they hate him so much they want to do this to him. But the second reason is this is a warning shot. This is a warning shot to every single journalist who's not on the take, which is very few.
Yeah.
That if you do what he did, you're gonna suffer the same fate, and we're gonna torture him until he dies.
Mm-hmm.
This is what they're doing. This is basically what it is. So this is my opinion, and I think that he needs to be martyred, because it's the only thing we're going to be able to do for him. I mean, I'm being pessimistic, which is I shouldn't be, but I do not see like a good outcome for him in this. He's just their number one enemy. The American people don't give it. I mean, honestly, with the exception of people who are trying to help him, like, you know, activists. But in my opinion, the majority of American people just don't even talk about him anymore. They don't care about him. And it's seeing that is, to me, is extremely disturbing. About it. It's just saying that the majority of the population just doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're going to get away with this, in my opinion, is just extremely disturbing. I think the only thing we can do is martyr him and try to use what has happened to him to encourage other journalists to step up and have it have the reverse effect of what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
You know, instead of trying to scare everyone shitless into not doing what he did, we have to sort of martyr him and make sure that journalists want to do what he did. That some journalists will be willing to sacrifice their freedom to help people see the truth. And that's to me is probably the way I take the whole thing.
Yeah.
But obviously I do hope, and I do want him to get out. I do want him to, you know, see his family again. Well, and I would think it would be great that if he can get at least some part of his life back, you know. But it's just it's extremely depressing and sad to see.
Yeah.
Just what's happened to him, and just the fact that nobody really cares, and it's sad. It's just sad to see what kind of world we've become to do that.
Well, it wasn't but 4 or 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that people did care. You know, when he was calling out Bush's double taps, or you know, the lies about WMDs, or you know, any of the times where he's not had to rescind something he's put out into the world. As far as what he's published, he's a publisher.
Right.
That's what he does. He publishes other people's information. You know, but you know, I know.
And they hated him. Like the intelligence community hated him at that point, but he still had support of Democrats and the Clintons and things of that nature, because he exposed the Bush administration. But in the end, the minute he exposed Hillary Clinton and the Podesta emails, that was the end, because there was a lot in those emails. There was a lot in those emails. Even the stuff, the war crimes that he exposed about Iraq and Afghanistan. The minute he exposed all the stuff that the Clintons were involved with, all the believe it or not, all the pedophilia stuff that was coming out of those leaks, it really showed a lot of people a lot of serious stuff. And the attention community was like, we can't have this. You know.
Well, I know. Go ahead, Angel.
He's the Cronkite of our time, and on top of that, when he was exposing Bush administration crimes, he was beloved. If you remember, I remember 20 years ago, he was beloved. It's like, wow, Assange is cool. Then once you start exposing Obama administration crimes and Clinton crimes, oh my God, he was the worst enemy ever. He had to be arrested, he had to be charged, he had to be prosecuted. He spent 10 years. This is now over a decade. He's first spent time in the Ecuadorian embassy for 7-8 years, and then now the last 3 years he's been in Belmarsh, one of the worst prisons in the world. He's willing to die for what he believes in, and I have so much respect for that man. I'm amazed that he's still alive somehow. I mean, so much respect for that man. I mean, I don't know if I can put up with what he has. I mean,
I know I mean, and he's not able. He's had a mini stroke. Even
exactly.
You know, so this to me, I know Misty has talked about with we have this his extradition hearing essentially the 20th, right? Where and she thinks it's probably just going to be a stamped page procedure, it does give us an opportunity to because he's here in the States, right? It's like now the torch is being sent over to the American side, right? Where we have the opportunity to be in places where he's at, possibly, we haven't heard from him. Like,
no.
My biggest hope for him is that, obviously I think he's going to get extradited here, but my biggest hope is that they extradite him here and then they say, okay, we got him. And then they let him go.
Yeah.
Sort of like making a
like
statement.
time served,
hoping,
sort of. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they do that. Like they say, okay, we got him. His mind is gone. He's pretty much a vegetable.
Right.
Let him go now. I'm hoping that's like the best case scenario.
Well, that's
the worst case scenario is that.
It's the saddest part of it to me. And the first time I heard Misty say it, I was like, it killed me. I was like, Jesus Christ. It's like she essentially said, we'll never have the same Julian Assange. It'll never be the same. I mean, even if he gets out, it'll never be the same.
They did to him.
Yeah.
I mean, you could tell they drugged him. I mean, they did so much things to him.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see it. So it's just a depressing case to follow.
That's the thing. If he would have taken Trump's deal, none of this would have happened. Remember when Trump offered him that deal? In exchange for his source in the Russiagate story, he was willing to let him go.
Yeah.
But he stayed with his principles. Like, no, I'm not giving up my source. So he's willing to martyr himself for his beliefs, and I salute him. I mean, I would have taken that deal probably. I'll be real with you guys. I mean, if I were him, but I have so much respect for that man but I'm willing. I mean, if he's extradited here to the U.S., I mean, this fight isn't over. But yeah, I have so much respect for that man. Like I said before, that.
Yeah. Also this weekend, this is also Ricky stuff. This is the Pots and Pans March.
Disband
in the Dams Wars.
No war with Russia! Disband NATO! No war with Russia!
So they did that. So super good of them. I would like more of that, please. Ricky in there. You can hear Ricky representing.
Yes.
But we also have a friend of the show, Misty, who I should be on in an hour and a half on her show. So people should go check that out. But
we got some banners. Hold on. Come for a walk. We're going on a walk, Alex. So we have some banners down here. Big old banner. So that's on. I'm trying not to show. I've been told not to show anybody's houses or cars because we don't want to get in trouble by Secret Service. I'm not trying to get arrested this time. Okay, so we have Free Assange and candles out. Another banner. Everybody say hi to Alex Hills. Hi, Alex. Hi, Alex. We love you. Alex is a badass.
And also for the new people that joined in as well, because I know that.
Oh yeah, and other people who are not Alex. We love you too. We love you too. So, yeah, we're just out here chilling. We're chilling. We're gonna be here until maybe I think sunset's at 7:30. So.
Yeah, they're out there all day for that.
Come to Merrick Garland's house. How dare you?
Right? Don't do that. Don't. Whatever you do.
Yeah, I wish I could have been there, but I had.
Yeah, me too. I wanted to be there, but
yeah,
it happens.
Who are these people?
So, Colin is mentioning this plea deal about Julian Assange, everyone's favorite publisher and truth teller. But we'll get into who this lady is in a second. I'm sure people in the chat know her very well already, but if you're new, you'll find out. So this is from SheerPost. The old Joe Loria,
Joe.
He's out here, Consortium News favorite. This time putting some stuff in SheerPost. So he writes, the U.S. ambassador. Well, I should go back to the title, huh? Carolyn Kennedy says U.S. open to Assange plea deal. So this was August 15th, not that long ago. The U.S. ambassador to Australia believes a plea bargain could free imprisoned WikiLeaks publisher Julian Assange, allowing him to serve a shortened sentence for a lesser crime in his home country. Carolyn Kennedy told the Sydney Morning Herald in a front-page interview published Monday that the decision on a plea deal was up to the U.S. Justice Department, so it's not really a diplomatic issue, she says. Right off the bat, we're fucking big swings and misses to me.
Right.
But I think that there absolutely could be a resolution, she told the newspaper. And I think this is only because of public support for Assange has grown in Australia.
Right.
So Kennedy noted the firm comments by U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken on July 31st in Brisbane that Mr. Assange was charged with very serious criminal conduct in the United States in connection with his alleged role in one of the later compromises of classified information. Where was I? Oh, compromises of classified information in the history of our country. So I say that only because, just as we understand sensitivities here, it's important that our friends understand sensitivities in the United States. Ugh. Like, what? Like, that's what that sounds like.
Right. Very
So-
serious criminal. Can you care to say what it was?
Huh? Like, no, he told the truth about us. That's what happened.
Right.
He said what we didn't want him to say to people. Despite Blinken's strong words, Kennedy said, but there's a way to resolve it. You can read the newspapers just like I can. I wouldn't read those newspapers, actually. Just saying.
Right.
Gabriel Shipton, Assange's brother, told the Herald Carolyn Kennedy wouldn't be saying these things if they didn't want a way out. The Americans want this off their plate. Right? Do they? Or do they want it handled?
I would argue the latter.
Yeah.
Make this go away.
Make this go away, please. Which we'll get to how that might happen. The newspaper said there could be a David Hicks style plea bargain. Colin, do you know that man? You heard of this guy? David Hicks?
No.
Cool, we'll get to him. A so-called Alford plea in which Assange would continue to state his innocence while accepting a lesser charge that would allow him to serve additional time in Australia. The 4 years Assange has already served on remand at London's maximum security Belmarsh prison could perhaps be taken into account. So this is saying that they're saying that this could happen. Doesn't mean that it does. If it does, we have this. So David Hicks, an Australian, violated his rights by jailing him after Guantanamo transfer. Okay? So comes out of Guantanamo, okay, goes to Australia, okay, the same kind of deal, right? So David Hicks was arrested in Afghanistan in 2001, sent to the U.S. Naval Base at Gitmo in January 2002. In March 2007, after pleading guilty under a plea agreement, okay,
right,
he was, they tried to state earlier that he could plea innocence but just take a lesser charge. That's not how it works. That's not how plea deals work. Riddle me that.
Right. Typically, a plea deal, you give information that you want in exchange. So what are you exchanging?
Right. What information do you want him to give? What? You know what I'm saying? That's part of it. Well, the thing is, I think
you gave was the problem.
I think they're looking for Reds. I think they're saying, look, take a plea deal, give up your Russian sources, quote unquote. You know what I mean?
Ah, true.
Like, or any source.
Right.
Pick a source. I'm sure there's plenty of sources Assange has that they don't know about. You know?
Right.
So he may not be willing to do that to accept that plea. So he was convinced under the U.S. Military Commission Act of 2006 with, quote, providing material support for terrorism and given a 7-year sentence. Most of it suspended, right? That was the plea deal. We'll suspend most of it, okay? Acceptance of the plea agreement was a condition for his return. He was transferred in May 2007 to Australia, where he served the remaining 7 months of his sentence in prison, okay? By the time Mr. Hicks was transferred, there was a lot of information available that raised serious concerns about the fairness of the procedures by the U.S. Military Commission that should have been enough to cast doubt among the Australian authorities as to the legality and legitimacy of the sentence imposed on him. So Mr. Salvioli, Australian officials had also visited Mr. Hicks at Gitmo and were therefore in a good position to understand the conditions under which he was held and tried. However, Australia did not do so, and by accepting to imprison Mr. Hicks for the remainder of the sentence, Australia violated his rights under Article 9 of the Covenant, the committee found. As a party to the ICCPR, Australia is obliged to make full reparations to individuals whose rights have been violated. In Mr. Hicks's case, Australia's actions regarding the transfer arrangement were intended to help him and did, in fact, mitigate the harm he would have suffered had he remained in U.S. custody, and so the finding of a violation was sufficient reparations, the committee noted. What committee, Colin, do you think said all this and then eventually just went, it's whatever? Which committee do you think that is?
Jesus Christ.
These committees. Okay? So, we get back to ScheerPost. David Hicks was an Australian imprisoned by the United States in Gitmo for 5 years. He was ultimately released by the U.S. after pressure from the Australian government when he agreed to an Alford plea, in which he pled guilty to a single charge, but was allowed to assert his innocence at the same time on the grounds that he understood he would not receive a fair trial. Okay? So, it's essentially saying, plead guilty, say you're innocent.
Right.
Right? So, Hicks was then returned to Australia where he served an additional 7 months in prison. His case was then thrown out on appeal when it was established that the charge of giving material assistance to terrorists was not yet a crime on the books at the time of his arrest. Okay? Which they distinctly left out of that last article. The Herald quoted Don Rothwell, an international law expert at Australian National University in Canberra, as saying that Assange would have to travel to the U.S. in order to work out the plea deal. So, that means what, Colin? He's got to come over here. What does that mean?
Not good.
That's extradition. That's what that is.
Right.
That means
Not
we'll just
good.
round you up, put you in jail anyway, and screw whatever plea deal we were going to offer you. So, everything that we know about Julian Assange suggests this would be a significant sticking point for him, Rothwell said. It's not possible to strike a plea deal outside the relevant jurisdiction, except in the most exceptional circumstances. However, Bruce Afrin, a U.S. constitutional attorney, told Consortium News CN Live webcast in May that it would indeed be possible for Assange to remain in Britain to work out the deal. Usually, American courts don't act unless the defendant is inside that district and shows up to the court, Afrin said. However, there's nothing strictly prohibiting it either, and in a given instance, a plea could be taken internationally. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's not barred by any laws. If all parties consent to it, then the court has jurisdiction. That's if you want to accept the plea deal, right? Which we don't know what that is yet, right? Is it, because what is it now, 185 years, something like that? Right? You know, they drop it down to another 10? He could be dead in that time. Yeah. You know? Like, literally, he had a mini stroke. Like, we're talking about And Australian prisons aren't that much better than here, even if that was the case. Correct? So, on something he is not guilty of any crime. He's not. So
Right. And notice how they haven't said what his crime was. Yeah.
Right.
Still
Yeah.
waiting.
Yeah, yes. So Afrin said that 7 years in the Ecuadorian embassy in London and 4 years in Belmarsh, Assange obviously would have a fear of coming to the U.S., and our prison system is often known for rough treatment in terms of management units and solitary confinement.
I mean, y'all seen Oz.
Yes. Yeah. Not to be confused with our Oz. But Afrin said it was understandable that Assange would not trust the U.S. to follow through on a deal if he went to America. The U.S. sometimes finds ways to get around these agreements, Afrin said. The better approach would be that he pleads well in the UK, if at all. We resolve the sentence by either an additional sentence of 7 months, such as David Hicks had, or a year to be served in the UK or in Australia, or time served. Shipton told the Herald that his brother going to the U.S. was a non-starter. He said Julian cannot go to the U.S. under any circumstances. Afrin said Assange would not necessarily have to plead to an espionage or computer intrusion offense, which is one of the two things they are saying, right? Hacking or espionage, right? When he's not an American citizen.
Right.
That's what's happening, right? So he could plead simply to mishandling official information, or even, in the worst case scenario, conspiracy to mishandle official information. A far lesser charge.
I would argue conspiracy to mishandle official information wouldn't necessarily be a lesser charge to me. I just think they're making this up.
No, conspiracy is thinking about doing it.
Right, but
in this case.
But official information, though, I would consider
arguably
government.
Colin, it wasn't him that did that. It was the Washington Post. It was they did that.
No,
it was the Guardian.
That's what. But all I'm saying is, it just sounds like they're just trying to throw whatever
he didn't want to publish
charge
any of that stuff
could,
yet,
even though it doesn't make sense, and see what kind of sticks. That's what the impression this kind of gives me.
Yeah, I mean, and also espionage. That's bogus too. Pretty much.
Right.
They're accusing him of spying. For who? There has to be a reason for the spying. You have to spy for a country. Are you saying Australia used him as a spy? Are you saying Russia used him as a spy? That's what espionage
I'm sure that's
is.
what they're gonna. I'm sure that's what they're gonna go with.
Right. Which part of the plea deal would be like, I'm sure, give up your source and your funding and whatever. So that would also resolve the case and probably give the U.S. its satisfaction, and would allow Julian essentially to hold his head up high after all these years. I disagree to some degree.
No,
the fact that you have to claim any guilt when you weren't guilty at all,
like Assange is a lot more principled than that. Like, absolutely not.
The issue is, dude, he's been locked up in a hole for so long. He may take this just because it's a glimmer of hope to get out. So
I think this is why I want to think of it, and Missy can argue with this if I'm wrong. I think he would rather die. And I think that's the kind of stance we all should be taking.
I think he's
rather die in revealing the truth.
Bro, he's got 2 kids.
Living a life.
He's got 2 kids, a wife. Like, he might want to get back to them. Like, I'm just saying, like...
But here's the thing, and...
I don't wish he would, but I think it's a possibility.
Here's an aside, though. Very quick. I've had this conversation with my dad in terms of, I don't have necessarily the best relationship with my dad. My dad is a Pan-Africanist, very much for the movement. And he separated from my mom when I was very young. And one thing that I remember him saying at one point was, in a sense, he felt like he had to make a choice between his family or the movement. And he chose the movement. Do I feel that's necessarily the best decision he could have made? I don't know, because it's ended up not having. I think back as a child, teenager, like I didn't quite understand why he would not be for his family in the way that he should have, versus like what his feelings were regarding Black liberation. That being said, now as an adult, not to say I agree, but I understand why.
Yeah.
Because it's the idea of, what do you want to be known for when you're dead and gone? And I think the idea that Julian has in his mind is, and I don't want to say that he wants to die a martyr, but it's the idea of what he represented in terms of free press and the idea of being a martyr for the truth. That, I think, at the end of the day, if he's able, the sacrifice he'll have to make for his kids, I totally get. But I think, in my mind, that's the sacrifice that he's willing to make.
That's on top of the psychological torture involved, and that's only what we can see, let alone the stuff's happening behind the scenes. So I'm not going to be upset if he chooses this. I will understand why he would have. But
I think that's his decision. That's only a decision that he will have to make. But I would argue that, especially for his kids and Stella, it's the idea of like they will be able to kind of learn the truth and carry on that memory for their dad, in honor of their dad. And I think ultimately, to me, that will something that will last beyond him, which I think, to me, in my mind, that's a lot more powerful than him kind of taking a deal, in this case, just to be home. That's a hard choice. I don't think there's any right or wrong in this, honestly.
Yeah.
Ultimately, that's a choice that Julian has to make. But as I said, given how I believe him to be somewhat principled, I believe that obviously we don't want him, to die from this, obviously. But it's the idea, if you're willing to die for the betterment of the press, in terms of truth, in terms of exposing, that's what's going to carry, because
the president,
people are not going to continue. It's the president, and people like us, and like, shout out to Misty. If anything, that's going to,
it could make things worse,
gain more momentum in terms of his advocacy.
Well, my issue with this is with it's a half measure from these Australian legal teams, only because they're getting some public pressure from it to say that now we should have a plea deal. No, ask for him out.
But who's to say the advocacy now should be no?
Offer him asylum. Like, do something other than this. This is just accept it so we can move on. That's what this is.
Right. And I don't think, and it sounds like, Gabriel, it doesn't sound like that they're not going to go for that, but that's where the advocacy should fall right now, is in terms of let him go, or if you really want to mess with him, give him asylum.
Yeah.
So
here's Bruce Afrin on Joe Loria's and Kathy Vogan's show over at Consortium. And we're going to listen to him.
Think the United States would consider offering such a plea deal, this Alfred plea deal to Assange?
Well, the U.S. does offer plea deals in many instances, especially in cases that touch on espionage and international issues of this nature. Julian doesn't have to plead to an espionage offense or a computer hacking offense. He could plead simply to mishandling official information, or even in a worst case scenario, conspiracy to mishandle official information, a far lesser charge. And that would also resolve the case and probably give the US its satisfaction and would allow Julian essentially to hold his head up high after all these years.
Those charges are not in the original indictment, but you were saying to us before that the indictment could be amended to those charges.
It can be amended to include what we call a lesser included offense. This is often done in cases of this nature.
Kathy.
Now, Stephen Kenny said to me that he hoped the US wouldn't force Julian Assange to take a plea. But if so, he hoped they would never force him to come to the US. Would it be possible to do one without the other?
You know, Kathy, that's a very interesting question. Usually American courts don't act unless a defendant is inside their district and shows up to the court. However, there's nothing strictly prohibiting it either. And in a given instance, a plea could be taken internationally. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's not barred by any laws. If all parties consent to it, then the court has jurisdiction. And so I think that that is an option for Julian. I think that he's obviously in a troubled state of mind. He's gone through a horrendous experience, and first virtual incarceration in an embassy, then being dragged out of the embassy, incarcerated for nearly a year for a bail jumping offense for a crime that was dropped, and now incarcerated for more than 3 years pending extradition. And so, you know, he obviously would have a fear of coming to the US. And our prison system is often known for rough treatment in terms of management units and solitary confinement. And the US sometimes finds ways to get around these agreements. The better approach would be that he pleads while in the UK. We resolve the sentence by either an additional sentence of 7 months, such as David Hicks had, or a year to be served in the UK or in Australia, or time served. He's already served more than 3 years, which is probably what he would get anyway in a normal trial setting. So there are ways to do this if everyone wants to find a solution. That's a very important point. Also, by the way, he could plead guilty and make a reservation as to the constitutionality of the charge and still seek an appeal on that ground. That's really what happened in the Hicks case. In any event, there are ways to solve these problems if both sides want to.
Anything to add on that, Care Bear?
You did.
I mean, as I said, it's make this go away in the way that is the most expedient for the people involved other than Assange.
Yeah.
So it's tough because, as I said, if this is a way for him, and that's not even discussed, and that's the thing, it's like, will he be able to go home, or none of that is just basically more prison time. Basically, is what we're hearing right now. You know, so to me, it's just kind of like, how different is that going to be from where he is now? The only difference is he's going to be, if he is extradited here, you know, he's going to potentially going to be put where? Like, you know, the situation is going to be way worse for him.
Yeah.
Right.
So
he could get more likely
the same black sites that they
here,
put people like Epstein in, that kind of stuff.
Right. Right. And I don't want to say stuff, you know, in terms of but, you know, some mess can happen.
Yeah.
Accidentally.
And
or
the cameras might not work.
work.
And.
So
right. So the issue is right now is that he's in limbo, right? Legally, he's in Belmarsh. They haven't decided to actually grab him and bring him here. So, I mean, you know, so on May 22nd, 2 days before President Joe Biden due to visit Australia on a trip he then canceled, right? Assange lawyer Jennifer Robinson said for the first time on behalf of the Assange legal team that they would consider a plea deal. Robinson told the National Press Club in Canberra, we are considering all options. The difficulty is our primary position is, of course, that the case ought to be dropped, which I would agree with. We say no crime has been committed and the facts of the case don't disclose a crime. So what is it that Julian would be pleading to? Assange remains in Belmarsh, awaiting a final 30-minute hearing before the High Court of England, Wales, which is on summer recess until October 1st. Okay, more limboing, right? Assange's lawyers will attempt to reverse a decision by the High Court not to hear his appeal against the Home Secretary's extradition order and against most of the lower courts ruling in his extradition case. That court, in January 21, ordered Assange released on health grounds in the conditions of U.S. prisons, but sided with the U.S. on every other point of law. The U.S. then won its appeal before the High Court, which overturned the order to release Assange. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is due to visit President Biden at the White House at the end of October, at which time Assange supporters may hope that an arrangement to send Assange to Australia could be finalized, but the High Court could convene before that. If it rejects Assange's final appeal, he could be put on a plane to Alexandria, Virginia, where he faces up to 175 years in a U.S. dungeon for publishing article information about U.S. war crimes and corruption.
Yo, Alexandria is just right across the river from me. If that happens, there's going to be enough people here that will fly into Virginia to protest against that.
Yeah.
So
2,000 years later.
Greg Barnes, a human rights
go
lawyer.
ahead and do it.
Right. Greg Barnes, a human rights lawyer who advises the Assange campaign. Colin's talking about getting a posse together with dynamite, and I'm down. You know, a couple of lassos. It's going to be a great time. You know, you can ride your old-time horse, right? Told the Australian Associated Press that Assange had come between the U.S. and Australia as Washington gets Canberra's cooperation to set up new U.S. military facilities in Australia as it ramps up pressure on China. That's why this might even be happening. Right? That they're saying, like, hey, if we're going to do your dirty work, you're going to have to, like, let us have this one.
Right.
You know? So it's clearly a diplomatic issue because it has engaged the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister. It's not an ordinary, run-of-the-mill extradition case, Barnes said. This matter has become a sticking point in the alliance. So, yeah. He's not guilty. Drop the case. End of story. Anything else?
I'll let you know. Look, as I said, if I was in his shoes, I don't think in this case there's a right or wrong answer for him of what he should do. But I would argue, I like to believe that he is as principled as I've been told he is, and will not do it, even if that means his life. Because again, it's the president that it will be set. You know, that speaks to other people who will want, like, that kind of puts other people, like journalists, in danger if he does. So who's to say they can't implicate, like, Ava Bartlett or
anybody? The precedent,
anybody, or us, or our audience, if they choose to go into citizen journalism. Like, who's to say that can't happen to any one of us if that happens?
Look at like the precedent here. Conspiracy to maluse government information. That was pretty much what it said, right? Like, the precedent of that, like, if he pleads guilty to that, then what does that They go after everyone with that.
Right.
And then you might
So,
get how
given-
long in prison? How long has he been there? That's then the precedent.
Right.
And possibly more if they then tack on espionage and whatever. Like, then it could just be, well, we definitely can get you for this, but we'll try to get you for the other stuff, you know?
Mhm.
So whistleblowing would stop. That would not be a thing. You would just ruined every whistleblower protection you have, which there really isn't any to begin with. So anyway.
Main test is reasonable suspicion. The UK courts only have to look at something which is not convicting him. It's a very, very low threshold, reasonable suspicion. And then you must have the information necessary to establish that there is a reasonable suspicion. Then there are some exceptions. You know, generally, if there's a political offense or an offense you don't at all accept in your own system, you would disregard or not apply this extradition agreement. In the European Union, as you remember, in the UK case, we have the European arrest warrant, which is supposed, because of the mutual trust we have between European countries in the EU, there should be a very automatic procedure, very little holding back. In the US, the decision was, are we going to pursue Assange on the basis of this assisting to a breach of confidentiality by assisting somebody in getting into the information database? You know, that was then considered a particular offense which could be suitable to demand, request an extradition of Mr. Assange. And then, of course, they said, don't care. We go for the big one. We prosecute him for espionage and whatever else. Well, that is making it extremely difficult for the UK courts to extradite. Now, it's so politically focused that one really has to worry about that process. But so that's one aspect. Another aspect of territory and the limitations you have in the law that is so basically territorial. That's one of the reasons why a US security service, for instance, will ask a private contractor in a third country to be involved when they provide their services in a fourth country. You know, you create all these barriers, which makes it very difficult to actually hold anybody liable afterwards. And the limitations of the law there are many, but in addition to that, when it comes to the criminal law, in most countries, although we have independent authorities, they are influenced by political wishes, and that creates, in Assange's case, a great problem. And really, it is countries like Spain which happens to have a certain institutional system for independent prosecution. Which then, you remember in the Pinochet case in the 1990s, was very important. You had a judge who's now also involved in this case, who then very heroically stood up and started an investigation, which meant that Pinochet was kept for a long period in some kind of pre-trial or pre-extradition detention in the UK. Now, again, we have to rely on other systems to do this. In the UK, however, I just mentioned one case as my last point here is in 2017, you got the decision in the Belhaj case, where Jack Straw, who had been the Secretary of State, Foreign Affairs, he was sued by Mr. Belhaj because he was kidnapped with his wife in the Far East, brought to Libya, which the US and the UK at that stage collaborated with, tortured, mistreated, kept for several years. In the end, he was let out, and by chance, some information became available to the press. The case started, and the UK courts then faced the government saying, well, basically, you can't sue the Secretary of the State or the Deputy Director of MI6, the UK intelligence services. You can't sue them for this. They have all kinds of immunities, and in the end they came up with a very contorted idea that it would affect the collaboration between the UK and the US, something they refer to as foreign act of state doctrine, which then the court limited. So actually, Mr. Belhaj was allowed to then sue the UK government, which then meant that he got a large sum of money, and the case was out of the court system. But in that process, we got a lot of information, and it is dishonoring, for that. It was a deputy head of the MI6 at the time, and then Jack Straw. It is dishonoring, and it has effects, although they did not end up in prison the way they should have done. I intervened as a UN Special Rapporteur with on behalf of some of the others, together with the then torture reporter in the UK Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court, and we then, of course, explained what the international law said. So that's just one case which has then brought some kind of result. It means that the people who are involved here, we have a number of issues. First of all, Mr. Assange must not die in custody. He must not be extradited. Then we have all these other issues which play into that. But also, it's a long-term obligation on civil society to not give up. To make sure that these people are prosecuted. The next 5 years, in the next 10 years. Basically until they die. They will face this possible retribution by society in the sense that they are held to account the way the law requires. And that's also something we have to build up in parallel. But of course, first things first, make sure he doesn't die and that he's not sent to the US.
Yes. Thank you, Mats. Could I draw people's attention to the fact that Julian will be under special administrative measures if he goes to the US, in that neither his lawyers nor he will be able to express clearly, and we'll come back to that in a second in terms of the complete violations of Julian's human rights if he were to go to the US. But I know Max Blumenthal has to leave in a short while because he has to catch a train somewhere else. Could I just ask you a couple of questions, Max, before you leave? One, I think you've referred to in the past about the fact that there was attempts to kidnap and poison Julian. Could you say a few words about that, please? Max, you need to unmute yourself.
Unmute.
Can you hear me now? Good. Okay. This Zoom is there's a ghost in the machine. In any case, I blame the MI6. In any case, to your question, this was another disturbing detail that came out of the Spanish case, which is,
Welcome back, guys. Thanks for joining us. We have a breaking update. We want to fill you in as we go. So Juan has been sat in his hotel room. He has the remote access, and Juan has some updates he's going to talk us through.
Yeah, so the morning started, Chloe, like yesterday. Technical problems to the point that nobody could hear. Now, thankfully, we have seen a change on that, and we were actually able to hear Claire Dobbins, the prosecutor, arguing in the second half of this morning. What the prosecution intended to argue is that this is not a political prosecution, but rather one based in law. Their evidence is that the indictment was started under the Trump administration and the Biden administration continue it. So it could not possibly be an indictment based in
political,
law.
right.
She then tended to divert the attention away from the 17 charges of espionage, which are clearly a political charge. There's no way to consider them anything else than a political charge. And they base their attention on the one charge, which is a computer abuse and fraud act. This is they aim to try to argue that Julian helped hack government systems. We know that this is incorrect, and they try to reference the second superseding indictment, which contains evidence from a source that an FBI source that we know is a fraudster who has stepped back and said that the indictment actually was not based in what he said. So he said he lied to the FBI, and that's the evidence that we're seeing from Claire Dobbins. Then they argued that the prosecution is only focusing on documents that harmed people. We know that this is incorrect because the charges are for receiving classified documents, having classified documents, and publishing classified documents, and that includes all the documents, not alleged people harmed by these documents. We also know in 2013 a CIA outfit who had a WikiLeaks task force investigating WikiLeaks and the documents that were published in 2010 and trying to find people who were harmed. Brigadier General Robert Carr testified under oath in the Chelsea Manning hearing that nobody was harmed as a result of the publications of WikiLeaks. The government, the prosecutors here have not gone into details of any people that might have been harmed, and they argue that this information will only come to light, or they'll talk about it once Julian is extradited, and if he is extradited. This is what I have for you guys this morning, and we'll continue to listen in and bring you updates as soon as we can.
Fantastic. So Juan, you're going to go back to your room now, do more remote listening, and we'll be back when the court breaks for lunch with more statements, more interviews, and we'll try and get as many people out here as we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Protected witness, who I believe was the former business partner of David Morales, who quit the business because they were disgusted with what was taking place around the embassy. A plan was put forward to either enable the kidnapping of Julian Assange. I think this was in early 2018, by leaving the door of the embassy open and then allowing a kidnap team to enter. And poisoning him was also a proposal put forward. And this led to, a really vehement protest by UC Global employees, including those who were the spies at the embassy. And they said, Morales, you're taking us down a really dangerous path here. This is, not what we signed up for. But everything that UC Global did in every capacity was just following orders. They were just taking instructions, and there's an important detail in my piece where the former business partner describes his confrontations with David Morales and says, what you're doing is working for the enemy. This is illegal, and so on. You're violating our contract with the Ecuadorian government. And Morales would rip open his shirt sometimes and puff out his chest and declare, I am a wholehearted mercenary. So a wholehearted mercenary would not really have any ideological conviction to take down WikiLeaks or Assange. He's just following orders. My point here is that if there's an assassination plan put forward or a kidnapping plan put forward, we should expect that it's being put forward by Washington, or more specifically by Langley, by the CIA. So yeah, I should have mentioned those details earlier. There were a few more questions in the chat I wanted to address. One is that we should interview Fidel Narvaez, and I want to point viewers to an article that Fidel contributed to us at the Gray Zone, thegrayzone.com, after Julian Assange was smeared in April 2019 after coming out of the embassy by the new embassy staff put in by Lenin Moreno, the kind of neoliberal leader who is following the dictates of Washington and the IMF. And they said that he smeared feces on the walls and abused embassy staff. It's just classic, CIA disinformation. And Fidel did a great job of taking down that misinformation. So I point everyone to that article. It's a good piece to share if you're ever confronted with this misinformation. And I think there's definitely room for it. I think, he's someone that I think other voices in the U.S. should hear from more, those who have been, sympathetic to Julian. It's really hard right now to actually get the media to pay attention to this.
On
and
that point,
this
Max, sorry, on that point, could I just ask, I know Stefania also will have to leave shortly, so could I just ask you very quickly, if you will, in 2 minutes, if you could tell us, what do you think of statements more recently that what the US government did in respect of UC Global is justified? And same question to you, Stefania. Over to you, Max.
Well, I'm not aware of, are there any US government statements justifying it?
No. There are some journalists who have come out to say that the US government's role and what UC Global has done is justified. And many of these journalists obviously are stenographers of the state. So it would be very interesting to see. I can see you're horrified by that very statement. Do you have an immediate response to that?
But it's absolutely true. It is beyond belief and unacceptable, but they say it.
Which journalists have said that?
Stefania, did you want to go? Sorry, I heard you speak.
I haven't heard about journalists justifying and saying that basically what they did is acceptable. What is surprising to me is that this silence and lack of coverage. If you consider the Washington Post, they had one of the prominent journalists there, and Ellen Nakashima, national security reporter. And as far as I know, they didn't react. They didn't run a major story. There was no protest. And, I feel lucky because my union, the Italian Union of Journalists, issued a protest, at least a public protest, but others were completely silenced. And to this day, we haven't any kind of coverage. I mean, can you imagine if we had this kind of situation for the New York Times or the Guardian? Imagine if the editor-in-chief of the New York Times or the Guardian had been targeted by such a security company spying on all his meetings and visitors and doctors and lawyers. It would be an international scandal and outrage and hundreds of articles, and we don't see anything about Julian Assange WikiLeaks, which is a complete scandal. I mean, if you go through the UC Global emails by David Morales to his employees, he provides instructions, he gives instructions to his employees, asking to gather information and about Stella Morris, about the Juan and Jose Passarelli, about Sarah Harrison, about all the lawyers like Baltasar Garzon, about Renata Avila and Jennifer Robinson, the Ecuadorian lawyer Carlos Poveda. So, I mean, this is something extremely serious, and you can imagine what we would have seen if this was about the New York Times and the traditional media. But since it was about WikiLeaks, we see this silence. We don't see any kind of public condemnation. As I said, I was lucky because my union protested, by others did absolutely nothing. And I'm sure the journalists involved and targeted, few of them will file criminal complaints, will ask for condemnation, public statement from the unions. So, I mean, this silence is really of concern, you know?
Yeah, I actually have I have the images of Ellen Nakashima, the Washington Post correspondent's phone that were taken by UC Global as they opened it and took all of the information they would need to hack into her phone. I have images of Anthony Lowell Bergman, who was the New York Times correspondent, being spied on inside the embassy. And we hear complete silence from these media institutions about this taking place. As Stefania said, if Vladimir Putin and his intelligence agencies were behind this, it would be a gigantic international scandal. It's really remarkable how the U.S. media, which poses as independent, the Washington Post says on its banner, democracy dies in darkness, is so willing on an almost individual level to shroud this case in darkness. It almost makes you question whether it's real because it's so scandalous, it's so criminal, and they won't touch it. I'll provide one more detail before I go that relates to something Stefania mentioned, which was that Balthazar Garzón, who was the head of Julian Assange's legal team, was followed by UC Global spies when he went to pick up the former Ecuadorian president, Rafael Correa, at Barajas Airport in Madrid, Spain. I actually have a intelligence report that was apparently personally written by David Morales in English on following them. And why was it written in English? I mean, he wasn't writing this for the Ecuadorians. It's obvious he was writing it for American intelligence. They were photographed inside Garzón's home. This was taking place outside the embassy, targeting former world leaders and the lead lawyer for a publisher who had not been convicted of any crime at that point. And according to a former UC Global employee, in November 2017, again, remember, Morales is just following orders here. He proposed breaking into the Madrid office of Balthazar Garzón in order to, in the words of the employee, obtain relevant information about Mr. Assange and give it to the Americans. Okay, this is November 2017. December 18th, 2017, El País, the Spanish daily, reported that 3 hooded men dressed in black broke into Garzón's office, took no money, but according to the paper, shuffled through documents. So put 2 and 2 together here. This is a global criminal ring, pretty obviously being run by the CIA against lawyers, against journalists, completely subverting freedom of speech around the world, attorney-client privilege, all to destroy a publisher who embarrassed them. And once again, American media is allowing whatever's left of democracy to die in darkness.
Thanks, Max. We have a question from Joe Lauria at Consortium News, who asks, how did the Americans get Ecuador to cancel the immunity plan? And do you have any details, Max? So last question for you before you and Stefania have to head off. I'm hoping Stefania will stay for a few minutes longer if she can.
Thanks, and thanks to Joe for everything Consortium News is doing on this issue. Well, as I said before, basically the spying on the embassy and Julian and his legal team enabled the U.S. to foil the plan to get Julian diplomatic immunity so he could leave the embassy under the auspices of the Vienna Conventions. This was a secret plan. It required total secrecy. It appears, based on what I know about the plan, that Julian was just going to get in a car awaiting diplomatic vehicle one day, and he was going to be out of there And if anyone wanted to arrest him, they would have to completely violate the sanctity of diplomatic immunity and sovereignty, and it would have created a massive international incident. It would have been, tantamount to an act of war. And so the secrecy of the plan was completely disrupted. Therefore, if Julian had stepped foot outside the embassy, he could have just been arrested then. So that's what I think took place. And as I mentioned, Todd Chapman, who was then the U.S. ambassador to Ecuador, was actually threatening Ecuadorian officials about the plan.
Revoking the immunity in relation to allowing the British to enter the embassy.
Well, this was political as well. I mean, this is almost unprecedented, and we have to recognize we've done a ton of reporting on what's taking place in Ecuador at the gray zone. Lenin Moreno, who was the successor to Rafael Correa, and I know Fidel can probably speak with more authority about this, was basically what Correa correctly called a Trojan horse for the U.S. and the IMF. He had an IMF loan being dangled before him that the U.S. controlled, and he was being told, give up Assange. And what he has subsequently done since coming in is arrest Jorge Glass, the former vice president of Correa, sentence Correa in absentia to 8 years, basically targeting all of his political enemies who also happened to be people the U.S. was targeting. And on the same day that Julian Assange was arrested, April 11th, Ola Bini, a friend of Julian Assange, was arrested by Moreno's security services inside Ecuador and denied any due process for weeks and weeks. So basically, you had someone come in Ecuador who was a vassal of Washington, who willingly allowed the sovereignty of his country to be violated by a foreign police force, the British police, which were itself controlled basically by the U.S. Department of Justice. If you scroll to the end of my piece, you'll see photographs taken inside the courtroom during the first round of hearings on Julian's extradition. And someone who was inside the court provided me with photos of Americans in the courtroom who were seated behind the British prosecutors, basically whispering instructions into their ears, who appeared to be U.S. Department of Justice employees. So the U.S. is running this whole case. The whole thing is run by U.S. intelligence, as far as I can tell. And that means Lenin Moreno's government as well.
Thanks, Max.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Stefania, one of the comments we've always seen is that the reason the mainstream media is so silent is because when the government draws the line, they are not anywhere near the line, and they're happy to move back. And of course, except for a few exceptional journalists like Peter Oborne and others, and John Pilger, for example, there aren't very many journalists who have commented in the way you have done or others have done. Could you say a little bit, if you have any thoughts on why the alternative media, which, whether they're revealing environmental crimes or whether they're really revealing crimes in relation to other kind of criminality against women, against children, etc., they should also be afraid, because if not the mainstream media, at least they should be afraid about the government setting these boundaries. Do you have any thoughts about why the alternative media is silent?
Well, I'm not sure, because I can tell you my experience in this case. From the very beginning, this case has been, very weird, because we knew from the very beginning that Julian Assange and the WikiLeaks journalists were obvious targets, and we knew that they were targeted by all sorts of legal and extralegal procedures. At the same time, even if this was very clear from the very beginning, there was little public outrage. There was a little public reaction, public debate on this. So, and of course, then the demonization campaign of Julian Assange made the rest, because one of the reasons why Julian Assange there is very little solidarity is due to the demonization campaign against Julian Assange. But why the alternative media, why the other media don't work on this case? I really don't know. I mean, it's I don't know. I realize that there is very little journalism. If you consider, for example, my freedom of information litigation, I decided to go for it because back in 2015, no one had done it. So no journalist had tried to get the documents about this case, which was unbelievable. I mean, it was so high profile, and dozens of articles about the most absurd things, but no one had tried to get the documents, not even the so-called independent media, which is quite unbelievable because you expect the mainstream media not going for it, but you expect the so-called independent media get the documents, not even them. So, I mean, it's very depressing. And that's why I insist with this Freedom of Information Act litigation, because I feel the duty. I mean, a man has been in prison, has lost his freedom immediately as he published documents revealing war crimes. And he has spent 10 years confined, initially under house arrest, then in the embassy, then now in a prison, and no one tried to get the facts about this case. And I cannot accept this. That's why I insist and go ahead with this Freedom of Information Act litigation, because I feel the duty. I absolutely feel the duty. I mean, I cannot accept that in the heart of Europe, you have this situation about a major publisher who was an obvious target for revealing war crimes and torture, and no journalists get the facts about this case, and no independent media.
But could I ask you, Stefania, just the thing that we expect the press to be critical, stand up to government, etc. But of course, you know, and I know, that most journalists have an idea of press freedom. That's good. But also, most of them support government.
Yeah, absolutely.
One. Two, the people who devised the strategies here, who's devised all these clever breaches of decency and law, which we've been discussing, they, of course, also devise very sophisticated strategies for the publicity, you know, like blackening Julian Assange's name, his character, his moral, etc., in a way which makes it very difficult for people in the mainstream at certain points in time, you know, so they turn against him. They've used this. It's not like these people who are looking at this from the other side, who work for the intelligence agencies, etc., that they just do the things that Max Blumenthal told us about. They do these other things as well. They have operation desks. They use a lot of energy, a lot of money on this. And of course, they are very good at influencing public opinion.
Absolutely. And here,
it's not like it's one US agency. It's a raft of US agencies who use all their contacts. And in the UK, and for that matter in Sweden, in Scandinavia, in Sweden, I'm sure in Norway too, there are people who would spend an inordinate amount of time and all their competence and all their resources on achieving the results we see today. So in a sense, you know, it's for us not to be naive. It's a huge power, you know, over mighty power with endless resources on the other end. And it's for us to do, you know, the things you do, you know, particularly the things you do, and make other colleagues, you know, lawyers like me, journalists like you, feel bad conscience. You know, how can they let this pass the way they do? Unacceptably, morally, professionally, legally, and on all these different levels.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think. Sorry, go on, Stefania.
You realize that these people, the CIA, the intelligence agencies, have protection at all sorts of protection at every level, even at the media level, because otherwise there would be a lot of public outrage and whatever. they got protection even at the media level. So, I mean, I can imagine this kind of influence operation, this kind of demonization campaign, heavily supported by these intelligence agencies and well funded. Whereas if you look at on our side, if you look at, I'm a journalist working completely alone on this freedom of information litigation, struggling to get money to pay legal bills. So the asymmetry is huge. You know, on the other side, you have intelligence agency, the CIA, the US government, and many other entities with all sorts of resources and strategies. And on the other side, you have the little people, you know.
And before people feel very depressed, I think one of the, I think there is also a sense that we're all here together today, in a sense, trying to change that. And hopefully each of us has influence and some agency in order to be able to transform this, and so many skills. And I noticed a comment from one of the lawyers in the audience who says that this is a state-sponsored abduction, and it is an irregular rendition of Julian Assange, and that we have to remember that when we talk about it. We've gone over our 1.5 hours, which we had allocated, but it's been a very interesting debate. I know there are those whose questions have been posted, whom hopefully some aspects of your questions have been answered by the speakers. But thank you to everybody who attended. I'd like to thank Don't Extradite Assange for organizing the Zoom, the platform, the discussion across platforms. I'd like to thank our wonderful speakers. Thank you very much for your contributions. And my co-host, Professor Ian Munro. I'm Deepa Govindarajan Driver. And if you would like to contact me to the Eventbrite or at Deepa_Driver if you want to have any further comments about this. The hashtag we're using for today is #FreeTheTruth. So please feel free to use that hashtag as you tweet about the event afterwards. And thank you very much and goodbye.
Thanks to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank
you. Thank you. Bye.
Stella, welcome.
Thank you.
You have been fighting for the release of Julian Assange for almost over 8 years now. How much has it affected you personally?
Well, it's taken over my life, really, from the beginning, because I was aware that whereas Julian's freedom was one of the most important things to our right to know, to justice. I was also aware that it was very dangerous, that there were very dark forces that wanted him in prison, that wanted to silence him, that wanted to fight what he was fighting for, fight against what he was fighting for.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, for normal people, I mean, you know, to be put in these circumstances, how has that affected you and your perception of the world, on how it works actually, regarding this case?
Well, when I came into it, I thought I was quite a cynical, healthily cynical person. I understood a little bit about how power operated on a macro scale, and I guess I've learned a lot about how it operates on a micro scale. But I think I was also interested and attracted to this issue because my parents were involved in the anti-apartheid struggle. We lived in Botswana, and they were, actively
fighting against apartheid in their way. And my parents' circle of friends were freedom fighters as well, intellectuals, writers, artists, who were fighting for democracy in South Africa. And so that's the lens through which I understood the world. Through the profound injustice that the apartheid system was, and good people fighting for freedom. That was my upbringing. And so I think that largely influenced my wanting to free Julian.
Mm-hmm. And when you started your freedom fight, would you say you were maybe not aware of the huge enemy that you were fighting?
I think no one can really identify the contours or the many tentacles of the forces that are against Julian, because Julian has angered not just the centers of power in the US military or the US intelligence sector, but also the banks and big pharma and etc. So there's a lot of powerful interests that want to silence Julian in many different ways, and we saw how that operated in practice, for example, when in 2010, as Julian and WikiLeaks were publishing the Afghan war logs and the Iraq war diaries and the diplomatic cables, the credit card companies started shutting off donations to WikiLeaks. And that was kind of a private censorship that was influenced by the political environment. And there are many examples like this. And of course, the courts in Iceland ruled that that was illegal.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's been attacked from, as you say, many fronts, since he has actually exposed many secrets for many companies and even individuals, and as you said, banks, pharmaceutical companies, military governments, and so on. Many people would just, some people I would say, not many, but some people would just say, you know, this is a losing fight, and just, why just don't give it? It's been now, as you say, 10 years of fighting a system that seems to be unbeatable. What is your thinking? Is it always beatable?
It's more like, if we lose this fight, we lose our liberties, we lose democracy, we lose our right to know. It's kind of the mother of all fights. So many things converge in what has been so many things converge in the attack on Julian. That he has to win it, because if he loses this fight, then we're all exposed. It's not just about an attack on journalism, it's an attack on the fundamental values of liberal democracies. It creates a new standard through which our liberties are limited permanently. So it's not just about one man, although it is about Julian as a person. It's about these greater principles, but it's also about an innocent man who is politically persecuted and has been viciously attacked and who is wrongly imprisoned. It's about the crimes that he exposed, but also the crimes that are being committed ongoingly against him, the abuse of the process against him. If that's permitted to remain, then we're all lost. Then we're not living in a liberal democracy. We're living in a system where we're not allowed to have insight in the inner workings of government. And in fact, if we do expose the inner workings of government, then we're thrown into jail and we're silenced forever.
And why is it that you think that not more governments in the world, I mean governments who are actually elected, democratic governments, and the members of their parliaments, why not more have been standing up and saying enough is enough? There's no crime that this man did.
There are, I think we have to give credit where it's due, and there are many politicians in various countries who are standing up. Even though it's not happening in their country, they understand the implications, they understand the kind of the attack on the sovereignty of the rest of the world, of the countries of the rest of the world, that what's being done to Julian involves. They understand that it's an attack on someone who is regarded as one of the greatest freedom of expression fighters and journalists of the past however many years. So there are people who are standing up, and you have cross-party groups in Iceland, in Germany, in Australia, and in the United Kingdom, who are saying enough is enough. And I think it's down to a lack of understanding of what is really being alleged, that it's actually Julian's journalism that is being criminalized, and therefore that it's an attack on the public's right to know. But we have to acknowledge that there has been a lot of attacks on Julian's reputation, but I don't think that's the biggest factor. I think the biggest factor is that many people with political influence are also connected to these centers of power that Julian has upset and who want to silence him. But that's not all politicians. And it's changing. There's enormous support for Julian, in fact. Even the OSCE, the Council of Europe, the UN, you couldn't hope for better allies in this fight. I think that the case is actually, for anyone who looks into it, is so clear and so unjust. The political persecution is so obvious that even establishment players are opposed to it and are fighting it.
What is it that people could do to help Julian in this fight?
I think they need to express their support for Julian. There should be no hesitation in calling Julian what he is, a journalist. There should be no hesitation of naming what is happening here. The political persecution of a journalist, the political persecution of the person who has fought for the public's right to know. That the public's right to know is what's under attack. That's what's being imprisoned. And demand that everyone who can have influence on the situation should act decisively, because the reality is that Julian's running out of time. He's been in atrocious conditions for 7 years in the embassy, and he's in a terrible prison at the moment, as we speak, where he's been for over 2 years, soon to be 2.5 years. He shouldn't be there. Julian he's a gentle, intellectual. He's a public intellectual, and he's being punished because these political forces are instrumentalizing the law and law enforcement to keep him there, and that it's they're actively keeping him there. It's not like some inevitable status quo. There are forces that are keeping Julian in prison, and we need to mount the forces that can get him out of prison. This is a political case, and so it is shaped by what people feel and express about the situation. That is what shapes what is possible. And so that's what I'd urge every person of good conscience to do, is to express their opposition to this vicious attack on Julian and on all of our freedoms.
There are more people who are being affected by this case. For example, your children. Do they even know what's happening? How are they taking it?
They don't really know. They know that we're separated, as in physically separated, but that Julian wants to be home, and that we're a family, that we're a unit, that our house is Julian's house, that's Daddy's house, but that we have to go to see him because he can't come home. Our eldest is 4 years old and is starting to understand a little bit more about the world. And I'm slowly introducing new concepts. They know that Julian is a hero, but that there are people who don't want him to come home, and that we're fighting for him to come home, and that it's not just us, but there are millions of people around the world who are fighting for him to come home. And that's also why I've wanted them to see the support. There was recently Julian's 50th birthday party in Parliament Square in the UK, and I took the children, we had a picnic, and there was a cake, and there were a lot of supporters there, and I want them to perceive that the support, that the people who are fighting for Julian to come home are stronger than the ones who are keeping him from coming home. But it's difficult as a parent. I mean, any parent has this dilemma about how to introduce these difficult concepts to their children about, how do you explain death? How do you explain that your father has been dehumanized, subjected to psychological torture, has been abused by the authorities. You obviously don't tell a 4-year-old that. When we're in the prison, Julian's allowed to hold the kids. He's able to read them stories. I'm not able to touch Julian or hug him or anything, but he can touch the children. And that's really, it's really nice.
And how is it when you have to leave the prison?
Every time I go, it's just so... You're just struck, you know. Intellectually, you understand the situation. But then it just kind of hits you when you're there and you're leaving, and you think, well, why can't I just leave with Julian? Why is he sitting there? Why are these people preventing him from leaving? Why does he have to go through that iron door to a cell and be alone? Why am I having to live a life as a single mother? You know, he hasn't done anything wrong. He's done everything right. You know, he's embodied what we say our values are. And this punishment, which is there for everyone to see, that this is just an outrageous, abusive punishment that's actually outside of the higher laws, that is just prolonged and profoundly wrong. So I think you have to maintain this outrage. To never accept this. Because it has, I mean, I'm convinced that Julian will win this. Especially because the case is so corrupt. The actions that have been taken against Julian are so corrupt. Openly, for everyone to see. The accusations against Julian have no legs to stand on, whereas each action that has been taken against him is riddled with illegality and abuse.
If you would be able to get a message to President Biden, what would that be?
To not walk in the footsteps of President Trump. That the attack against Julian is an attack on the central values of the US Constitution. The Biden administration has a choice. The investigation against WikiLeaks started when Obama was president in 2010. And when Obama left office in 2016, he decided to pardon Chelsea Manning, who was the source of the publications that WikiLeaks published, and also decided that Julian would not be prosecuted. The case against Julian only came under Donald Trump. And the Biden administration is faced with a choice to either side with Obama's legacy or continue Trump's legacy. And Trump's legacy is a radical departure from what has been before, because it is the first time that they have gone after someone who has received documents from a source and published them. It's a policy decision for the Biden administration to decide to prosecute publishers and journalists.
the Biden administration, they took up the case. What do you think, and why do you think that it hasn't ended?
I think there are different forces within the US government. Some are pushing for it, some are against it. Pursuing this case comes at a cost to the Biden administration. Just in February, as soon as Biden came in, I think 25, all the major press freedom and civil liberties organizations in the US wrote a letter to Biden asking him to drop the case. And obviously there are career prosecutors in the DOJ that want to make a name for themselves. And once the case is initiated to a degree, it just progresses through the courts until a decision is made to abandon it. What's pretty clear is that the case is falling apart. It was only ever, they never really had a case. They had to make up a new application of the so-called Espionage Act in order to manufacture a way to put Julian in prison. It's also against Biden's interests when he tries to project into the world that the US defends global media freedom. The case against Julian is, by definition, an attack on global media freedom because he's not a US journalist and he wasn't in the US. And they're using an extradition vehicle to bring him to the US and imprison him there. What the US is saying, the US government is saying, is that no journalist anywhere is allowed to do their job and publish the truth about what the US government does, or else they'll stick you in a cell for the rest of your life. So all these things are, it brings up all the enormous contradictions of what the US government is trying to project under Biden and the precise opposite effect in this one case. They're sticking one of the most highly regarded people in the world in a prison that houses, terrible criminals. This is what the US says other countries do. This is what, the worst regimes do to their journalists, to their dissidents, to their public intellectuals. And that's precisely what the US is doing to Julian. The only thing that the Biden administration can do is to drop the case. And it has other ramifications. It has ramifications for when the Biden administration calls China out for imprisoning its dissidents. The Chinese government says, look what you're doing to Assange. The difference is Julian faces 175 years. That's a lot of time for publishing truthful information in the public interest.
Do you think that people understand this?
I think people instinctively understand it. They might be a little bit, feel like they need to understand more detail in order to have a, discussion about it. But I really don't think they do. Because you don't need the profound detail that, only a handful of people are across because we've lived it and we've been involved for 10 years. You don't need that. You just need to understand that Julian published information that exposed crimes and that exposed the corrupt actions of powerful people, and that they're taking revenge against him, and that he's wrongfully imprisoned, and that he's suffering, and that it is the process that is the punishment. He's not serving a sentence. You just have to look at the essence of it. He's imprisoning for publishing information in the public interest. That's all you need to know. And over time, the details about how he's been wronged will come out. But the true nature of what's going on here, I think, is pretty obvious and is increasingly obvious to anyone.
Do you have any specific message to the Icelandic people or the Icelandic government?
You know, Julian admires the Icelandic people a lot. He spent a lot of time here in 2009 and 2010. And the fighting spirit of the Icelandic population and the brave positions as well that the politicians have taken, for example, in this cross-party letter that was written to Biden asking him to drop the case. My message is to lobby the Biden administration to drop the case, publicly and privately, at every level, at the highest level. And Iceland has always been important in this story. And collateral murder was edited and prepared here. And now a major part of the abuse of the case is unraveling here because of what Stundin has revealed about the FBI's reliance and the DOJ's reliance on Sigurdur Þórðarson. So I think Iceland is key. It's always been key. And the Icelandic people have always been incredibly supportive of WikiLeaks and Julian because of what WikiLeaks revealed about the banks back in 2009 and 2010. And so I think a lot of the distractions and the detail falls away because the Icelandic people really understand what WikiLeaks is about and what Julian's about.
Well, that's the scale of it. There are stories from every country involved that will embarrass, intrigue, and potentially complicate international relations.
Or is it that it'll embarrass the United States more than anyone else?
Hey, you wanna hear a good joke? Nobody speak, nobody get choked.
That's the scale of it.
First up, the revelation that Washington is spying on the Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon.
Cable showed Saudi King Abdullah repeatedly urging the U.S. to attack Iran.
Washington is spying on the United Nations. Among the biggest...
Julian Assange, keep the pressure on. Free Julian Assange, as you know, as we all say, like all the time, every week. Bam. First off, our friend Gordon Dimmock. We all know Gordon Dimmock.
Dimmock.
All right, so Gordon.
The return of Dimmock.
Right? Where's that on the board? So Gordon is one of the, longtime supporters and staunch advocates for the freedom and release of Julian Assange. He's been, screaming for his freedom for a long time, and he wrote a new article saying when all is exposed, 98% of Washington will fall. It had that title, which is, of course, a quote of Julian's. Okay?
Yep.
For any citizen of the US of A, reading this article, I want to make one thing clear. None of what I'm about to say applies to you, to all of our American brothers and sisters. Americans have treated Gordon absolutely fine throughout his entire life. In fact, when he was spending time across the pond years ago, family he was staying with needed help. He watched as ordinary Americans rallied around to help their family, neighbor, and friend. Americans, in his experience, are good, honest, caring people. I have many friends in America, and no doubt some of them will read this. I certainly hope so. Well, guess what, Gordon? One of them's reading right now. The people I'm addressing this article to are those in power in the U.S. who Julian Assange would say are those regrettable elements in it that hate truth, liberty, and justice. This article is directed toward you, Joe Biden, Anthony Blinken, and many, many others in the administration and the simps that cover for them, as well as plenty in the Republican Party, I'm sure, that aren't on board with this shit. Everybody hates you, America. Everybody. Absolutely every country on the planet hates you. Not just those who are your presumed enemies in Russia and China, or those who are those countries in the Middle East, Africa and South America, who you've been sanctioning and bombing into submission in order to steal their resources for decades, while assassinating any person in other sovereign nations or at home who was a threat to your hegemony over this planet. Hegemony. Not just those countries, but all of your allies hate you too. The French hate you, America. They really do. The French fucking hate your guts. So do the Germans, the Italians, and the Dutch. The rest of Europe hate you too, especially those who knew you blew up Nord Stream and are responsible for the deindustrialization of their continent. The British hate you for sure. Even my mom hates you, and she's the loveliest 80-year-old you could ever meet without a bad bone in her body. I'm not going to do this in Gordon's accent.
I bet.
I'm sure she's a wonderful woman, Gordon.
You haven't seen her at the pub yet, Gordon.
Everybody hates you, America, including your allies. In fact, you don't really have any allies at all. The whole Epstein-Maxwell trafficking children to nobody saga, where none of their rich and powerful clients were even named in public, let alone prosecuted, in an obvious honey trap blackmail operation run by U.S. and Israeli intelligence services, exposed this truth to the world.
Yeah.
You don't have allies.
Jesus was there.
Mm-hmm.
He knew.
He knew.
He was there. Jesus is everywhere.
Well, Jesus, since you're co-pilot, then yes, he had to fly on the Lolita Express to Epstein Island. That's Reef's joke of the week. I'm sure all our Christian brothers and sisters will just love that. Sorry, it's true.
Yep.
You don't have allies. You have vassal states that you hold hostage with threats of blackmail. If any country does not succumb to your whim, whatever that may be, the file comes out and a thread of the videotapes appearing on the internet or the pictures appear in Z papers follows, or maybe a gas pipeline critical to your country and continent gets blown to kingdom come. Make no mistakes about it. The United States of America bombs and sanctions its enemies and blackmails its friends. And I love that he includes a clip from the Jimmy Dore show. No country on this planet joins a military alliance with the United States because they're afraid of what China and Russia will do if they don't. They only join an alliance with America because they're afraid of what the United States will do if they don't. 100% true. And in the UK, where Julian Assange is being held in prison, serving no sentence for no crime, it is no different. In the UK, Julian Assange is being held in prison, awaiting extradition to the United States for publishing the truth about their war crimes. War crimes including the murder and subsequent cover-up of journalists. The UK's Crown Prosecution Service is refusing to release the full documentation of communications between their offices and the United States during the time Julian Assange sought refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy. Note, Sir Keir Starmer was head of the Crown Prosecution Service during this time. And now he's, the Prime Minister. The reason they will not release this information is to do so would have a chilling effect on extraditions worldwide. Yeah, because they lied and they're covering it up. When journalist Stefania Marizzi appealed this denial of freedom of information, the head of CPS denied access to it again, saying the chilling effect to extraditions worldwide is worse now than in 2017, but the reason given is redacted.
Yeah.
We covered that story too about Stefania and the FOIA thing and the demand, and they did release some info that further confirmed what we already knew. Two questions sprung to mind when Gordon saw that document. Firstly, how can any country call itself a democracy while being so secretive about a matter that is clearly of such importance to the general public and in their interest? And secondly, what else could this reason be? That to tell us what the U.S. said to the CPS would have a chilling effect on extraditions worldwide, other than the United States of America blackmailing its closest ally? Or worse, threatening it with all-out war should they refuse to extradite a journalist whose only crime is that he published the truth. We've talked to Gordon. What are your thoughts so far on this one?
I mean, he's spot on as always. So I mean, it's the Assange case is one of those things where to us it's so cut and dry that like we're surprised anyone else has differing takes, like
So,
you know, it's like he's an Australian citizen, shouldn't be tried here at all. There should be no extradition. Like, I mean, you just go through the spiel again, you know,
for a crime he didn't commit.
So,
you know, yeah, they
right.
absolutely cooked it up. They keep reissuing the charges at the last minute so that they can't prepare a proper defense. Anyway, what he's saying is that if the United States can do this, if they can criminalize good journalism and reach into another country's borders and punish. Go ahead. What?
The reason he's being detained is because of an accusation made by someone who admitted he was lying.
Siggy Thorson.
Like, right. So, yeah, I mean, good on Gordon, though.
Yep. So, if the U.S. can do this, if they can criminalize good journalism and reach into any other country's borders to punish any person telling the truth about their crimes and criminal activity, except for Russia, they are not only destroying democracy worldwide, they're crossing a line that fascists cross. Yes, they are fascists. And that is doppelganger Stefania Maritzi, Tara Reid doppelganger Stefania Maritzi. And that is a clip from a Gordon thing about this is the death of your right to know. He filmed this.
Thank you, Deepa, and thanks to all.
Deepa Driver.
It's a great honor to be here, and
this was a whole speech that she gave. So this is in the Gordon article. For the UK to even consider extraditing a journalist to his certain torture and death at the hands of fascists because he did good journalism must mean what these fascists are threatening them with explosive information, with information so explosive that it could bring the entire nation to its knees. Maybe Prince Andrew and Epstein Island, maybe somebody else. I don't know.
Maybe.
And if those regrettable elements within the U.S. government that hate truth, liberty, and justice are doing this abroad, blackmailing their closest allies into torturing people for telling the truth, what do you think they're doing with their politicians and ruling elite at home? Remember, President Bill Clinton flew on Epstein's plane 26 times. What do you think he was doing on those trips? And why has no journalist ever seriously questioned him about it? Well, that's because they won't let anyone get near him, close enough to him to ask that question. And if they do, they'll shepherd him away very quickly, and then they will really be disappeared likely. Is the only way that a person gets to any position in power in the United States is if the intelligence community has leverage on them? Well, the answer is, of course, yes. Remember, these are people that will not under any circumstances release the JFK files, no matter how much they promise to do it when on the campaign trail. Not that the world doesn't know who killed him already, of course. These are the people that tried to get Martin Luther King to kill himself. A lot of these people say eventually completed that job themselves. It's the same people that lied about the Gulf of Tonkin, incubator babies, and weapons of mass destruction in order to start wars that cost millions of lives and profited their buddies by billions of dollars. These are the same people whose explanation for why 9/11 wasn't stopped was that they were tracking all the hijackers who toppled 3 buildings in New York with 2 planes for years when they were in other countries, but stopped tracking them the minute the hijackers entered the United States and didn't tell anybody, let alone the FBI. That's their official story. Do you think, knowing this track record for lying, that the United States should be the arbiters of truth worldwide? Do you think they can be trusted to tell the truth about anything at all? Yes. Forget World Trade Tower 7. The regrettable elements within the U.S. government that hate truth, liberty, and justice have lied so much for so long that I believe Assange is right. When all is exposed, 98% of Washington will fall. If, however, Julian Assange is extradited to fascists in America, it won't just mean his certain death. It'll be the death of your right to know the truth. It'll be the death of Western democracy and the death of UK sovereignty. It will be the death of freedom.
Because any of those things exist now.
Well,
you know, like,
or until Julian Assange
they will
free,
definitely right.
None of us will be free. Support our brother Gordon Dimmock.
10 more years, Julian.
Again, Gordon Dimmock, but that's not the only Assange story I brought, and Reef loves it when I bring two stories to an article, to a segment. This one I caught in Counterpunch. Environmentalists owe an enormous debt to Julian Assange. Now, the reason why I picked this one specifically, I'm not a huge fan at this point of Counterpunch. They're okay. They're kind of shit libby. Eve Ottenberg does great work. Not crazy about the St. Clairs. But we have used them quite a bit. But we also talk about environmental disasters. And since we really hadn't talked about anything regarding the environment in this week, and we're talking about labor, and we're talking about press freedom, and we're talking about censorship, I thought this was a good way to tie in environmentalism into our second anniversary show, considering that it kind of is a microcosm of everything that we've done over the last 2 years. So, stating the obvious, but just another angle and another reason why this man should be freed, environmentalists owe an enormous debt to Julian Assange. Well, what is Mitchell Cohen? That's better. What is Mitchell Cohen talking about? So, most environmentalists don't even know that they owe a debt of gratitude to WikiLeaks. It wasn't only secret recordings pertaining to war and crimes against humanity that WikiLeaks published, based on the heroic work of Chelsea Manning, who downloaded thousands of secret U.S. military files. A slew of U.S. cables that Assange published revealed massive U.S. government attempts on behalf of Monsanto to coerce governments to allow foreign corporate land ownership, and with it, genetically engineered agriculture throughout the world, and to squelch opposition to GMOs, breaking down existing laws prohibiting the genetic engineering of agriculture. The cables revealed U.S. officials applying financial, diplomatic, and frequently military pressure on behalf of Monsanto and other biotech corporations. The cables revealed they were followed by revelations that the U.S., the World Bank, and IMF loans opened up to Ukraine to major corporate inroads, writes Joyce Nelson, right, in The Ecologist and also in Counterpunch. Loan conditions are forcing the deeply indebted country to open up to GMO crops and lift the ban on private sector land ownership. U.S. corporations are jubilant at the gold mine that awaits them. The information...
Which is why BlackRock is over there.
Vanguard, that's right. And J.P. Morgan Chase. I know Jamie Dimon has been instrumental, I know, in the reconstruction, quote-unquote, garbage.
The originalist asshole bank, J.P. Morgan Chase.
Ooh.
That one.
Well, it wasn't Chase then, but they just kind of inherited Chase thanks to...
It was J.P. Morgan.
Yeah, thanks to Tim Geithner, they inherited Chase. But free Julian Assange, I can't say that enough. Free fucking Julian Assange right now. Get this guy out of prison. We love him, and he's a hero. Look at this. This is yet another reason why Julian's a hero. The information under the radar here in the U.S. Yeah. Who? Julia. Reveals stipulation. Yes, in terms of the U.S.'s massive arms financing of Ukraine going back for more than a decade. This was not just 2022. This didn't start with Joe Biden decided to antagonize Vladimir Putin, and Putin decided to declare an independent zone for Donetsk and Luhansk and say, if you cross this line, I'm going to have to go into Ukraine. Stop shelling these motherfuckers. Nobody wants to talk about that. And by the way, Dennis, WTM sirs, February 16th is when the war started, not February 24th. I'm going to acknowledge it. I'm going to be another voice saying February 16th was massive shelling starting in Donetsk, and they don't want to report on that. But Ukraine started shelling and antagonizing.
And it must be true.
You know? And apparently Doug McGregor was talking about that. And our friend WTM Serves, he used to be in the Convo Couch Discord. Shout out to him. He's been trying to get everyone to acknowledge that the war did not start on February 24th, but rather was antagonized by Ukraine on the 16th of February. And it was all done try to poke the bear and get Putin to declare a strategic military operation, which he then did on February 24th. Anyway, on April 28, 2020, President Volodymyr Zelensky, Cookie Smurf, signed a bill into law authorizing the sale of farmland in Ukraine, lifting a moratorium that had been in place since 2001. This bill is part of a series of policy reforms upon which the IMF conditioned its $8 billion loan package. How about that? WikiLeaks revelations about agriculture became the basis for understanding the mechanisms imperialism uses. That's kind of important. The U.S. exerts its muscle on other countries to allow Monsanto et al. to take over huge tracts of land in Ukraine, bypassing direct purchase by foreign companies. Foreign ownership of land had been prohibited by law in Ukraine, a sudden realization that so-called internet fact-checkers have been relying on to debunk news stories on the privatized dispersal of agricultural land there. But the debunkers ignore the many mechanisms utilized by foreign corporations to gain ownership and control of the land and skirt the law. So we find massive U.S. corporate investments in Ukrainian companies controlling the kinds of seeds planted and how they are grown. What?
Keep in mind, Russia has blocked out Monsanto.
What
and GMOs
the
entirely.
F? Are you kidding me? That deserves a Jimmy right there. Thank you. Okay, or not.
Welcome.
It
takes a second. God.
Fuck you. Thank you. Jam. In a 2007 cable marked confidential, Craig Stapleton, then U.S. ambassador to France, which we know thanks to Gordon Dimmock, hates our fucking guts anyway, advised the U.S. to prepare for economic war with countries unwilling to introduce Monsanto's GM corn seeds. He called for retaliation to make clear that the current path has real costs to EU interests and could help strengthen European pro-biotech voices. In fact, the pro-biotech side in France has told us retaliation is the only way to begin to turn this issue in France. So, the U.S. diplomatic team then recommended that we calibrate a target retaliation list that causes some pain across the EU, since this is a collective responsibility, but also that focuses in part on the worst culprits. Holy shit. Thank you, Julian.
The actual fuck?
Yeah, so these are coming from WikiLeaks cables. And if it weren't for WikiLeaks, we wouldn't know any of this. In another cable, this one from Macau in Hong Kong, a U.S. Department of Agriculture director requested $92,000 in U.S. public funds for media education kits, quote unquote, to combat growing public resistance to genetically engineered foods. It portrays attempts to mandate the labeling of GMOs as a threat to U.S. interests and seeks to make it much more difficult for mandatory labeling advocates to prevail. Man, this food is killing us. It literally is. But they're making billions of dollars in profit making it and producing it, and they're realizing that with the environmental disasters, there may not be a food supply to really take care of the entire population. So they're trying to genetically engineer it, and a lot of times it's poison, or at least it has a little bit in you.
How much it affects. Someone was saying that wars are resource management generally.
Yep.
Right, and now the resource management is over the ability of the global South and access to water and arid land enough to
water. Do not water war. They're gonna be fighting. Do not come.
Right.
Do not come.
So, yeah, that's old Kamala.
Yes.
Do not come.
Yes. I'm gonna come.
Pokemon, go to the polls.
Oh God.
What?
Go away. Go away. Oh. Her name's gonna come up here. The cables released by WikiLeaks revealed that the officials in the Obama administration, particularly in Hillary Clinton's State Department, intervened at Monsanto's request to undermine legislation that might restrict sales of genetically engineered seeds. What a shock! Under Hillary Clinton, the U.S. State Department was so gung-ho to promote GMOs that Mother Jones writer Tom Philpott called the agency she presided over the de facto global marketing arm of the ag biotech industry, complete with figures such as high-ranking as former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, mouthing industry talking points as if they were gospel. Why?
Don't be rude.
Because she was a board member at Monsanto at the time, or just beforehand. She had massive stake and massive interest in promoting this and pushing this. Gross. The New York Daily News reported that State Department officials under Hillary Clinton were actively using taxpayer money to promote Monsanto's controversial GMO seeds around the world. And okay, then there's a Mother Jones article about pushing it in Kenya in 2009. U.S. officials recommend biotech and agriculture DVDs be sent to every high school in Hong Kong. What's that
China.
cost? Well, Hong Kong technically then, yeah, I guess it was. The cables revealed the joint strategic planning of Monsanto and the U.S. government. That is literally the definition of fucking fascism. The state and the corporation merged into one to come up with a series of talking points and videos on how to educate people. In one series, Monsanto concluded that northern Thailand would be an ideal location to cultivate genetically engineered corn for export to other countries due to the area's very low labor and infrastructure costs. Sure, they can exploit everybody. And in this cable released by WikiLeaks, one country, Peru, is mentioned as recipient, and the U.S. officials suggest that even with transportation expenses across 2 oceans included, it would nevertheless be more profitable to grow and ship GMO corn from northern Thailand than from neighboring Argentina or Brazil, since U.S. diplomatic efforts would be used to drive down the cost of production in northern Thailand, aka exploitation. The U.S. would press Thailand to drop its opposition to genetically modified cultivation, and the country would be rewarded with some type of an IMF loan or a World Bank loan, I'm sure, or some type of a forgiving of their loans so that they could continue to operate. That's the way that this works. The cables provide a fascinating and terrifying glimpse into the seemingly mundane mechanisms of global imperialism and consolidation of world agriculture on a very localized level. Thank you, Julian. WikiLeaks acquired and published a searchable database and unabridged text of the secret 2015 TPP, Transatlantic Trade and TTP, TIP, and TISA Trade Services Agreement. By publishing the secret text of the agreement, Assange exposed the U.S. government's pressure on other countries to purchase and plant Monsanto's patented genetically engineered seeds, which required the concomitant purchase of Monsanto's patented pesticides in order for the crops to grow. So it's literally like you're a drug pusher who say you're selling, here's the virus, I'm going to sell you the virus, and then I'm going to sell you the cure. It's literally like the same thing. I'm going to sell you the seeds, and then I'm going to sell you the pesticides to make sure those seeds grow. But it wasn't Scott's. Yep. It was Monsanto. Scott's Miracle-Gro is no better, but Monsanto literally is one of the most evil corporations on the face of the earth. And now they're also owned by Bayer AG, which is a German company. So, treaties limited the ability of one country to legally challenge environmental depredation in trade with another, making it abundantly clear that environmental issues could not be successfully addressed in piecemeal fashion, but must be seen as integrated political, technological, economic, and scientifically packaged warfare. To succeed, movements would be compelled not only to examine the dangers of each pesticide du jour, but the underlying mechanisms by which corporations such as Monsanto, Bayer, Dow, DuPont, Syngenta, I never even heard of that one, Novartis, BASF, and other pesticide and pharmaceutical manufacturers have come to determine the government policies overall, right? They do, as well as those of global regulatory agencies, which in turn allow them to get away with masking the truth about and outright lying about their danger. Yeah, what a surprise. So, while socialist and ecology activists have always exposed the collaboration between government and corporate expansion, the details revealed by WikiLeaks' published documents are nothing short of astounding. They reveal the need for ecological movements to develop far more radical strategies for dealing with the immense destruction by capitalism in practice, and not just in theory or in piecemeal fashion. For this largely unknown contribution by Julian Assange, ecological activists, along with anti-war radicals motivated by Assange's publishing of the now infamous collateral murder video, obtained by Chelsea Manning, owe Assange a debt of gratitude that can, of course, never be fully repaid. Getting him out of jail would be a huge debt to be repaid, but yes, we can never repay the debt we can never restore just him to himself, let alone the praise that he's well deserving for exposing this kind of corruption and dedicating himself, and at this point sacrificing himself for this kind of corruption. Today, Julian Assange is locked away in a prison in Britain and is fighting for his life. That's Belmarsh. The U.S. government seeks to bring this Australian citizen to the United States for a show trial and then lock him up forever if they don't assassinate him en route, as the CIA and U.S. State Department had already discussed. Well, at least that's according to Michael Isikoff, which I don't know if I buy that whole story at all, but it's quite possible. Pompeo put it in front of Trump, and other people have confirmed it, so who knows? But the sacrifices that Julian Assange has made are profound, and his contribution to ecological as well as anti-war movements is enormous. It is incumbent on all to demand an end to his incarceration and torment by the U.S. and British governments. And yet, despite worldwide exposure of glyphosate dangers and its designation as a probable carcinogen, only a handful of governments throughout the world have joined with environmental activists and health professionals in banning Monsanto's Roundup. We need to turn up the volume. Free Julian Assange now. No to GMOs and the planet destroyers. And I also want to give a shout out to what's her name? It's Villa 4 Assembly, the number 4 Villa 4 Assembly. I think it's Mary Villa. She's great. She's been doing the Stop Monsanto campaign for a while. Stop Bayer Monsanto, and God, this is so well sourced. There's a lot of stuff. Michael Cohen, he's in coordinator of the No Spray Coalition in New York City. And amazingly enough, he's got to be a boomer because he has a MindSpring email address. Do you know how old MindSpring is? Do you even know what MindSpring is? It was a dial-up.
Like Netscape?
Basically, it was a dial-up ISP in the early 90s that then became...
I think I remember.
They then became Earthlink, like in 1999. Like
I remember Earthlink.
Right, but
now you're talking where I'm at.
These fuckers predate Earthlink, and his email address is still around.
Yeah.
Mitchell Cohen, dude, I love you. I had a MindSpring email address a long time ago. So,
Julian.
All right, that was a little long. I know. Sorry.
Julian, come here.
But that's a good one. And again, free Julian Assange. We love you, Julian Assange. Get about. There's some big stuff happening, and we know that there's talk of potentially a deal happening. Albo is now going to be coming to. That's Albanese, the Prime Minister of Australia, will be coming to the United States at the end of October. Misty's talking about getting some kind of an action or some kind of an organization thing together.
Subject of quite a bit of criticism. What's new here in 3 of the counts against Assange is that mere publication by the journalist, or mere publication by anyone, because you don't have to be a journalist. The debate about whether Assange counts as a journalist or counts as a publisher is irrelevant to this. The element of the crime is simply publication of national defense information for the public, for the world to read. That is the crime in 3 of the counts in the indictment against Assange. That would be a complete game changer and extraordinarily dangerous. It was a question that the Washington Post and its lawyers explicitly considered when we first got the Snowden papers. We talked among ourselves and with our lawyers about the risk that we could be prosecuted for publication. And the lawyer said, quite correctly, this has never been done before. The law is broad and sloppy enough that someone could try to make the case. We think it would be unconstitutional, but we might lose. There's no guarantee that an appellate court, if Assange is prosecuted on this and convicted, no guarantee that an appellate court will say you can't make it a crime to publish, because that has not been litigated specifically in a question like this. As I say, it has been a political legal consensus about what kind of society we want to be that has prevented these prosecutions in the past, and the Justice Department has crossed a big line by bringing this charge.
Ewan, let me ask you, you talked about not having the same constitutional protections as an American citizen would. Has this case made you wary of possibly travel to the US based on Assange's indictment?
No, I would say from the outset, when it comes to whistleblowers like Snowden and Chelsea Manning and Assange is a journalist publisher. I mean, they're the ones that suffer. On the whole, journalists like me emerge from stories like this fairly unscathed. When I said earlier about the intelligence relationship between the US and Britain, one of the peculiarities of this was that the overreaction of Britain to the Snowden story in a way that didn't happen in the US. I think most journalists know that officials from GCHQ, the British equivalent of NSA, came into the Guardian offices in the car park basement, oversaw the destruction of computers on which the Snowden stories had been written and filed. You could never have envisaged that happening to the New York Times or the Washington Post. I mean, because of what Daniel Ellsberg and the Pentagon Papers, then you have protections against that. On a personal note, I was put on the government watch list, and every time I flew into Britain or arrived by train, I was stopped. I was never had anything like that in America. I flew in and out and nobody ever bothered me. And the counter-terrorism at the Metropolitan Police launched an investigation into 2013 into the journalists involved in the Snowden. They didn't specify who. It might have been me, it might have been Glenn and Laura, it might have been Bart, it might have been the editor of The Guardian. We don't know. It just said into the journalists involved. And that, it seems like extraordinary that it should be done under the counter-terrorism department doing it. And that investigation was only shelved last year. It ran from 2013 up to 2019, and it's been shelved. It hasn't actually been dropped. But I don't think they want a press freedom battle with The Guardian or the New York Times or Der Spiegel or anybody else. What they've done is they've gone for the most vulnerable person, and they see Assange as vulnerable, partly for some of the reasons that Rebecca mentioned, his sort of lack of popularity. A lot of people on the right disowned him early on. Then there were the Swedish allegations. That case has now been dropped. Then a lot of people on the left fell out with him because of what happened in 2016 and Hillary Clinton. So he doesn't have a lot of support. So maybe they thought he was an easy one to pick off. The same thing happened during the Snowden affair. People were carrying documents and files and around the world, and the one they picked on was David Miranda, Glenn Greenwald's partner, and they argued he wasn't a journalist. So they go for what they see as easy pickings. The danger is that they'll come after other people afterwards.
And, speaking of the Swedish case, Rebecca mentioned Niels Meltzer earlier, the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture. Well, he's looked into this case extensively, and his findings were one of the reasons he says he changed his opinion about Assange, because he even accessed the original Swedish police files. And what he saw, in his opinion, was basically a frame-up job and a completely overzealous prosecution, if you even want to call it that. which is worth for people who are interested in the Swedish piece of this to look up what Niels Meltzer has written. Rebecca, let me go back to you. In Reporters Without Borders 2020 World Press Freedom Index, the UK is ranked 35th and the US is ranked 45th. Both rankings explanations mention the detention and prosecution of Julian Assange. How important is this case globally? And can you talk more about what it means to punish a foreign journalist / publisher for violating US laws, or allegedly violating US laws?
This case is extremely important internationally. And one thing that I've noted in our work on this is there seems to be a very different perception and position on Mr. Assange in the countries that are at the center of this, so the US and the UK, versus other parts of the world. There seems to be more interest by governments, by media in other countries in a more sympathetic way in many other countries than what we're seeing in the US and UK. I think that perhaps a reason for that is people find it hard to believe that their own governments could be responsible for basically political targeting of somebody in this way. But I really want to emphasize that in a way, it's that lack of public pressure, that lack of public accountability on these governments that allows them to move forward in this way. So we have called it out in our World Press Freedom Index in both countries, as you've mentioned. And while the case is part of that scoring as well, what's happening to Mr. Assange is not happening in a vacuum. We've seen really negative trends in both the US and UK for a number of years now. I've spoken a bit about the UK already, but I'd like to go to the US because the record is even worse there. Now, 45th was a slight improvement on the ranking the year prior, but I wanted to note that the situation did not improve in the US. The year prior, it was 48th, but that's because there had been a massacre in a newsroom at the Capital Gazette newsroom in Maryland. So other trends continued to get worse during the year. And it was this hostile approach of the Trump administration towards the media in general. So I don't think it is unfathomable that others could be targeted in this way. And I think that the reason that Mr. Assange is being singled out in this way is precisely that chilling effect. Yes, he's more vulnerable, perhaps, than a journalist that's considered resolutely a journalist that is with an established media outlet. But I think it's very clearly intended to send a signal to those particularly that would seek access to leaked documents, and then to publishers that would in turn then disseminate them publicly. But I think what we need to bear in mind is the public interest implications of this reporting, and that needs protection. And I think we need to step in now before we have many more examples of this. It is not impossible for this to continue. And I think, in fact, if they are successful, we will see a rapid acceleration in such cases. Either that or complete chilling effect, widespread self-censorship, which would be in some ways even more difficult to counter over time. But I don't think it is going to be an isolated incident either way.
Pardon, you touched on this earlier, but let me ask you to talk about it a little bit more. While many of the charges deal with obtaining the documents and conspiracy to publish, there are 3 counts that specifically are known as, quote, pure publication charges, explicitly for publishing. Can you put these charges in a historical context and just talk about why they are specifically concerned? Pardon? Can Bart hear me?
I'm so sorry. My signal cut out for part of that. Could you summarize the last half of the question?
Oh yeah, just 3 of these counts are known as pure publication charges, explicitly for publishing. So I was wondering if you could put those charges in a historical context and why they're so worrying.
The historical context is there's never been such a law. There has never been a law that forbade publication. There was an attempt to censor publication in the Pentagon Papers case. These were historical volumes that were classified information that Daniel Ellsberg leaked first to the New York Times and then to the Washington Post. The US government attempted to order those newspapers not to publish. It was the first attempt under First Amendment doctrine. It's known as prior restraint. And The Supreme Court, in a mixed up opinion, held that there could be no prior restraint, that the First Amendment simply allowed publication, full stop. There were concurring opinions, and I think it may even have been a plurality of the court that held that the inability to restrain publication in advance did not mean that you could not punish publication after the fact. We know that's true in, for example, in libel cases. But there has never been an attempt to prosecute someone for publication of a secret because the government said it was secret. It simply never happened. And if it did happen, if Assange were convicted of this and and the conviction were upheld, then it would be easier to take a less unpopular protagonist, like a reporter for the Washington Post, as I was for a long time, and say it's clearly established under United States against Assange that publication is a crime, according to this or that citation, and Mr. Gelman has done the same thing. Took something that he knew was properly classified, and he published it anyway for the world to see, and thereby damaged the United States. And they are presuming in the indictment that publication is done with the knowledge that it will harm the interests of the United States. The presumption is supposed to come from the fact that it had a classified stamp on it. So there's simply nothing that would stop them from prosecuting an American journalist, at the New York Times or the Washington Post or CBS News or anywhere else for exactly the same crime. And I mean, I say all this as someone who is emphatically not a defender of Julian Assange in all respects. We have profound differences. There are many things he's done that I don't agree with. I am saying that basic principles of press freedom are very much on his side in this case.
Ewan, you were speaking before about the links between the UK and US intelligence services. Are you familiar with the reports that the CIA used a Spanish company to spy on Assange inside the embassy? And if so, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that.
I just know a little about it. I think there's a court case underway in Spain. You're looking at that, but I think, like lots of things, it's been put on hold because of the coronavirus, and it's been sort of, it will come to fruition, maybe once when the virus dies down. I mentioned that Italian journalist, Stefania Marizzo, when she went into see Julian Assange in the embassy, I'm pretty sure that her visit, she was recorded, and so other prominent people who'd gone in to see Assange, they were sort of secretly recorded. So there's something to answer there. Precisely, I mean, the suggestion is that these recordings are at the behest of the CIA, but I don't know if there's any firm evidence of that. I certainly haven't got it.
Barton, I want to ask you about another charge, where Assange is basically indicted for his communications with Chelsea Manning, and they accuse him of conspiring to try to crack a password. What are the implications to you of this charge for how journalists communicate with their sources?
That charge, in honesty, has the smallest implications for journalists at large. There's an important factual dispute, as I understand it, between the U.S. government and Assange's defense about what he actually did. If he were tried and convicted based on factual evidence that he actually participated in breaking down the digital defenses of a U.S. government system, that would not be a charge for journalism itself. From what I've read, the evidence is dubious about whether he actually did that and whether he actually made a difference or intended to make a difference in the breakdown of the defenses. But the charge itself, in principle, is not the same as charging him for journalism.
You and you have thoughts on this about what the implications of the Assange indictment are for journalist-source communications?
The world changed after Assange. At the time, people weren't engaged in encryption, and a lot of journalists weren't tech savvy, and that all changed after Snowden, and now it's sort of natural for most journalists to use sort of Signal and encrypted chat and all the things that Assange did, asking people to send information to WikiLeaks. We all do that now. The Guardian's got secure drop, and New York Times do similar things. So we've learned those lessons. My understanding was that, like Bart, I think I've seen nothing to suggest that Assange prompted Chelsea Manning, was giving advice on how to, break in and get more material. It was simply talking about how to protect his own anonymity.
I should add that
fantastic crowd I can see from up here. Thank you so much for staying all the way through the morning. I can see the Croydon Trade Union Council banner there. Thanks very much for coming down. Special thanks to the Public and Commercial Services Union Samba Band. Fantastic to see you. Really lifted the morning. Thanks for coming down. They'll be leading the march later on this afternoon. Now, the first speaker I've got to introduce to you is Gabriel Shipton. That's Julian Assange's brother. He's been following this case. He's been leading the campaigning internationally and especially in Australia. Gabriel, tell us what's been going on this morning.
Hey everyone, thanks again for coming out and braving the weather. Amazing turnout again. It's sort of a bit embarrassing watching the prosecutors in there trying to tell us that day was night and night was day, that Chelsea Manning's not a whistleblower and Julian's not a journalist. They really just brought absolute shame to that court and to the United Kingdom justice system. And this case remains a stain on the US, a stain on the UK, and both governments should be absolutely ashamed of it and what they're doing to press freedom and our rights. Because what was going on in there is the prosecutors telling us that journalism is a threat to democracy. And whistleblowing is a threat to democracy. Our right to know is a threat to democracy. So shame on them and free Julian Assange.
Thanks very much, Gabriel. Now, the next speaker really is a pleasure to introduce. I met him a couple of years back when he was the first Australian MP to come across to Britain to visit Julian Assange in Belmarsh. We met with British parliamentarians at that time. But since that visit, he has been central to the transformation of Australian politics on the question of Julian Assange, campaigning relentlessly until there is not only cross-party support for Julian Assange, but the whole of the Australian Parliament saying what the world knows to be true, and that is enough in the case of Julian Assange. Please give a huge London welcome to Andrew Wilkie MP.
Who remembers collateral murder? Who can forget that grainy black and white image of an American attack helicopter gunning down innocent Iraqis and Reuters journalists? Who can remember that? And we have this madness that the man who told the truth, who provided hard evidence of US war crimes, he's the one in front of a court. It should have been the pilots of that helicopter. But some common sense has broken out. At least now the Australian Parliament has finally voted. The Australian Prime Minister has finally stood up and given a clear, strong signal to the Americans that enough is enough. Regardless of what you think of Julian, this matter must be brought to an end. The extradition must be dropped. The charges must be dropped. He must be busted out of Belmarsh. He must be allowed to be reunited with his family. Because Julian Assange is the hero here, not the villain.
Now, astoundingly, through all this time, despite the imprisonment of Julian Assange, WikiLeaks has continued to do its work. And its editor-in-chief is Christian Harfenson. He's been following this case as well as keeping the reporting alive. Please give him a warm welcome.
It was absolutely amazing to be in the courtroom this morning. I was not in the actual courtroom yesterday, but in a side room where I couldn't hear anything. Now I was in the actual courtroom and I still couldn't hear anything. But, so at least you're getting closer. You can see the reaction from the two judges and you see the backhead of the lawyer representing the US government. So what was he putting forth there? Absolutely nothing new. It was, as we were offered to lunch on a leftover smorgasbord from last month. We've heard it all before, and it's all been refuted, not just in the courtrooms, but with new evidence that was totally disregarded. So they had nothing new to offer, but the old arguments that have been refuted. But what was interesting this morning is that the judges were paying attention and they were asking questions. Is it really true that Julian will not get a First Amendment protection when he is extradited? Etc., etc. At least we have the attention, thanks to you probably. They know that they need to scrutinize this and the arguments put forth. And the arguments were thin. Of course, we shouldn't be here, because it's been disputed everything that the Americans have been putting forth in this case. The day will continue. We will, of course, fight on. There is a glimpse of hope in the courts here. Let's not abandon that. Let's stay on that. Let's stay on the shift, on the watch. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for supporting Julian Assange. Let's free him. Let's free Assange now.
It really is an astounding view from up here. I wish you could all see yourselves. It's a fantastic turnout. I actually think that the crowd today is bigger than we were yesterday. I hope you're all ready to march this afternoon at the end of the court hearing. So stay around and get ready to march later this afternoon. And remember, all that's being asked for here is a full hearing in a high court. There has been no full hearing of the Assange case except in a magistrate's court. Now, a magistrate's court in this country is the lowest court. It's the court that you go to if you have a parking ticket, if you have a speeding fine. That's the level of case that is normally heard in a magistrate's court. They do not and should not be the final judges of the most important civil liberties case of the 21st century. And leading the campaign to make sure that that is not the case, that it is not left to the judgment of a single lowly magistrate, has been Julian Assange's wife, Stella Assange.
How pathetic the US case is. They have to rely on lies. And then the prosecutors say, don't question these lies because that would offend our ally. 14 years on, all they can do is repeat the lies from the very first Pentagon press conference talking points sheet. What they're trying to argue is that state secrets trump revealing state crimes. This is the balance they're trying to shift. They want impunity, they don't want to be scrutinized, and journalism stands in the way. And in that courtroom, they are having to make their position increasingly clear. They have to admit that what they're doing is criminalizing journalism, is criminalizing the truth. They are liars, they are criminals, and they are persecuting the journalist who exposed them. Julian is a truth teller, he is a political prisoner. And the world is watching these courts and how they deal with this case. Please be here and come and march to Downing Street after the proceedings are over this afternoon. Thank you.
Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! And there is now no better person to tell you about why that should be the case than Julian Assange's father, John Shipton.
Just a few things. Sorry? Just a few things. Julian has spent in one form of incarceration and another, over 14 years. Julian has spent over 14 years in one form of incarceration or another. Are you good with that? No! All of Julian's human rights suspended. Are you good with that? No! Due process abuse after abuse. Are you good with that? No! over 25 court cases in one form or another for an innocent man. No charges laid. Are you good with that? I just want to thank you all for coming, and thank you for your strength and understanding, as I do, that all genius ascends from the people, ascends from us upward. And it is us, in the manifestation of the Australian Parliament, declaring that Julian Assange must be brought home, has shown our courage manifested in the parliamentary declaration. Is that not magnificent? See you this afternoon for the march.
Welcome back to to London, the High Court and the extradition hearing of Julian Assange. I am with Stella Assange, Julian's wife and legal advisor, human rights lawyer. We're gonna discuss what happened today. Stella, your thoughts on today?
Well, we're in a small courtroom. The technical difficulties are just inexplicable. They've had 2 months to prepare. Half the room can't hear what's going on. And it was the day for the US arguments, which are basically just repeating the US Pentagon talking points from 2010. And their argument is, don't question what the prosecutors say. That's for the US courts to decide. And all the evidence that the defense has brought about plans to kill Julian, plans to kidnap him, spying on his lawyers and so on, you just set that aside because we don't want to offend our allies. But the judges are engaged, I'd say, certainly more engaged than the initial judge who just did a 3-page ruling saying there were no arguable points. Well, these judges are at least looking at the points. They're asking questions. That's basically what's happened.
So we've not seen Julian in the hearing. What is happening to Julian? How is he?
Well, he's unwell, and he's so unwell that he's not able to assist the hearings. Of course, if he hadn't been in Belmarsh prison, he would be here today in person, attending his hearings, because of course his life hangs in the balance. But consider how severe things are, how bad things are, that this is the final hearing in the UK, unless there's a change of course, and his extradition could come down within the week, and he is so unwell that he is unable to be here.
Stella, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Juan.
Stella Assange, human rights lawyer and wife of Julian Assange. I believe we have somebody else to be interviewed. No, not yet. We'll come back when we have the next interviewee.
Now the password cracking allegation. There are plenty of other charges against Assange
the beautiful, wonderful, and Tara Reid lookalike, or Tara Reid doppelganger twin, Stefania Marizzi, brilliant journalist, maybe on this list, this year's list of Indie Media Award honorees, but was not on the initial list. Certainly certainly deserves and earns the honor to be there. She's been publishing and working with WikiLeaks for years and years and years. So, first of all, I want to shout out to INN's Comrade Misty Winston. Stefania is my hero. We need more people like her. Hashtag Free Assange Now. There was some kind of an event in Oslo where they actually had one of the freed Guantanamo Bay prisoners who was giving a speech about imprisonment and torture, and Jeremy Corbyn was there, and it was an all-star lineup that was shared by Matt O'Brien, and shout out to Matt as well. Hope you're watching. Good to see you. Thank you for all you do out there to keep awareness and keep this story out there and alive, because I know that you're activist pretty deep, and Misty said that you're fantastic, and we kind of agree. So, judge ordered the Crown Prosecution Service to come clean about the destruction of key documents on Julian Assange. Now it's really starting to come out, folks. It's like years later. There's a lot of pressure to free him. The Biden administration is now kind of under orders. They're the third administration now to be pushing this. WikiLeaks. So after years of running up against a brick wall, the first crack has appeared with the latest ruling on Stefania's FOIA case issued by Judge O'Connor. In addition to the ruling, British Labour MP John McDonnell has just obtained new info for the Crown Prosecution Service. McDonnell is calling for an independent inquiry into the CPS's role in the Assange case. That's big. That's a Labour member of Parliament. Like, what?
Yep.
For the last 6 years, they've rejected all of our attempts to shed light on the destruction of key documents in the Assange case, even though the emails were deleted when the high-profile, controversial case was still ongoing. Amazing. But now the British authorities at the CPS have to come clean. They must declare whether they hold any information as to when, how, and why that documentation was deleted. And if they do hold it, they must either release it to us or clarify the grounds for their refusal. This order was just issued by the London First Tier.
Tireless campaigner of Julian. So, Andrew, why are you here in London?
I feel it's very important that an Australian parliamentarian is here today to bear witness, and also to show support for Stella and for Julian, and for WikiLeaks, I would add, and to bring the message that the Australian Parliament now is overwhelmingly supportive of the idea that this matter has gone on far too long and should be brought to an end. Now that might not sound like much to some people, but it's actually a big deal for the whole, for the Australian Parliament now to be of that view. I think that sends a very powerful signal to Washington. So when when people in Washington are thinking about how to resolve this, as it has to be resolved, they know where we stand, and maybe it just adds a little bit of weight to the push for a political resolution. Because let's face it, this has always been an intensely political matter. You've got Chelsea Manning's out of jail. Not a single newspaper editor or publisher who published that material back around 2010, not one of them's been charged. The fact that one man has been singled out, the way Julian is being singled out, it just, I think, goes to show how intensely political this is. And for that reason, how important a political resolution is.
There was a landmark resolution passed in Parliament. Can you describe what it is and what can be achieved with that?
Yeah. Wednesday last week in the House of Representatives, that's the Australian lower house, where the government is formed, like the House of Commons here, I moved a motion. It was pretty soft, pretty straightforward, although it did refer to shocking evidence of shocking misconduct by the US. So it did have that hard point in it. I successfully pushed it through the House. It was successful, 86 votes yes, 42 votes no. Sadly, almost the whole of the Australian Conservative opposition voted against it, but still, it was the first time a motion in support of Julian has passed the Australian Parliament. And I think that signals a seismic shift in Australia at the political level, that this matter, it's just madness. It's gone on too long, regardless of what you think of Julian. And I'll be straight. Some of the people who voted for that motion don't have much time for Julian, but even they would agree this has gone on far too long and must be brought to an end.
Thank you very much, Andrew. That's Andrew Wilkie, MP in Australia and old rock star in the Australian politics.
What about that?
Thank you. I think next we will have John Reef, head of the Don't Extradite Assange campaign, now called Free Assange campaign. John, what did we see today in court?
Well, it's the Americans' attempt to defend the indefensible, and the indefensible is the idea that the American Espionage Act can be used to redefine journalism as spying. Not only that it should redefine journalism and spying, but it should have an extraterritorial reach so that journalists outside the United States, who aren't United States citizens in any country in the world, can be accused of the United States as a spy and then find themselves extradited to the United States and put on trial under their Espionage Act. So that would be a massive extension. It would mean that the United States could accuse any journalist of any nationality in any part of the world of spying and have them do what they're trying to do to Julian Assange, which is to bring him to the US and bang him up in jail for tens of years at any rate.
Now this is a hearing to ask for permission to appeal. What is the best outcome for Julian? Is there a best outcome? Because he passed a lot of time inside prison, even if he wins.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, obviously he should be released, but that's something that is only in the gift of the Biden administration in the United States, which could drop the charges, and then he would walk out of prison a free man immediately. But if that isn't going to happen, the very least that natural justice should demand is that a high court, that is a court that has competent judges, should be able to hear this case. That hasn't happened. The only full hearing that the Assange case has ever had is in a magistrate's court in this country. That's the lowest court in this country. That's where you go if you parked your car in the wrong place or have got a speeding fine. That's what those courts hear. They don't hear the most important freedom of press cases of the 21st century. That should automatically have been the business of a high court.
Thank you very much, John.
You're welcome.
I believe now we have co-founder of Declassified, Matt Kennard, all-round rock star as well in the journalism world. Matt, you were in the court today. What's your take on what you saw?
Well, firstly, again, I know we talked about this yesterday, but we couldn't hear the proceedings for the first 20 minutes, and they had to stop the whole proceedings again and fix the sound, which is outrageous because the judge even started the proceedings by saying we apologise for the problems yesterday. It's not acceptable, and then it happened again. So that happened, and then the US made their case, or made some of their case, and basically it revolved around trying to separate Assange from a conventional journalist. So her argument was he's not a journalist, he's not protected by all the different legislation that should protect journalists because he's a hacker, he's a computer guy. And it's ridiculous because you have a situation where a journalist exposed more wrongdoing by the world's most powerful country than anyone's ever done in history. So he's more a journalist than anyone. But that is how the US is trying to fight the case. I mean, I didn't find it very convincing, and I know I'm probably a bit biased, but I really didn't find it convincing. But we don't know how it's going to go because the judges, as we've documented a lot of Declassified, are embedded in the British establishment. So they are they're from the same cloth as the ministers who want to get him, they're from the same cloth as the intelligence agencies that want to get him. So I don't know if we're going to get an independent judge to actually decide the case on its merits, because obviously today they're going to decide, or over the next coming weeks they're going to decide whether Assange has the right to appeal the original ruling. of course, any justice system worth its name would allow someone who is going to be sent to another country for the rest of his life for the crime of journalism should have an appeal against that, but we might not even get that. But I'm hopeful from what I saw in the court, but I'm not hopeful as well because of what I know about the British justice system and how it's treated Assange from the start.
And we've talked about this yesterday, Matt, but it's important to recall you've documented irregularity after irregularity. Please talk to us about that again.
I mean, there's just so much irregularity. It's also just so much clear interference in this case by the political system. Now, you know, like one of the tenets of a democratic society is the independent judiciary that operates independent of political control. And you've seen again and again in this case, the political system has had clear influence on the legal system. I mean, one example which I mentioned yesterday was one of the judges was is one of the best friends of the minister who orchestrated his arrest. Another one we did was that 15 UK government staff were deployed on the secret operation to seize Julian Assange from the embassy, from the Ecuadorian embassy in London. Now, asylum is Ecuador's a friendly country, number one. Asylum is a right enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. He was clearly being persecuted by the United States, evidence today, and ever since they issued their indictment. So why is the UK government deploying 15 staff on an operation to seize him from the legitimate asylum? It makes no sense, and it's outrageous. But again, that revelations which we published in Declassified has not been covered by a single mainstream media organisation. So no one knows that the government was actively involved in the operation to get Assange. No one knows about it. So in that case, do we live in a democracy? If you have a media which is not informing its citizens about some of the most high-stakes stuff that there possibly is. We're talking about the death of journalism if this guy goes to the United States. If they're not being informed. We don't live in a democratic society. We don't have a democratic media. We don't have a free press. It's all an illusion. And I think that's what this Assange case has shown. It also has exposed the justice system. Because even someone like me, I don't interact with the justice system that much. But going into court, seeing how they prepare this case, seeing that they put everyone in a tiny courtroom so there's not enough space for the press, seeing that they put all the press at the back of another court with a grainy video 25 feet away and audio that doesn't work. It's outrageous. It's embarrassing to be British to see that. This is the most important press freedom case maybe in history because of the extraterritorial reach it gives the United States. And yet no one can access it. Outrageous. We need open justice. We need an independent judiciary, and we need to stop this extradition to protect not just Assange, protect all of us and protect our freedoms.
Matt, thank you very much. We'll be back after the court recesses. We'll try to access the court again and keep on trying to bring you the latest stuff, regardless of whether they have a crappy audio or more process of abuse. We'll be here to report as much as we can.
In response to Stefania's litigation based on the UK Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA, in which they're represented by top-notch FOIA specialist Estelle Dehaan of Cornerstone Barristers in London. Wow, that's like earthquake stuff. This is big crack in the wall. Like, are they starting to, let a little air out of the balloon so that they can prep to maybe let him out? Like, I got another story coming up that I think they're going to have to let him go. I really do. So CPS
we can whisper of a dream.
I'm screaming of a dream. But the CPS must comply with this judicial order by June 23rd. So we're going to find out quick. And any failure on their part to do so could lead to contempt proceedings. And I don't know what that entails and what the punishments are under contempt. Ever since 2017, when we first discovered the documents had been destroyed, we've consistently run up against a brick wall. The CPS has always maintained that deletion of those documents was in conformity with their standard operating procedure. A previous ruling in 2017 by the London First Tier Tribunal, chaired by a different judge, Andrew Bartlett, averred that there was nothing untoward about their deletion, right? And that the British body instituted to uphold information rights, the ICO, has always been pleased with the decision that there was nothing untoward about it. This new ruling by Judge O'Connor is the first crack in the brick wall. So, Judge O'Connor has also confirmed that WikiLeaks is a media organization, not a spy agency, though he rejected all our requests to access the full correspondence between CPS and the U.S. State Department, the U.S. Department of Justice, Swedish Prosecution Authority, and the Ecuadorian authorities on the Julian Assange case from 2010 to 2019. And we know why. And we're gonna talk about why in a minute, but it seems that at some point they actually reclassified Assange as a terrorist and WikiLeaks as a terrorist organization, which is why there were plans drawn up to assassinate him in London. And again, we're going to get to all this, right? I'm sorry. Relative to the correspondence between CPS and Ecuador, the judge ruled in favor of the CPS, maintaining an exemption to the neither confirm nor deny that the British and Ecuadorian authorities had exchanged emails on the case. Great. Free Julian Assange. Free him right now. Let this man out like now. I don't care that it's 4 a.m. Let him out. As for the case on all other correspondence between the CPS and Swedish authorities, between CPS and State Department, Justice Department, Judge O'Connor ruled that if released, the documentation would risk damaging the relationship of trust and confidence that underlies information sharing between prosecuting authorities, and that it would likely have a chilling effect on the relationship with both the Swedish and U.S. authorities, as well as with other foreign authorities. Yeah, because there's a lot of dirty laundry in there. The ruling was issued in 2 forms: a decision available to the public and a separate closed decision which can be accessed only by the UK authorities at the CPS and by ICO. That's interesting. The documentation on which the closed ruling is based includes, among other documents, over 552 pages of correspondence between the CPS and the Department of Justice, between the CPS and the State Department, between 2010 and 2019, including the provision of legal advice and queries on wider strategic matters relating to Mr. Assange's extradition to that country. That's the stuff that they were talking about in the Isikoff letter, in the Isikoff piece for Yahoo, the one where Pompeo was talking about assassinating or have either him or somebody from CIA or someone from MI5 assassinating Assange in a shootout on a London street. I remember that was very clear. They were talking about that back in the fall.
Yep.
Right? So, amazing stuff. So that was given, like they just said right there, like she said, that was given to CPS and ICO. They now definitely have or have to reveal those 552 pages of correspondence. We know they exist. I would like to know what's in that correspondence too. So this correspondence is part of the documentation which we've been requesting under FOIA for years and which has always been denied to us, and yet accessing it would be crucial as British authorities are assisting the U.S. government in extraditing a journalist for revealing war crimes and torture as if he was a mafia boss or drug dealer, and jailing him as if he were a terrorist.
I love how you literally to your coffee. Coffee.
My daughter literally licks her lips after she eats, so now I know where she gets it from. Thank you. Thank you.
Coffee. You're welcome.
I'm Harvey Keitel. It's Harvey Keitel in Pulp Fiction. From Amnesty International to the International Federation. We have fun here, folks. Even though this is horrific stuff. Man's locked up in prison for life and facing 175 years in prison, but We're giggling, and we have to make light of this as best we can.
But see, it wasn't like a normal, like there's like a the hot that's hot.
That's
like
good.
But no, yours was like coffee. Like that's anyway. Continue.
Thank you. So, from Amnesty International to the International Federation of Journalists, all major organizations for the defense of human rights and freedom of the press have all called for the extradition case to be dropped and Assange freed. He remains in prison, however, waiting for British justice to decide on his appeal against extradition to the United States, where he risks 175 years in prison for obtaining and publishing classified U.S. government files. Let's just talk about 175 years. 175 years? Okay. All requests to drop the charges and free Julian Assange have been ignored by the U.S. and British governments. All decisions and opinions of highly respected UN bodies like the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention or the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture from 2016 to 2022, Nils Melzer, have been completely ignored by the British government, if not ridiculed, as occurred with the UNWGAD decision. Now that Judge O'Connor has rejected our request to access these documents, in particular the correspondence between the US and UK, the oversight rule that the Fourth Estate should play also risks being severely undermined. And yet we are not alone in our call for public scrutiny. In addition to this authoritative report by Nils Melzer and our FOIA battle, recently a British Labour Member of Parliament, John McDonnell, has submitted a FOIA request to the CPS, full of detailed questions which were just answered by the Crown Prosecution Service. Speaking to IFQ, John McDonnell told them that it's become clear that there must now be an independent inquiry into the role of the CPS in relation to the case of Julian Assange. We need full openness and transparency. I like that. So this talks about the role of the prosecution service in the Assange case. What did it do? It's been a key player since the very beginning, 2010, the year in which Assange and WikiLeaks published the first classified U.S. documents for which he risks life in prison. And the very same year, he ended up under investigation in Sweden for alleged rape. Since 2015, the author of this article, that's Stefania, has been engaged in trench warfare to unearth the facts about Julian Assange. The author of, and the WikiLeaks journalist through FOIA cases in the UK. Oh, right. So she wants to know what they're talking about and what they know. In UK, Sweden, US, Australia, we've experienced tremendous pushback, and the process has been fabulously expensive. 4 governments have been denying us access to the documentation. And nonetheless, our FOIA work has permitted unearthing some crucial information, such as the fact that it was the CPS that advised the prosecutors with the Swedish Protection Authority against the only investigative strategy which could have led to a quick resolution of the Swedish case, questioning Assange in London rather than insisting on questioning him only after extraditing him to Sweden. Why?
Sweden, yeah.
Yeah. This legal advice was delivered by Paul Close, a lawyer with the CPS's Special Crime Division, which is the division responsible for prosecuting high-profile cases and helped create the legal and diplomatic quagmire which helped keep Assange arbitrarily detained in London from 2010, initially under house arrest for 18 months, and then confined in the Ecuadorian embassy for 7 years.
In prison for 7 years.
Embassy. That wasn't a prison. Now he's been in Belmarsh, a real prison. In 2013,
yes,
even the Swedish authorities began to question the dead end into which they had waded at the advice of the British authorities by insisting on extradition. They considered dropping the extradition case, writing to the CPS, "Hope I didn't ruin your weekend." Why would a Swedish prosecutor dropping an extradition attempt for a sex case in Sweden ruin the weekend of CPS authorities? There are too many unanswered questions in this case. Some of the key decisions were taken when the CPS was headed by Keir Starmer, current leader of the British Labour Party. What role, if any, did Starmer play in the Julian Assange case? Why is he currently leading the Labour Party, and why was he Prime Minister? Briefly, highly anomalous handling of the Swedish case by both the Swedish prosecutors and the CPS resulted in justice for no one, contributed to the devastation of Assange's health, cost British taxpayers at least £13.2 million to keep the Ecuadorian embassy under siege, resulted in the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention decision that Sweden and Britain had arbitrarily detained him since 2010, and finally led the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, Nils Melzer, to denounce 50 perceived due process violations. Not much, right?
Yep.
What role did Keir Starmer play in that? I'll let you kind of wax poetic on that for a second. I think you have some thoughts on Keir Starmer and what the Brits have done to Julian.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much. I mean, the fact that they've thrown it straight up. He said he lied. Like, he said he lied in this case. Like, their main witness said he was lying. Like, how are we still detaining him?
And why are the Brits detaining him other than completely, like, being bullied
other than
by the U.S.?
Keep him in a holding pattern for us. They have no case against him. He's an Australian citizen to begin with. So you're trying him for something that was lied about. He's not. Where's the Australian government to, like, get this guy out of here?
Well, we know what just happened. They just made a deal. They're gonna do more NASA shit in Australia, basically.
Right.
And that's what they got.
Right.
And that's what they got for looking the other way and shutting the hell up, because Alba was supposed to say something to Biden. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. So again, thankful. I'm very grateful tonight. The Swedish case is now,
I know.
Swedish case is now closed. Yet not only do these questions and the alleged violations flagged by Nils Melzer remain unaddressed, but the CPS is still playing a prominent role in the Assange case, as the United States is acting through CPS to try to extradite him to the U.S. That's why it's crucial to dig into the actions of the CPS, to assess its full correspondence with the American, Swedish, and Ecuadorian authorities, and in particular, to access the correspondence of Paul Close. Why? All authorities have refused to clarify how many pages they hold on Assange, but the Crown Prosecution Service did provide us with an estimate of their correspondence with SPA, that's the one in Sweden, from 2010 to 2015. They reportedly exchanged between 7,200 and 9,600 pages. Over the last 8 years of our FOIA battle, we've obtained just 551 pages from the CPS and 1,373 pages from the Swedish Prosecution Authority. Of these 1,373 pages, only 310 represent correspondence between SPA and CPS. They got a bunch of other stuff with it. When we tried to access the full correspondence of Paul Close, the CPS replied that his account had been deleted after he retired in 2014, and that, quote, all the data associated with his account was deleted when he retired and cannot be recovered. How convenient.
We covered this.
Yep.
By the way, on I think INN News we covered it
you did
as well.
I think you did. Is that Kyriakou did that part? I think that had something to do with a Kyriakou thing, maybe.
Somebody.
Sweden also destroyed a substantial part of the documentation on the case, including an email from the FBI dated March 2017, when we know the CIA was formulating plans to kidnap or kill Julian Assange. We discovered this fact only last February, and only because the Crown Prosecution Service disclosed this information about their Swedish colleagues to us after we tried to obtain these documents from Sweden for years to no avail. To this day, the Swedish authorities have not provided us with any explanation as to why key documents were destroyed, or when and how, and on whose instructions. All of our attempts to shed light on the matter through litigation have failed. Not surprised. Why were key documents destroyed by CPS? It's probably the key question. They've always maintained there was nothing unusual about the deletion of his account. It was deleted 3 months after he retired in 2014, and at that point, Keir Starmer was no longer even director of prosecution at CPS. It's also always maintained that the deletion of the account was consistent with their record management policies, but CPS's record management manual states that general correspondence related to a criminal case file should be retained for, quote, 5 years from the date of the most recent correspondence. That would still be 5 years from today because they're still going on, but they deleted it anyway, right? Because it's still a relevant active criminal file case. The guy's in prison there now. So,
yep.
After reiterating to us for years that Paul Close's emails were destroyed 3 months after he retired, last January, the CPS changed their version of the facts, stating that there is a document which is described as desk instructions in relation to the deleting of material within 30 days. So, was Paul Close's account deleted after 3 months or after 30 days? And why was it deleted? Is the Crown Prosecution Service confident that all the relevant emails and documents were transferred from the email account and copied to the case file before deletion? My guess would be no, but she's asking the question. So, in recent months, we've got a member of Parliament from Labour, John McDonnell. He filed a FOIA request with the CPS to learn whether the then Director of Prosecution, Keir Starmer, was involved about the advice Paul Close gave the Swedish prosecutors not to question Assange in London, and about the fact that the Swedes considered dropping the extradition case in 2013. Why they're getting so granular at this point? Why do you need this little nitpicky bullshit, whatever reason? Let the guy out. Free this man. Free this man. All right. He also asked which documents CPS destroyed, why, how, and on whose instructions, and if CPS could provide him with a list of legal cases in which the CPS deleted key documents in the last decade, other than this. Finally, McDonnell asked whether Paul Close's email account could be retrieved from any backup tapes or any other backup methods. My guess is there's probably a backup DAT sitting around somewhere that's got it. So, with regard to Keir Starmer, CPS replied to the British parliamentarian, a parliamentarian that has teeth, how about that? And a search of the documentation has revealed no indication that the CPS hold information on whether Starmer was involved about those key decisions relative to Assange. Yeah, they don't put that stuff in writing. However, they clarified, we hold 59 boxes of information pertaining to the case of Mr. Assange. Oh my God! The team concluded that it would not be proportionate to review all of these in depth in keeping with the provisions of the FOIA Act. What?
Why not?
Give me those boxes right now.
What's in the box?
As with the destruction of Paul Close's email account, the CPS argued that it cannot know that all relevant emails were transferred to the case file before the account was deleted, though that was the standard practice. Finally, the public authority replied that CPS does not hold any backups of deleted email accounts, and that in the last decade, they could only identify a single case of premature destruction of case material related to a case other than that of Julian Assange. While CPS does not characterize the case of the deletion of Paul Close's account as a data breach, in the other case, it does. That's also interesting. Such bad luck for Julian Assange. He was held in limbo for almost a decade, in part thanks to the legal advice CPS gave to the Swedish prosecutors. Key correspondence on this case was destroyed perhaps 3 months or perhaps 30 days after the lawyer who worked on his case from the very start retired. There's no way to know what was destroyed and what was kept. There are no backups. In 10 years, there was only one case of premature destruction of documents. One other case. Assange's backlog was such that not only did the Crown Prosecution Service destroy documentation on his case, but Swedish prosecutors did so as well. As for the rest of the correspondence between CPS and the U.S. authorities, obtaining it by going through the law would seem to be mission impossible. John?
That's Mortal Kombat. I was thinking of yeah, it's very similar. It's very similar.
Right. So, John McDonald believes that there must be an independent inquiry into the role of the CPS in relation to the case of Assange. It could be the last and only chance. Will it happen? After years of running up against a
least even on a background level before we get into the hearing resuming. And that will require really intense scrutiny. That's expected to be 3 full weeks of evidence. So that will be witnesses coming forward to testify, and that will be really crucial. So I think one thing we would call for is for that attention, for the media everywhere to pay attention to that and to report robustly and ask tough questions as well from both sides.
All right, so we're going to wrap up. And I'll just ask everybody to make some closing remarks, whatever they want to impart with us as we wrap up. So Barton, we'll start with you.
It's very simple. When governments overreach and they try to criminalize behavior that has not been a crime before, they always choose someone who is considered to be not a very sympathetic defendant, and they make precedent that way, and the precedent damages everyone. So I do think that whatever one's personal feelings about Julian Assange, or even WikiLeaks as a whole, the threat to press freedom in this case has to be taken seriously.
Thanks, Bart. Ewan.
I said I was in Washington when the cables were leaked. And I went to the State Department the day of the leak. Hillary Clinton did a press conference, and I remember she was really angry. And the officials round about her were angry at the Guardian. And they're talking about the disruption and the danger to sources, and that people would get killed. And I remember the political reaction in the US. People like Senator Lindsey Graham saying there'd be blood in our hands. And the same thing happened after Snowden. And in none of these cases did this happen. As far as there was disruption, but as far as I know, no one died as a result of the cables that were released. I think if they had been, the US would have let us know about it by now. And so you look at the other side of this. I mean, what were they? Because of the cables, we saw the abuses of the US in Iraq and Afghanistan, the relationship with dictators in the Middle East, spying on the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, a whole host of stories that changed our view of US foreign policy, or at least confirmed the views we had. This was an enormous benefit to people around the world. It's been suggested that contributed to the Arab Spring. The idea that Assange is going to be prosecuted for something that, such a great journalistic scoop is just totally abominable.
And finally, Rebecca Benson.
I think I would return to the point that I made towards the start, which is the idea of changing one's mind. It really isn't a position of weakness. And I would urge everybody who has strong opinions on the case, who may be predisposed to not support this case, to question that, to seek out more information, to really challenge any preconceptions about this, and to question what I think it was Ewan who mentioned earlier, what kind of society do we want to live in? In whose interest is it if Julian Assange is handed over to the United States and sentenced to possibly 175 years in prison? In whose interest is it if he is left to die in Belmarsh prison with COVID infections all around him? I am a dual national US-UK. This is certainly not what I would expect of either of my countries. And that's not the sort of society that I want to live in, regardless of what I do professionally or not. And I would just encourage everybody to have a think about that and to be open to possibly changing one's mind. And actually, one point there too, to those who have been involved in the fight for justice for Julian Assange this entire time too, to possibly be open to others coming over who haven't been there the whole time. I think there is a need for broader support, and attacking people who might not have always said the same thing, or who may have a different vision on some aspects of the case than those who have always been with it, isn't helpful at this point in time either. What we need is more voices calling for justice in this case, and for our own obligation to societies to be upheld, rather than sort of now looking at who's done what until this point and that sort of thing. And that includes the question of, is he a journalist or is he not? I 100% am in agreement with the fact that doesn't really matter. It's why has he been targeted and what is going to happen now. So I think a bit of understanding would help tremendously in that regard.
I want to thank our panelists so much for joining us. Rebecca Vincent, UK Bureau Director of Reporters Without Borders. Barton Gellman, staff writer for The Atlantic, author of the new book out this month, Dark Mirror, Edward Snowden and the American Surveillance State. And Ewan McCaskill, the former defense and security correspondent for The Guardian. Thank you all so much. Thanks also to Nathan Fuller and the Courage Foundation for organizing this event. The Courage Foundation hosts Julian Assange's defense site at defend.wikileaks.org. So go there for all the information on Julian Assange's defense. Thanks everybody for tuning in today, and please stay safe.
How pathetic the US case is. They have to rely on lies. And then the prosecutors say, don't question these lies because that would offend our ally. 14 years on, all they can do is repeat the lies from the very first Pentagon press conference talking points sheet. What they're trying to argue is that state secrets trump revealing state crimes. This is the balance they're trying to shift. They want impunity, they don't want to be scrutinized, and journalism stands in the way. And in that courtroom, they are having to make their position increasingly clear. They have to admit that what they're doing is criminalizing journalism, is criminalizing the truth. They are liars, they are criminals, and they are persecuting the journalists who exposed them.
But what was interesting this morning is that the judges were paying attention and they were asking questions. Is it really true that Julian will not get a First Amendment protection when he is extradited? Etc., etc. At least we have the attention, thanks to you probably. They know that they need to scrutinize this and the arguments put forth. And the arguments were thin. Of course, we shouldn't be here because it's been disputed everything that the Americans have been putting forth in this case. The day will continue. We will, of course, fight on. There is a glimpse of hope in the courts here. Let's not abandon that. Let's stay on that. Let's stay on the shift, on the watch.
So I thought about some of the others who have spent long periods in jail. The Alfred Dreyfuses, the Nelson Mandelas, the Birmingham Sixers. And I found myself thinking, the thing about their cases is their names resonate decades, centuries after they were in prison, because the achievements that they made, either during their lifetimes or by their example, have benefited humanity for decades afterwards. And I have no doubt that if not already, the name of Julian Assange will join that distinguished roll call.
We're just witnessing 80 journalists being killed in Gaza. They are brave journalists who are doing their best to report. But do you know what? If Julian goes down for this, every other journalist around the world is going to say, let's be a bit careful. Don't start questioning any military, particularly the US military.
I want to quote
a great American journalist of the 19th century. He said, the purpose of a journalist is not to afflict the afflicted. It is to comfort to the afflicted and to afflict the comfortable.
It's sort of a bit embarrassing watching the prosecutors in there trying to tell us that day was night and night was day, that Chelsea Manning's not a whistleblower and Julian's not a journalist. They really just brought absolute shame to that court and to the United Kingdom justice system. And this case remains a stain on the US, a stain on the UK, and both governments should be absolutely ashamed of it and what they're doing to press freedom.
The Australian Prime Minister has finally stood up and given a clear, strong signal to the Americans that enough is enough. Regardless of what you think of Julian, this matter must be brought to an end. The extradition must be dropped. The charges must be dropped. He must be busted out of Belmarsh. He must be allowed to be reunited with his family.
Over 14 years in one form of incarceration or another. Are you good with that? No! All of Julian's human rights suspended. Are you good with that? No! Due process abuse after abuse. Are you good with that? No! Over 25 court cases in one form or another for an innocent man. No charges laid. Are you good with that?
No! There has been no full hearing of the Assange case except in a magistrate's court. Now, a magistrate's court in this country is the lowest court. It's the court that you go to if you have a parking ticket, if you have a speeding fine. That's the level of case that is normally heard in a magistrate's court. They do not and should not be the final judges of the most important civil liberties case of the 21st century.
Everybody shoot.
Hello there, you Awakening Wonders. Thanks for joining us for day one of the Julian Assange hearing that is being conducted in order to determine whether or not Julian Assange has the right to appeal his extradition to the United States. I'm so grateful that you are joining us live from the Royal Courts of Justice. Let's have a look at some of that B-roll from the course of the day. It's been a day of celebration. It's been a day of protest because it indeed yet may be a historic time. Today we'll be discussing why Julian Assange's case and Julian Assange as a figure is pivotal and defining when it comes to understanding our modern media landscape, how the government and state powers collaborate with corporate powers, how censorship continues to be an issue that defines our time, and how journalism has become criminalized if indeed it seeks to speak truth to power. The case of Julian Assange helps us to understand why the media has become what it's become in recent years. It helps us to understand the rise of independent media. Even what we do on this channel is beyond influenced by Julian Assange. It's in a sense architecturally determined by Julian Assange's actions and subsequent incarceration. And over the course of today's show, we'll be talking to Stella Assange and Gabriel Shipton, who is Julian's brother. They've been attending the hearing today. We'll talk to them about what's happened. We'll be looking in some detail at Judge Jeremy Johnson. No, Justice Jeremy Johnson. I'm simplifying it. It's not like a DC comic. It's not Judge Dredd. Judge Jeremy Johnson is one of the presiding justices, one of the people who will be determining the outcome of this hearing. And when you look at his previous, as it were, he has a lot of connections to WikiLeaks type stories. He's represented the Ministry of Defense in our country, the United Kingdom. He's represented MI6, which is one of our secret service agencies. So is he likely to be objective? You can let us know in the Rumble chat right now. And I'm thrilled to see so many of you watching. I'm saying hello to you, Digital Hippie. I'm saying hello to you, Slappy T. I'm saying hello to you, Trish McLeod. I'm saying hello to our many awakened wonders watching us on locals. And if you're watching us on YouTube, we'll be available with you for the first 15 minutes, but then we will be, you will understand why, exclusively streaming in that sweet free space that is Rumble in order to be able to discuss this complex story in depth and detail. For example, one detail you will be unaware of, I'm sure, is that Judge Jeremy Johnson was involved in the inquiry into the deaths of Princess Diana and Dodi Al-Fayed. I'm not suggesting that there was anything untoward there, but it's very peculiar that people with top secret access, a type of top secret access that you won't even have heard of yet. In fact, the phrase for it is extraordinary. It's something like, what is it called? Developed vetting. That's the highest access to secret information you can get. The judge, one of the judges involved today, sat with the coroners during that inquiry. So there's some extraordinary details and wrinkles to this case. Obviously, the world is currently watching, even if the legacy media is not reporting. We've seen some legacy media outlets out there, but you will be able to tell from looking online and looking at online legacy media, if you still do that kind of stuff, how it's been reported on. Edward Snowden from exile in Russia tweeted this, or posted this, excuse me. The outrageous part of the UK's years-long trial to condemn Julian Assange to die in an American dungeon is that the victim of his crime, journalism, is a state rather than a person. The definition of a political offence, which the US-UK extradition treaty explicitly forbids. This entire process might be illegal. Julian Assange, of course, is inextricably linked to Edward Snowden as he helped Snowden escape US law enforcement, I think in 2013, at the time that Edward Snowden revealed the extent to which your government spies on you, captures your information in order to what? Keep you safe? You let me know in the chat what you think. Here's Glenn Greenwald's post today. I don't know if anyone has any tears left to shed after the week-long media funeral for a Russian citizen, but here is what the US government is doing to someone guilty solely of exposing US war crimes. An extraordinary observation. And in today's Here's the News, we'll be looking at the Navalny case and how it compares to Assange's case, looking at the way that it's being reported, the way that Navalny is being celebrated and perhaps utilized, and the hypocrisy that brings to the forefront given Assange's recent treatment. So if you're watching us on YouTube, we'll be with you for about 15 minutes. Remember, you can become an awakened wonder at any time, monthly or annually. You can support our work so that we can continue, please God, in the traditions established, espoused and demonstrated so clearly and beautifully by Julian Assange. Here's how the legacy media is reporting on today's events.
WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange in a London courtroom today. It's all part of a last-ditch effort to avoid extradition back here to the U.S.
coverage of this. The phrase last-ditch effort occurs in numerous outlets' coverage of this story. I think the idea is to make it seem like a foregone conclusion, but even people directly connected to this matter believe that it's unlikely, given the nature of the hearing and the people presiding over it, that there will be a positive outcome. But don't let that enable you to lose sight of how ridiculous this is. Let's see what else the legacy media are saying. Yes.
Yeah, he faces multiple charges related to the 2010 publication of classified U.S. military documents. They centered on operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. U.S. prosecutors accuse Assange of playing a role in the hacking of a Pentagon computer and bringing grave and imminent risk to intelligence sources. The legal saga has continued for more than a decade, but could soon come to an end.
For more on this hearing, let's bring in international correspondent Stuart Smith in London. Stuart, what are we expecting in court today?
Okay, let's have a look now. Just for those of you that are not entirely familiar with Julian Assange's story, a sort of a brief précis or timeline before we speak with Stella Assange and Gabriel Shipton. That's Julian's wife and leader of the campaign, as well as his brother. First of all, so in 2010, WikiLeaks published a series of leaks from US Army intelligence analyst Chelsea Manning, including a video of a US Apache helicopter attacking Baghdad that killed at least 9 men, including a Reuters news photographer and his driver. Then there was a massive release that talked about civilian deaths and various other, the hunt for Osama bin Laden. Then he lost his appeal around the sexual assault charges that emerged in Sweden. Then this is a significant moment. In 2013, he helped Edward Snowden flee from the US. In 2016, WikiLeaks released 20,000, I think this is a pivotal moment, 20,000 DNC emails from the Clinton campaign manager, John Podesta, that appeared to show that the DNC favored Clinton over her rival Bernie Sanders. I think it's pretty safe to say that that was the case now. And what I think is important about that particular aspect of the WikiLeaks lineage is it demonstrates precisely how various administrations have taken the same purview when it comes to Julian Assange. He was first pursued during the Obama administration. He was charged with the Espionage Act during the era of Trump, I'm sorry to tell a lot of you guys, and it is Joe Biden that is pursuing extradition. No one except RFK is talking about pardoning him. We'll show you that a lovely post from RFK in a moment, but I think it's germane as sensible and wise to bring in our guests Stella Assange and Gabriel Shipton while we can. And let's have a look at, while they settle down, we'll have a look at Julian Assange talking about what it's like to be an accused person. This is a fascinating, almost philosophical insight.
And there is some luck in being an accused person. To luck in being accused of being a spy, a terrorist, luck in being accused of being a sex criminal. And you might think that surely it is a shock and a devastation to wake up to find one transformed into a demon, into a thing, into an unspeakable thing, a frightening thing. No, it's wonderful, because it is not that you change, it is that others change. You stay the same, but you now have a gift. You now have a superpower, the superpower of the accused. This superpower is to reveal the true characters of others. Who does not long from childhood for such a power, to understand the true nature of one's friends? We are not traduced, we the accused, but the people and states around us are. Great characters rise and great cultures step forward to shine. False smiles fade, concealed alliances are revealed, the timid retreat, and love is no longer merely a word, but it is an action. This is the superpower of the accused, and it is no more prevalent in the superpower of the accused by superpowers. There are many of us now.
Because we've come accustomed to Julian Assange's incarceration, perhaps it's easy for us to forget how significant many of his insights have been. Not simply the WikiLeaks revelations, but Julian Assange himself as a figure, as an orator, and as a thinker. Significant words there that I obviously now have good cause to identify with. I'm joined now by Stella Assange and Gabriel Shipton, his brother, and Stella is, of course, Julian's wife. Welcome, both of you.
Thank you for having us.
I actually feel somewhat reticent and certainly cautious about how to speak to you today, because it's been emotional just for us across the street, observing it. He's your brother, he's your husband. You've been in attendance in the hearing. The kind of enervating weight of today's events, with obviously what you must have borne over the preceding years, must be incredible. Can you tell me just how the hearing went and how you are feeling?
Well, first of all, it was incredible to arrive and see such a sea of people. I mean, the show of support has been incredible. I only wish Julian had experienced it for himself. Once we went in, it was, the inside of the Royal Courts of Justice. It's a kind of world in itself, with its native creatures. And the good thing about today was that we were able to air our arguments finally, because for the past couple of years, it's been, on the papers, decisions taken behind closed doors, and finally we were able to talk about the murder plot against Julian, hatched by the CIA under Mike Pompeo. We were able to talk about the real risk to his life, all the attacks on him, judicial attacks, and their political motivation. So these are things that we've talked about in interviews, but finally it's put before a courtroom and a captive audience in the journalists who had to sit there and listen.
That, I suppose, in itself is something of a victory. You mentioned the nature of the building itself and its imposing Gothic architecture, and I can only imagine that the interiors are similarly foreboding. And doesn't that serve metaphorically to perfectly illustrate that it is very difficult, one might imagine, to get justice regarding information exposed about establishment corruption from within the establishment? Gabriel, you'll be aware, of course, that Justice Jeremy Johnson has previously defended MI6 and the Ministry of Defence in cases that are certainly comparable to some of the leaks that Julian Assange published. I wonder what your feelings are about the potential for a fair and judicious outcome.
Well, look, I see, these courts have, been weaponised against Julian. They've been, his persecutors, and willingly so, part of his persecution. So I see that as, these court hearings, whereas Julian can lose at them, I don't think he can really win in any sense. I think, their role in this is to serve the United States and serve their will to keep Julian in prison, to keep him silenced, and to send that message to everyone around the world that, if you do this, that's it. You'll be in jail for 5 years, no conviction, not serving a sentence. We can take away all your liberties if you publish information that upsets us, that embarrasses us. And I think, the courts here in the UK play their role in that persecution.
I'm mindful that Julian is a human being that you both love, but for those of us, I've met Julian of course, but for those of us that don't know Julian well, it's difficult not to see him as a symbol of injustice, of how power will behave if you transgress against its aims in the manner in which Julian has done with his publishing of information that they were understandably sensitive about. I wonder if you feel that subsequently this hearing will be reported on fairly. Have you seen sufficient interest from the kind of legacy media organisations that were intrinsically involved with Julian's publishing at the time? For example, the Snowden leaks, which I recognise were made to Glenn Greenwald at The Guardian at that time.
The Guardian.
He was, of course, Julian facilitated Edward Snowden's evasion of pursuing forces. I wonder if you feel that The Guardian, the BBC, CNN, what have become referred to in this space as the legacy media, have been reporting on this responsibly?
Well, no, that's the answer. It's improved a lot in some respects with some newspapers. Their irresponsibility, their dereliction of duty as far as their journalism is concerned, has in fact led to Julian's imprisonment. If they had critically engaged with the persecution and its many different layers and aspects over the years, then Julian would never have ended up in prison. He wouldn't have spent a single day in prison. So I really see the media as complicit in his persecution. They were willingly complicit because they didn't like him for other reasons. However, once the indictment came down and eventually once, you know, the arguments had been aired in court and they had been analyzed by the press freedom groups and lawyers inside the Guardian and so on, they were forced to defend him. And because Julian was attacked, he was indicted as a journalist, not as a whistleblower, not as anything other than a journalist. And once they understood that actually he was being targeted as a journalist, they had to defend him.
Today you heard your lawyers, presumably, as you explained, Stella, have the opportunity to lay out your case, Julian's case, and you said that that has been cathartic and beneficial and helpful. And those of you watching this right now, please be patient with us given our sound issues. We're just in some room opposite the Royal Courts of Justice. We're renegade guerrilla journalists right now, which is precisely what's required in order to report on a story of this nature and a story of this magnitude and a story that the legacy media have been deliberately oppressing and reframing in a manner to make it unappealing to people. So do forgive us if we have small technical difficulties. We assure you that we're working just as hard as we can to get this information to you as directly and as freely and with as few interventions and as little censorship as possible, which is no censorship. What are you hoping for tomorrow, Stella? What will define the hearing tomorrow? Do you anticipate getting a verdict tomorrow, or do you think that it will be kicked down the road a little bit? How do you feel it will tomorrow play out?
Well, my sense, being in the courtroom, was that we steamrolled over the whole courtroom. I mean, the judges were, I think they had been exposed to some of the arguments for the very first time, and you could just see them trying to square things because it really is that outrageous. And so I saw these moments of, well, you know, this could be the turning point. That's my impression from being inside the courtroom. But then my rational side takes over, and I have had this feeling before, and it's a political case, and it's not about the merits of the arguments. Now, of course, I hope I'm wrong, but of course Julian should win this round, and it should fall apart, and, you know, maybe anything's possible, but of course the stakes are so high, because if they find against him, and they could find against him tomorrow, you know, if they decided, well, we're not even going to entertain this, we've already made our decision, he could be on a plane this week.
It's interesting how, God, that's a terrifying thought, Stella. It's interesting how low the threshold has become, because even for Julian Assange to be granted an appeal at this point would feel like something of a success. And I'm astonished to hear you say that at points watching Justice Jeremy Johnson and Dame Victoria Sharp, that it seemed at times that they were hearing some of the details fresh. And because I was trying to imagine what the perspective is of people that seek to persecute and ultimately extradite and continue to incarcerate and ultimately, perhaps tacitly, execute Julian Assange. And sorry if that sounds melodramatic, but as we've just heard, the CIA did plot to have Julian Assange murdered. Their perspective, I suppose, is, oh, well, what it is WikiLeaks published information that put service personnel's lives at risk exposed the American military and the American population to danger, and therefore, of course, he should be extradited to our allies in the United States to face justice under the Espionage Act, where he was first pursued under Barack Obama, charged under Trump, and is now being extradited under Biden, which in itself is an astonishing litmus test of how apparently differing administrations tend to concur on truly important issues, therefore demonstrating that we have very little choice at all, particularly in that arena. Did you also get that sense, Gabriel, that their perspective is one that would be alien to most people that operate in our space, a sense that Julian Assange is not a publisher and a journalist, he is, well, something akin to a hacker, a terrorist? Is that what did you...
Yeah, got a bit of that vibe. I think this time around, I felt that these judges were sort of on their best behaviour. You know, They knew that there were thousands of people outside. They knew that you're here across the road covering this. There's been quite a bit of media attention, you know, from the mainstream press as well. Just last week, the Australian Parliament voted on a motion, and they voted two-thirds of the Australian Parliament voted on this motion, voted yes on this motion, and that motion had three very strong points in it. That Julian was an award-winning journalist, that he's been held in relation to exposing the misconduct of the USA, and that the UK and the US should bring this to an end and send him back to Australia. So you've got this political pressure that is mounting on the UK courts here, and I got the feeling that these judges were aware of that they were paying a different kind of attention. You know, might have just been lip service, but you know, previous hearings have been much more combative. The judges have been much more combative. These were, the judges were showing a bit more sort of genuine inquiry, I felt, this time. And I think that is because of, you know, this support from out front of the court and the media coverage and the political support that's sort of all pushed into today. Even the police. You know, even the police out here, for the first time I've ever seen, they were being helpful.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, we have many friends and community members that are in various police forces across the world, and we know that many members of the police force are motivated by a love of community, duty and service, and of course that's precisely how it should be. One political figure, and it is indeed encouraging, Gabriel, to hear you speak about the sort of turning of the tide in your native land and to see some support emerging from Australia, particularly given that Australia in the past few years, it seemed to become increasingly governed by peculiar globalist edicts around a whole variety of subjects, so that is encouraging. But one political figure who has been outspoken in his support of Julian Assange is RFK. He did this post just yesterday on X. Let's have a look at this together. 6. I'm pressing that, guys. Play that in. 6 on the deck. The RFK post. Do excuse me once again. So number 6 is RFK. If you can play, is 6 on my deck. Number 6 on my deck, and my deck's not working. Do forgive me, Stella and Gabriel. We're out on them now. Is the audio playing?
Television.
Let's go full screen on it and play on it to give us a break. And can we hear the audio?
He stood against government corruption. He's battled for all of our freedoms, and he made the tremendous sacrifice where he now is jailed and faces life imprisonment and extradition to the United States. The urgency to pardon him cannot wait. It can't wait till I become president. We need to get it done now. Please sign the petition urging President Biden to immediately
to the ruling, British Labour MP John McDonnell has just obtained new info for the Crown Prosecution Service, but the CPS must comply with this
to a general prevailing positive public opinion. Because one of the speeches I heard today, and there were some great speeches, was people saying that there are two superpowers in the world. There's the American military-industrial complex and their foreign policy, and then there is public opinion. And we are seeing, I believe, public opinion finally alter and change. I'm like, as well myself, like a lot of people I think feel really scared about Julian Assange, and I think for a long time people felt really scared. Let me know what you think in the chat about supporting Julian Assange, because of course he was initially accused of sexual assault and rape. Indeed, that's why I showed that speech, because I thought that was fascinating. The way that he spoke about being accused and how empowering that can be, I thought it was very moving. And if public, and then subsequently he's just been sort of maligned and made a pariah so aggressively, excessively and continually that it's understandable if people move between accepting that vilification and indifference. The world is so full of spectacle, so gilded and delightful. Another day, another ceremony, another Golden Globe, another Oscar, another appearance from a state-sponsored political activist. Do you feel that what we might be witnessing now is the ability of public opinion at large to influence matters even this significant, where there is a clear agenda that is typically very difficult to interrupt?
I have the feeling now, it's very similar to when I started university in 2002. I mean, this was just, you know, on the cusp of the Iraq invasion, just after Afghanistan, you know, just a year after September 11th. And there was huge mobilization on the streets, and there was a lot of political energy, and there was a lot of skepticism, and there was a lot of anti-war sentiment. And people organized, and there was a sense of the power of the people and of coming together. And then, and that is partly what led to WikiLeaks as a project. That mood to end the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, you know, hold governments to account, kind of expose the torture regime and the way that they had basically engineered going into wars. And so there was a different mood, and that gave rise to WikiLeaks. And then I think that the 2010s we lost a lot of that. And then, but I feel like we're regaining it, and it's crossing over on a whole lot of different issues.
So tomorrow, whose case do you hear tomorrow? If you had the opportunity to outline your case, or at least your lawyers did, tomorrow do you hear the States, the United States, who is advocating for the extradition? And is that what you hear tomorrow?
Yeah, that's right, the prosecutor's case tomorrow. They're, they'll argue against Julian's appeal points and probably try and pour a bucket of shit all over it. And but yeah, let's see.
I'm glad you're bringing us an Australian perspective to this global news event. They'll probably pour a bucket of shit all over it. Yeah, I imagine that is to a degree what will happen. And
exactly.
Do you anticipate getting a verdict tomorrow, or do you try not to think in those terms these days?
I don't know. Anything can happen. I hope they think about it for a few days at least. But you know, tomorrow's going to be nasty. It's going to be duplicitous. It's going to be, you know, the way murderers try to pretend like they're not murdering. So yeah, so that's what awaits tomorrow.
Well, we'll be here tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll be speaking with you again. And in all sincerity, I'll be praying for a positive outcome, the deserved outcome for Julian Assange, who is a hero, and because of whom we have a deeper understanding of the way that global power operates, how both political parties in an apparently bipartisan state often support the same ideas, how there may often be claims of caring about justice and democracy, but when it comes to true justice, democracy, transparency, clarity and freedom of information, we get to see the true colours of the global establishment, in part because of Julian Assange's reporting and in part because of his current predicament. Thank you, Gabriel. It's lovely to meet you. Thanks for joining us today. And Stella, it's always such a joy to be in your company. Thank you for coming today.
Thanks.
Hey guys, one of the things that's difficult to ignore is the ongoing and understandable grief over the death in custody of Alexei Navalny. There's been global outcry from political leaders and calls for, predictably, further military funding to Ukraine. That's the solution. It's not as if Western leaders are complicit in the imprisonment and possible assassination of outspoken critics of their actions in the form of Gonzalo Lira and, of course, Julian Assange. Here's the news? No, here's the effing news.
Thank you for choosing Fox News. No, here's the fucking news.
The death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny has caused an outcry in the West, as well as calls for further funding for Ukraine in their war against Russia. What, though, is the position of the West when it comes to outspoken critics of establishment policies, whether it's Gonzalo Lira or...
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this panel conversation about what would happen to Julian Assange in the United States. I'm Kevin Gostola. I'm a journalist with shadowproof.com, and I'm very honored that Courage asked me to moderate this event and to also have this discussion with these esteemed panelists that are joining us. I've been covering this, the extradition proceedings and the charges that have been brought against Julian Assange for the past couple of years. But I've also followed WikiLeaks very closely over the last decade and also done a lot of work covering the war on leaks, which is a war on whistleblowers, which is also a war on journalism and press freedom. And we'll be getting into many of those issues as they relate to what would happen to Julian Assange, the WikiLeaks founder. But now I want to bring in to this discussion the panelists. Barry Pollock is Julian Assange's attorney in the United States. Welcome, Barry. And Jeffrey Sterling is a CIA whistleblower who was convicted under the Espionage Act in the United States. Welcome, Jeffrey.
Thank you for having me.
And Laurie Love is a UK activist who successfully defeated an extradition request from the United States. So welcome, Laurie.
Thanks.
And so to begin, we're going to start with Barry. We know that you're here for an hour, and then we're going to have the other panelists for a bit longer. So that's also probably a note to people who are following along that if you have specific questions for Barry, please get those to us in the first hour so that we can ask them before he has to leave. But to begin, we decided to look at this in the different phases that would occur in this case if Julian was brought to the United States. We've got the pretrial phase, we've got the trial, and the potential conviction phase, and then if convicted, would be sentenced, and then there would be a post-trial phase. So, to begin with you, Barry, the question we wanted you to look at is the nature of this case, having the fact being so that it is involving a national security leak, so to speak, which is how the U.S. government refers to it. There are certain aspects that come into play in how prosecutors at the Justice Department pursue these cases. There's laws governing the handling of classified information. There's laws handling people who are detained for these alleged crimes. Could you address that, Barry?
Yeah, absolutely. So in some ways, this prosecution is completely unprecedented. In other ways, there is a path that has been tread before, and Jeffrey is unfortunately very well aware of that. So what is unprecedented is using the Espionage Act to prosecute a publisher or a journalist. That has never happened previously. And so there are a lot of legal issues that would come up in this case if Mr. Assange is ever extradited that have never been subject to court rulings in the past, and we don't know how they're going to come out. But we do know how classified information cases are handled in the United States. There's a law called the Classified Information Procedures Act, which deals with prosecutions involving classified information and strictly controls the use of that classified information so that it is not part of the case in open court. And oftentimes it is not even available to be shared with the defendant himself. And so one of the great challenges in defending these cases is there may be large volumes of evidence that I, as the lawyer, cannot even discuss with my own client. So that makes it extraordinarily difficult. The other thing that is very difficult is any piece of classified information that you want to use as part of the defense, you have to litigate with the court, literally page by page, line by line, identifying in advance what it is that you want to use, and then have an argument with the government about whether or not the government's going to allow you to use it. If not, if there be some substitute version that is acceptable. And what that does as a practical matter is it requires the defense to preview its case for the government, something that doesn't happen in any other federal criminal case. So there are tremendous disadvantages to a defendant trying to defend himself when the charges relate to classified information. The other aspect that you referenced, Kevin, are sort of pretrial conditions. It is almost a foregone conclusion that if Mr. Assange is extradited, that he would be detained pending trial, and he would be detained in very draconian circumstances. In all likelihood, he would be in administrative detention, and would have very little access, if any, to visitors, to email, or even to snail mail, because of the government's concerns that he has been privy to classified information. They would presumably be very concerned about him communicating with the outside world for fear that he might be passing on classified information. So from a standpoint of how he would be treated prior to trial compared to how most defendants are treated prior to trial, he might face very, very difficult conditions, and conditions that I think from anybody's mental health standpoint are just devastating, just complete isolation.
Well, when we look at the body of cases, I'll move on to Jeffrey and ask Jeffrey about what happened to him in the run-up to his trial and the way he was treated. But when we look at these different cases, what Barry is speaking about here is that you have a government that maybe no longer will allow those who are accused of these alleged acts of being outside of a jail cell prior to their trial. But I understand, Jeffrey, you weren't in a jail cell. You were able to, move about and work with your attorneys, right? But in the most recent case, with like a really high-profile case that I followed with Reality Winner, she was kept in jail and unable to, work without being in shackles, with her attorney. So that's something that we might see happen with Julian. So I'll let you speak about your case and how you were treated in pretrial phase.
Well, for me, pretrial, once I was arrested, and again, my ordeal with the government lasted. It started in late 90s, 2000 for me. But when I was finally arrested, I was taken to the Alexandria jail to be held. That was pretty much in a cell block. It was actually the same cell block that Zacharias Moussaoui was held. Very isolated. And that really told me they were treating me like I'm a terrorist. They were believing the claims the government was making that I was going to, if I was free to go, I would go out and start assassinating CIA employees. I hadn't been able to touch the CIA in over 10 years. But the judge was believing that the Fourth Circuit, which I'm sure you're going to talk about later, will really believe everything the government says. Only after a number of weeks did it not make sense for me to be held in the jail. But I still wasn't then allowed to go home. I had a friend who came just to speak on my behalf. the judge basically, well, not basically, the judge said to her, he either stays with you. And this is a friend I hadn't seen in a number of years, the family that I knew when I lived in Virginia. If he doesn't come to stay with you, then he stays in jail. I mean, it was completely ridiculous, that sentiment, but that's how this court is. Their view is that if you're a defendant, you're guilty, and we're going to do everything to isolate you and punish you until we can eventually have you tried and convicted. After that, I, of course, lost my job. I was able to go home after a number of months, but the isolation was then even more severe, losing my job. But I was lucky enough to be able to be with family and friends. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And for me, the other aspect of it is just the amount of time. The first search warrant, the only search warrant done at my home, I wasn't indicted until almost 5 years after that. So I had been in this limbo for so many years, and then being placed, then being arrested out of the blue, thinking that this was all behind me. But the government's reach and its vengeance evidently has no time limit.
There's a little bit of similarity then with Julian's case, because there's been this cloud of investigation hanging over for quite a number of years, longer than what you've dealt with, and the uncertainty, and then finally being hit with this indictment. And so, Lori, could you discuss what it was like, the threat of solitary confinement for you, and how the prison conditions element played into your case, or what it was like to go through what you went through, expecting that you might be put into this kind of isolation?
Yeah, sure. So this formed quite a significant backbone of our defence, because it's very hard to actually defend against extradition, because you're not allowed to speak to the charges or the legitimacy of the charges or the factuality of the charges, because they're all treated hypothetically. The only thing we could speak to was my health, physically and mentally, and the conditions that I would be facing in detention in the United States. And we had several expert witnesses speak to just how horrific, and I think most people imagine jail and prison to be unnice places, but they're not really capable of imagining just how bad it can be in terms of someone who would be suffering from depression and potentially suicidal ideation. The solution, in inverted commas, to this in US carceral detention is to be put in effectively a form of solitary confinement. It's called suicide watch. You are removed from society. You have another person watching you in the cell. They're usually not a trained medical professional or even a member of staff. They're often a prisoner who's doing it for extra merits, extra points, and you can be put into horrific clothing called a suicide smock, which is kind of like a straitjacket. It's a special clothing to make it more difficult to effect a suicide. And it's been ruled by expert people, including from the United Nations, that extended solitary confinement, or even solitary confinement for brief periods, is tantamount to torture. And the other aspect was the woeful inadequacy of provision for mental health within the jail and prison system. So it was testified by someone who'd worked in the system that they often have one psychiatrist who is then covering potentially thousands of detainees, and so the ability to actually have anything resembling care or treatment is vanishing. There is only the exasperation of the situation by placing the person into effective solitary confinement. And while the prosecution attempted to argue that suicide watch is effective because people do not commit suicide on suicide watch, it's unfortunately the case that people will feign to have recovered because of how horrific it is to be in solitary, and then when they are back in the general population, they will unfortunately in some cases be successful at ending their lives. And how it was to sit in the Goldfish Bowl in Westminster Magistrates Court and being unable really to participate in that hearing, couldn't raise my hand and speak on my own account, and to have your life hypothetically reduced to basic despair and hopelessness, knowing that you will no longer be able to act meaningfully, have relationships with friends and loved ones, engage in the world in any meaningful sense, and probably spend the rest of my life in a small box. And the only way out would have been the grim prospect of committing suicide. And yeah, it was a pretty dark time in my life, having to for several months, consider that eventuality.
Well, that's important. These are the dark ideas and thoughts that are probably going through Julian Assange's mind as he sits in the back there and in this glass box that I've been introduced to as an American that we don't have in our U.S. justice system, but that they do in that magistrate court. So I'd like to fold into this part of our discussion a question that was submitted. I'm going to direct this one to Barry, but if any others have anything to add, especially I think, Jeffrey, you may have some thoughts on this as well. But Barry, we have a question. Julian Assange neither lived nor worked in the United States. What jurisdiction is the U.S. government claiming in his case? And I think maybe that's part of bringing this indictment and pursuing him in pretrial. So perhaps you can address this issue of the fact that he is not a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, no, that's one of the unprecedented and I think really frightening aspects of this prosecution. You're talking about someone who is not a U.S. citizen, who has no ties to the U.S. government, has never entered any kind of employment agreement or non-disclosure agreement with the U.S. government, who is not in the U.S., he's in the U.K., an Australian citizen in the U.K., and yet the United States claims jurisdiction over him. So that means literally the United States can and would claim jurisdiction over any journalist anywhere in the world. And the basis for that is that if you are publishing U.S. classified information, in the U.S.'s mind, you have committed offense in the United States, and the United States has jurisdiction over you. You have published their documents, and so under that theory, every journalist in the world is at risk if they publish something that the U.S. considers national defense information, meaning contrary to the interests of the United States.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the overbroad nature of how the Espionage Act is being used. My case, for instance, with regard to jurisdiction, the government did not, throughout the entire trial, establish when, where, or how I supposedly, and I was innocent of the charges, leaked this classified information. Part of their effort to claim jurisdiction was the book, the infamous book that was at the basis of the trial against me. The hairdresser of the lead FBI investigator at her salon had the book, and that was in the district for the Fourth Circuit. It is ridiculous. It's overbroad. It's, as I've said on Twitter many, many times, their use of the Espionage Act is perverse. So therefore, no one anywhere in the world, if the U.S. is successful in extraditing Julian Assange, anyone, any journalist in the world is going to be subject to that sort of retaliation again by the U.S. government using the Espionage Act.
And let me just say, in Jeffrey's case, because the crime occurred in the United States, the government had to at least manufacture some fig leaf of jurisdiction to prosecute the case in the Eastern District of Virginia. As Jeffrey said, they said, well, somebody bought the book in the Eastern District of Virginia. With Mr. Assange, they don't even have to do that. In the United States, venue is established. If the crime is committed abroad, venue is established in the first jurisdiction in which you set foot when you come to the United States. Well, since you're coming in custody, obviously the United States decides where to bring you. And so they picked the Eastern District of Virginia of all the districts in the country, that this is their home turf and where they wanted to prosecute the case, because wherever they bring him, there would necessarily be venue.
I can add to this as well. I was also indicted in the Eastern District of Virginia. I actually have the dubious privilege of being the only person to be facing 3 parallel extradition requests from 3 different states. So there was EDVA, New Jersey, and Southern District of New York. The one that is the most scary is the Eastern District of Virginia, and it's called the Rocket Docket because of the remarkable efficiency at which they process cases. It's also the place where the coercive grand jury was impaneled that has resulted in Chelsea Manning being detained for over 100 days and fined exorbitant amounts, and Jeremy Hammond being pulled out of his prison sentence and again attempted to be coerced into joining in this prosecution of Julian Assange. So the EVDA is notorious as a place where they will get their results. It's the chances of a meaningful fair trial are absolutely vanishing there, and also the exorbitant jurisdiction, which is the technical term for extraterritorial jurisdiction, is something just in the abstract to be incredibly concerned about, because attempting to police the world and police the release of information and control the internet is not good for there being fair international relations. And I would suggest that the current political trajectory of the United States means that even if there was some time when there could have been some trust, that is rapidly vanishing.
Well, I'm glad that you raised this grand jury, because that the fact that that existed and was used to basically destroy, or its purpose to me has always been set up to destroy a media organization. And there was really no protest by most journalists in the way that this was being used by the Justice Department when Eric Holder was in charge, and then when it was awakened and re-upped by Jeff Sessions and then Bill Barr. And so I'd like to turn to Barry and ask about, if there is a trial, what is potentially lying ahead for anyone who wants to try and defend this in this case, because as you're saying, it's unprecedented what we are looking at. And we know with these Espionage Act cases, though they don't normally get the attention that they should require from our press, we know from some of the basic reporting that you don't have a public interest defense. And in fact, I know from covering Chelsea Manning's court-martial, the way in which they had to invent a way that Chelsea Manning could go on the record and give a statement about why she selected those documents and chose to disclose those documents to WikiLeaks and become a source for that organization. And to even describe trying to go to the Washington Post, to the New York Times, and even considering Politico and finding that she was rebuffed, but describing each of those and trying to give some kind of an explanation for the Afghanistan war logs, which I know is a key set of documents in this particular case, describing the collateral murder video, describing the Iraq war logs, describing these diplomatic cables, and going through and saying, how she became motivated to disclose those. But to me, I think a critical issue that needs to be brought up here is that Julian Assange is not a whistleblower and he's not the leaker. He's the publisher, but yet to be prosecuted like a leaker or a whistleblower, he's not really going to have, he potentially could have very little opportunity to describe why he made the decision to publish those documents in a court of law because of how the Espionage Act has been prosecuted.
No, that's exactly right. The Obama administration was extraordinarily aggressive in its use of the Espionage Act and did use it to pursue whistleblowers, which was never the intent of the statute. It's a statute that was passed in World War I era to deal with foreign spies, not to deal with whistleblowers. But what has happened in Julian's case is to take that already incredibly aggressive use of the Espionage Act and take it a giant step further, which is to go after the publisher as opposed to going after the whistleblower. The way the Espionage Act has been used to date and the way that it has largely been interpreted, you're right, there is no public interest defense. You either published national defense information or you didn't, and why you did it doesn't matter. And so I have no doubt that the U.S. government will take the position that this case is not different than prior cases and the public interest is irrelevant, and that Julian shouldn't even be allowed to describe why he published what he published. And we shouldn't even be able to show that what he published was newsworthy. And, you know, one of the ironies here is I think that if the New York Times had published the collateral murder video, it would have won a Pulitzer Prize. And Julian Assange has published it, and he's looking at life in prison. So all of those issues are very problematic. But again, it's never been litigated in this context. We would certainly argue that the statute, if it does not have a public interest defense, has to be a violation of the First Amendment as applied to a publisher. The United States will take the position that Julian Assange doesn't have any First Amendment rights. Their view will be because he's not a U.S. citizen, he doesn't have any rights. So just think about the irony there. They can prosecute a Australian citizen publishing in the UK, haul him back to the United States, and then say, well, because you're not a U.S. citizen, you don't have the First Amendment rights that a U.S. citizen would have. So all of these things are going to need to be resolved. Does he have a First Amendment right? And if he has a First Amendment right, how does that apply in the context of an espionage prosecution of a publisher? And I don't think that that will ultimately get resolved at the trial court. You've already alluded to this, Kevin. I think that's an issue that at some point is going to have to be decided by the United States Supreme Court. Hopefully not in this case, because hopefully the UK does not extradite Assange, and that this does not become a precedent for future prosecution.
This might be a good point to mention as well, that there is a cost to even getting to trial, and that's because of the incredibly strong coercive plea bargaining system of US federal criminal justice. So you will always be offered a plea bargain, and that will be a significant reduction because of the prosecutorial discretion on which charges to press and which multipliers to apply. So just to get your day in court, you will have to face far more charges, which in Julian's case would be far in excess of his lifespan. We're talking, maybe 200 years. In my case, it was 99 years. And the statistics for plea bargaining are, when I last checked, at least that 97% of defendants take the bargain. And I don't think it's because they feel guilty, it's because they're bullied into it. So the idea that there is actually, generally speaking, fair trials is a myth in the United States, because there's so much of a cost just to getting in front of that judge and jury.
Absolutely, and I think I'd like to add to this. I think a lot of the foundation for what they're doing to go after journalists and publishers at this point may have been with my trial experience. During my trial, the government won interlocutory appeal, and it finally settled the question whether journalists have any sort of protections. And the Fourth Circuit, again, said no. So I think that set the groundwork for, okay, we can expand the use of the Espionage Act to go after whoever we want, wherever they are. And they've certainly done that. And a good point Barry brought up about First Amendment rights. Again, this is the Fourth Circuit, which, my issues with the agency and my government started when I filed a discrimination suit against the CIA. When I worked there, they said I was too big and black to serve as an officer in their organization. The Fourth Circuit had the case, and they agreed with the government that said I had no constitutional rights because of national security. So if a U.S. citizen to this court has no rights, no First Amendment or constitutional rights, then Julian Assange certainly will not. It's just, again, I can't emphasize enough of how one-sided this will be, especially in that court. I wasn't a human being with any sort of rights to the Fourth Circuit. I was just a means to an end of what the government wanted to do. And again, I was innocent of the charges, but that didn't matter. They just wanted to get on with it and have the government have their victory. Even though the government had the right to call the reporter in question at that moment. I think the Obama administration did not want to be that administration that put a reporter on trial and possibly jailed a reporter.
Let me just echo that sentiment. One of the worst things, apart from having to consider the rest of my life in a small box, was that the reduction of a human life to, as you say, Jeffrey, a means to an end, to set an example to others that you do not upset the bully in the playground. And that's a terrible thing to do, to take away all of the meaning of somebody's life and just turn it into a deterrent.
Absolutely.
And so, Jeffrey, in your case, let's get into what you were going through, because it's very drawn out, and also you have this accompanying saga over whether a certain New York Times reporter is going to be hauled before the court and forced to give testimony, which delays and delays, and that delay psychologically. I mean, Lori can talk about that in further detail, but also this delay further compounds the distress and stress of going through this case. So go ahead and give us some more detail about what it is like to be prosecuted at trial. And also, I should just clarify, when I mentioned Chelsea earlier about being able to talk about why she did what she did, that was after pleading guilty to some offenses. So it's not like you magically can find some place in the trial before you plead guilty. Most people who are whistleblowers and charged under the Espionage Act, if they get to say anything about what they did, it's after they've pled guilty and are already facing a sentence.
Well, for me, again, I worked for the CIA. I was, pardon my French, a damn good officer for the CIA, but I had the wrong skin color. So I sued them for discrimination. And as I said, it was thrown out for national security. But then years after that, I was blackballed from getting any sort of job or anything like that. So that's isolating within itself. I mean, government reprisal has no bounds. And then I'm trying to get on with my life. And then years and years later, the FBI shows up at my door with these wild accusations that I leaked information to a reporter. It was a blow and it was a shock to me. I thought I had gotten on with my life and that things were okay. And then it was just a tension. The sword of Damocles was hanging over me so long, so many years. And then when I got to the point where I thought it might be over, I'm arrested. You try to be, to live your life. You try to have good thoughts about the future. But when it's in the hands of far-reaching, overreaching U.S. government, FBI, Department of Justice, whatever presidential administration, it's hard to have any sort of sense of calm or being at ease with life, because all of a sudden it could be thrown asunder, as what happened with me. I mean, it was even so dramatic for me that I was recovering from surgery, and they used my then employer to trick me into coming to work, and that's where they staged my arrest. And so it's like a game to them, but there's a real life involved in this. And there really is no concern for that life. There is concern for, okay, this is what the government is doing, and the government is always right. So just the amount of time is incredible enough to withstand, and having that question as to if anything is going to happen, how is it going to happen? What is it going to do to my life? I went through that for years and years and years. Thankfully, I have a wonderful wife who has been with me and been supportive throughout. But not many people will have that. And I guess unique to me, I did not plea. A plea to anything that I did not do was never in question for me. I knew if I was going to be taken to trial, I was going to trial. If they're going to charge me with anything, there's going to be a trial. I mean, I'm a lawyer. I had a little faith that the law would bear this out for me, that an innocent person would not be convicted. The experience of first being tried under the Espionage Act. I fought to defend my country working in the CIA. But then to be turned around and being charged with hurting my country, essentially, as a spy under the Espionage Act, really was a terrible feeling for me, going through that trial was a horrible experience. And the sentence itself, the conviction, it felt as if my country said, we don't want you, we don't need you, and we're going to punish you for what you did, which I didn't do. But I did try to fight against against the CIA and against the discrimination in my country. Yet that was not the right thing to do. It was basically a show trial. Again, they never really produced any evidence of when, where, or how I did this act that they were charging me with. It was a show trial for the CIA to show how the CIA was a good organization and they did outstanding operations. And so therefore, it was even a question throughout, what the hell is all of this about? What it was about was U.S. using the Espionage Act, not for justice or for law, but for its own means of reprisal, retaliation, and that sort of thing. So it's a very hurtful experience to go through, and still is, actually.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you have anything to add, Laurie, but I've got a question for Barry, if you got anything to add to what Jeffrey just said. You might be on mute. I don't think we can hear you, Laurie. I'm not sure why. We're having a little technical issue. I'm not quite sure, but we can't hear you. So I'm going to go on and ask Barry this question and let you sort that out. So we have a question for you, Barry. So there's been a lot that has unfolded in the run-up to this extradition. There's been allegations of an espionage operation against Julian Assange while he was in the embassy. And of course, there's a parallel case unfolding in Spain where there's been depositions that have been taken. There's all sorts of treatment and abuses that mistreatment and abuses that happened outside of that over the time that he was in the Ecuador embassy in the UK. Certain allegations that could be made about the way the US Justice Department has investigated and targeted individuals who were allegedly associated with WikiLeaks. And the question that we have right here from someone who submitted it is, how might this feature in a trial? How would you try to work this in order to defend Julian Assange from prosecution under the Espionage Act?
Well, I think it's going to be far more relevant in the UK in the extradition hearing itself than it would be if the United States is successful in extradition he's brought here. In the extradition hearing, one of the issues is whether there's been an abusive process. And another issue is whether or not this is a political prosecution. And each of the things that you've just mentioned, in particular, spying on him while he was in the embassy, listening in on his conversations with his lawyers, listening in on his conversations with medical professionals, those are all things that I hope and expect the UK court will look at and will not condone and would be bases not to extradite him, because clearly the United States has not treated this as a ordinary criminal prosecution. Unfortunately, in the United States, the motivation of the prosecutors is largely irrelevant. It is very difficult to question the motivation of prosecutors and to even raise that as an issue. Some of the abuses that you have talked to, I think, will be subject to litigation, particularly if the government tries to use any evidence that has resulted from any of these activities. But I think what you'll find is that the prosecutors will represent to the court that they have not been privy to any of the UC Global surreptitiously recorded conversations of Assange, and that will end the matter. The judge will accept that representation, and there won't be any further litigation of it. So it's certainly something that I hope will be aired in the UK.
let's move on to the sentencing phase, or what could happen to Julian if there was a successful conviction. And I'll start with Laurie, just because we had a technical glitch, and try to bring you back in to the conversation. So Laurie, there are apparent differences in the way that the United States and the UK handle these kinds of cases, and maybe you could speak to some of those differences and speak to what it's like, or what it was like for you to know that, essentially the US was threatening you with decades in prison for these offenses, that in the UK, you don't do that kind of time. You wouldn't be facing that kind of time. And if Julian was looking at time in the UK, probably he's not looking at as severe of a sentence. Are we still not getting you? Not really sure why we can't hear Laurie. This is very strange. Okay, so I'm gonna move on and turn this back to Barry and ask him if he can speak to this issue. I still don't know, Laurie, why we can't hear you. Barry or Jeffrey, can you hear Laurie? Is it just me?
I cannot hear Laurie. Kevin, I can still hear you fine.
Okay, yeah, there's something going on technically. I'm not sure. But maybe
let me speak to that, because I think that is a vitally important issue. And I want to look at a little history here. If you look at the Daniel Ellsberg case, where he leaked the Pentagon Papers, an enormously important and newsworthy leak, but in my mind, kind of pales in comparison to the importance of what Julian has published. It was a historical look at the Vietnam War, as opposed to the ongoing war crimes that WikiLeaks has revealed. But in any event, Ellsberg was never convicted. But if he had been, he would have been looking at potentially probation. If he was looking at a prison sentence at all, it would have been a very modest one. The U.S. has, in the intervening years, just put sentencing on steroids to the point where the jail sentences in even run-of-the-mill cases are absolutely draconian, which is why we lead the world in prison population. And it has a tremendous chilling effect. I mean, how many people have the strength of a Snowden or a Manning to leak, knowing that if they are caught, they're not looking at probation, they're not looking at 6 months or a year in prison, they are looking at the rest of their life in a maximum security institution. And if we now extend that to a journalist, if you publish, you're looking at life in prison, journalists are going to self-censor. They're not going to publish anything that is even close to the line, anything that might be viewed unfavorably by the United States. And so it's not just their right to publish, it's the public's right to know that is going to suffer incredibly. In Jeffrey's case, under the federal sentencing guidelines, he was looking at 19 and a half to 24 years. And I suspect that Julian would be looking at substantially more than that under the sentencing guidelines.
I think you can hear me now. So
yes, we have you. We have you. Yeah. So let's let you speak to this.
Okay. So for people who don't know, I was accused of being involved in an anonymous hacktivist campaign, ironically protesting the exact problems that we've been discussing with the US federal criminal justice system after the tragic death of Aaron Swartz, who was basically hounded to death by an overreaching prosecutor for essentially nothing, borrowing too many electronic journal articles. Had I been charged in the UK, I've still not been charged in the UK, and I certainly haven't been convicted of anything, but had I been charged and convicted in the UK, my maximum liability would have been 36 months, of which half would be in detention. There would even be a possibility of a community sentence. In the United States, that 36 months became 99 years. And this kind of beggars belief. How there should even be in principle prison sentences beyond somebody's natural lifespan is a question that people should be asking when trying to reform the justice system. But what it speaks to is the power that prosecutors have to tip the scales of justice by piling on charges, and the sentencing guidelines give so much leeway and scope to have these modifiers or power-ups, or however you want to call it, multipliers added. So if you commit a crime using a technical skill, such as some sort of hacktivism, then that is considered a reason to make the sentence longer. In my case, because they tried to extradite me to 3 different states in parallel, I could have been retried for the same offences effectively, and then it's considered a repeat offence. So you're convicted in New Jersey, you get dragged to Southern District of New York, get convicted again, suddenly you're a repeat offender, and it's twice as bad. And so it's quite horrific that they can effectively make you, in the words of The Godfather, an offer you can't refuse, by saying it's you risk your entire life. You know, here is the revolver, put it to your head, or you concede, you give up your right to a fair trial, and you let us win effectively by default. And it, in terms of the deterrent, certainly do not advise people these days to engage in activist campaigns against the United States, because I've seen too many lives ruined because of the vindictiveness of the response. And the other thing that I wanted to mention earlier is the process itself can become the punishment. So me, an innocent man, uncharged, unconvicted, 6 or 7 years of having to fear for my life, it takes a toll. And I think Jeffrey could speak to this too, and many other whistleblowers and activists who have been through this process, is that the stress is cumulative. The human physiology, we have a fight or flight reflex, and that involves adrenaline, and it's, you know, to get away from the tiger or to, you know, beat the adversary. If you are under that fight or flight response continuously, then the stress levels build up, and in my case, it's resulted in chronic illnesses. I have really terrible skin, as you might be able to see. I have gastritis, colonitis, and the rest of my life will be impaired because of this, and that in itself is a deterrent. And again, let's just be incredibly clear about what we're talking about here. A occupying force in a voluntary war of aggression had military personnel who committed war crimes, murdered journalists in cold blood, and then publishers revealed those war crimes to the world. And now the UK judiciary is being asked whether the publisher should be served up to the very regime which was ultimately responsible for the commission of those war crimes, to establish a precedent that this is a bad thing to do. I don't think I can imagine a more serious threat to the transparency which underpins freedom and democracy in the world.
That's a very eloquent way of putting it, and it shows the disparity. We have an impunity for higher-ranking officials in the government, not just on these war crimes that you're describing, but also when it comes to leaks, by the way, where they are allowed to commit kinds of offenses that are turned into cases against lower-level government employees. And so I'd like to turn to Jeffrey, and then we'll get back to Barry with a couple questions, hopefully, before he has to go. But because we're on the part of what would happen to Julian if he was in prison, I'd like to hear from you, Jeffrey, and particularly on this issue of what treatment was like for you while you were in prison, having that experience of being someone who was convicted under the Espionage Act. And I note right now, just to set this up into a context, that the Bureau of Prisons has completely lost control of the coronavirus inside prison facilities. And maybe it wouldn't be a threat any longer if after Julian is convicted, because this is something we expect to take potentially 5 to 7 years, a separate issue alone. However, prisons have always been a petri dish for the spread of diseases and viruses and allowing those to spiral out of control. Healthcare is completely horrific inside of U.S. prisons. Perhaps one of the reasons why Julian might be able to convince an appeals court or the magistrate court that he should not be extradited because his health would not be protected if he was brought to the U.S. So why don't you speak to that, your experiences? And I also know that you had a heart issue that you were trying to get attention for and were initially not taken seriously for requesting medical attention.
Yeah, absolutely. Prisons are nothing but human warehouses. You're basically tossed in for the time being of your sentence, and it's continual punishment. And for me, being in prison, healthcare is a joke. It's an aside to check up the box that they're supposed to provide. For me, I had previous heart issues prior to going to prison. When I was there, they recurred. And the attention given to it was pretty much passive. They did not care. It took the efforts of my wonderful wife, Holly, and thousands of people who barraged the prison with emails and phone calls and the eventual attention of a U.S. senator for them to give me the health care that I needed while they're in prison. I mean, to feel so powerless to even take care of yourself. I had episodes of passing out, episodes of clearly almost like as if I was having a heart attack, and the test did indicate I had, there was indication of a heart attack. But to the prison, that was nothing. They go out of their way to find a reason not to help you, to have the justification of their inaction. But when you confront them with their actions, they're always on the defensive. They even tried to say to my wife that I was a liar, that I was not having such conditions. They changed some of the medical records to remove the indications that I was having chronic heart issues. And so they're only on the defensive. And all you had to do was give me the medical care that I had the right to in prison, instead of having to go through all the machinations of putting pressure on you. The Bureau of Prisons, their emphasis is just punishment, put you away, and keep you there. What happens after that, they will blame the inmate, the prisoner, for that. And then when you turn to the judges who put you there, it was so tragically funny. My wife sent a note to the judge that sentenced me in the fourth EDVA, talking about the conditions, and I needed health care. She immediately said, well, she doesn't have jurisdiction. She had no problem finding jurisdiction where there was none to convict me and sentence me to prison. But when it came time for me as a human being who needed something, I was of no regard to her, as I had been previously. So the conditions there will be horrible for anyone. And even the aspect of mental health. I met with the counselor there, of course, as part of the intake. I was, of course, having some ideations of suicide and very depressed. Their answer to that was either feel better, or we're going to put you in solitary confinement. And my response to that was, so you're going to take my plea to you for help, and your answer is to put me in solitary confinement, which would make me worse. And her response was, absolutely. So it is not an environment that is going to have any sort of concern for your health and mental well-being. It is just there to house you and degrade you and continue to punish you.
Can I add to that?
Sure. Well, so Lori, can we come back to you? I want to finish with Barry because he's got to leave at the top of the hour, and then we'll pick up on this thought because it's really important to stick on the nature of the mass incarceration system in the United States. But we have a question here, Barry, and then I'll allow you to do closing thoughts that you may have before going. But the question is, if Julian was held under these special administrative measures before and during his trial, is there any truth to this idea that he may not have access to his legal team, or sorry, that
right, guys, welcome back to the center of London, the Royal Courts of Justice. We're here still reporting on the Julian Assange extradition case and whether he will be granted permission to appeal. As I've said in the past, he's been waiting and appealing to just be able to be heard for the last 18 months. 18 months of his life he spent in a maximum security prison. This case has taken now 5 years. I'm here with Sabrina Tucci from Penn International, and she was inside court. So I want to ask you, Sabrina, what were your impressions of inside court?
Well, it's been another long day. The second day we are here. It's been a day with really a roller coaster of emotions. A lot of fears, a lot of hopes. Basically, the prosecution say that Assange case is not politically motivated. They claim that Assange basically supported Chelsea, aided and instigated Chelsea Manning in stealing information from the Department of the State of Defense of the United States, and that Assange literally helped Manning in hacking their computer system. They also claim that the information that was published was not leaked, but rather stolen. Therefore, according to them, Assange has jeopardized and put in danger U.S. defense and intelligence. They also accused him of jeopardizing the life of those whose names have been mentioned in the WikiLeaks report, claiming that a lot of people have lost their jobs as a result, disappeared, or have been arrested or persecuted. And for all this reason, basically they claim that Assange would not be qualified to be protected under the First Amendment of the US First Amendment, and that basically his journalism is not conventional journalism. Therefore, he deserves to be extradited. And lastly, they claim that if extradited to the States, he will be subjected to a fair trial, a fair hearing before an independent and public tribunal, and within a reasonable time frame.
What is Penn's position on these allegations from the court?
Penn International, English Penn, Penn Norway, and other Penn centers have been here, and yesterday, today, we believe that Assange case is politically motivated. It should not be persecuted, it should not be imprisoned. We believe in the right to publish information, and we believe in the right of people to be informed. And we believe that these rights cannot be separated. They are necessary to inform a functioning and democratic society. We've been calling since 2019, since Assange was arrested, we've been calling for his release. We've been calling on the UK authority not to extradite him, and we've been calling on the US authority to drop the charges against Assange and to just set him free. We want Assange to be released from Belmarsh prison and to be reunited with his family.
Sabrina, thank you very much. So I spent most of the afternoon listening also to the prosecution handing their points. They say that Julian Assange is no journalist and that the prosecution is not political because both Trump and Biden accept it. We know that there could be bipartisan agreement on many issues, but prosecuting somebody under the Espionage Act, journalists can only be political. This was what the defense came and said afterwards, that Julian Assange cannot be extradited under using the treaty, but not being defended under the provisions of this treaty that obviously protect political opinions and his work. And also they highlighted that you cannot have a disconnect on what Julian Assange published, the war crimes that he published and the criminal conduct at the highest levels of the US and UK governments to this extradition. They called this prosecution a persecution from the highest levels due to the fact that we know that President Trump asked for plans and options on how to assassinate him, murder him inside the embassy. And the charges were only brought when they wanted to make sure that they had a legal framework to kidnap him from the embassy or even murder him. That's when the charges were dropped, and the fact that a Republican and a Democratic administration continue this case is really not any argument to discount the fact that the espionage is a political offense. It cannot be anything else than a political offense, and charging a journalist under the Espionage Act and not allowing him to protect himself on public interest, because the Espionage Act does not have a public interest defense, is absolutely ridiculous. So the judges were told that if you would allow the extradition of this journalist, he would be handed over to the country that planned his murder. We will keep you up to date, and shortly the court will be in recess. We will get statements. We will follow the demonstration down to number 10 Downing Street, where the Prime Minister works, and we will have more speeches and coverage of the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thanks to the
His legal team would
people over at Consortium News, Kathy Vogan. Shout out Kathy. She's phenomenal. She is, yes, an Indie Media Award winner, or at least Consortium News is. But Kathy publishes this tweet and says, for all you techs out there who want to know exactly why the Assange hacking allegations are bogus, here's the statement of the forensic examiner, Patrick Eller, expert witness in the extradition hearing. She says, one thing I should add is that in re-examination, Eller apologized for using Assange's name in his statement because there was no proof, nor was he asked to prove that the moniker Manning was chatting with was Assange. And she puts that here with this T-skiff or whatever. This is very complex stuff. Tariq Haddad writes a whole article about it, and that's what I want to share with you now. So let me go here, and I will back out of, go back one. Back here, keep out, bring this up, and go to Tariq Haddad's article. It's actually like really deep stuff, metadata. Shit. Who broke it down? Matt O'Brien broke it down today, and I didn't bring that up. Damn it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Matt.
Cue the Jeopardy music.
All right. Read me some chats. Oh boy.
I put the link to our episode on INN News with special guest Misty Winston, where we talked about those Assange files being purged. So
sweet.
People should click that little link out and watch it after boats.
Sweet. Okay, I'm on his page. There's that Mansour thing from earlier today. He broke it down. Where was it? This was, here it is. Boom. This is an awesome thread, and we're going to go through this thread real quick. Okay. You're not seeing my DMs. Good. Now let's go back here. We'll go to IndieMead. Okay. And we'll blow this up a little bit more so you can see it. So this is Matt O'Brien. Go follow him. He's awesome. So what he says is that even the allegation that Assange may have tried to help Manning be anonymous is bogus. They have nothing. Free Julian now. All right. And what he's saying is out of this report, and this is the report that actually was released in 2010, I believe, in 2020. September 25th, Assange extradition hearings, statement of Patrick Eller. So we're just getting access to this. And what this is talking about is that this is shocking. I at least thought that they had a slither of grounds for suspicion Assange may have tried to help Manning protect her identity, but they have nothing. This testimony is from none other than the former command digital forensic examiner for the U.S. Army. He kind of has some knowledge about this, right? Feel me?
Mm-hmm.
This expert testimony debunks the theory that Assange provided any assistance to Manning and strong evidence for an alternative explanation. Chiefly, Manning had... Yeah, but that Manning had already leaked most of the documents before the jabber chat alleged to be with Assange even happened.
Oh, great. So he just collected all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
It was already out there and public. The hash Manning allegedly asked someone on this jabber for help to crack would not have given her access to more material or even anonymous access to any material. Evidence is strong that she instead wanted it for reinstalling software after computers were re-imaged. More on her motive of cracking a hash only to reinstall programs after re-imaging. Others testified during her trial that she was asked to help reinstall software that was not approved but was deemed useful by her colleagues. And I read this earlier, so what a shock. Once again, key evidence was destroyed that would have helped to prove this alternative, despite specifically being requested by the defense team. So what you see is, again, a pattern of evidence being destroyed regularly. So to summarize, there is not a shred of evidence that Julian played any active part in the Manning leaking. Evidence to the contrary exists, and the key evidence was destroyed. This testimony was provided by the former command digital forensic examiner for the U.S. Army, of all people, where he says that he served for 20 years in the U.S. Army, during which time he held positions of the role of criminal investigator and supervisor of investigations relating to digital evidence in particular. From 2012 until 2019, he was the command digital forensic examiner and was responsible for all administrative inspection and oversight functions within a digital forensic program, which included more than 80 forensic examiners at U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Command Headquarters in Quantico. This is the guy who testified that there's no way Assange could have performed any part of the hacking because all the material was already out there and Manning already had it before she contacted Julian Assange. That's what this is. So, again, why is the FBI not dropping the hacking case? Or not the Justice Department, not the FBI, sorry. So that's
because
next.
He did that hack that one time. Just that one time.
Kristen, who is running WikiLeaks in Julian's absence, posted this tweet, and we're going to talk a little bit about the FBI reopening the investigation into Julian. I think that we're going to probably glaze over that pretty quickly because there is that new thing that happened with El País today from the Spanish newspaper that I really want to get to, but. DOJ's failed mission. Not even a serial fraudster and sex offender Thorasen could be relied on as star witness. Persons previously hostile to Julian even refused to take his place. Now, will they try to enlist astrologers and fortune tellers? The attempt to put legal cosmetics on the prosecution of Julian is becoming more pathetic by the day. Let's just stop this cruel farce and free Assange now. So they've subpoenaed some FBI agent named O'Hagan, and we have a little bit to talk about with O'Hagan. Now, there was a thread. I noticed a quote tweet by Jara Parilla, who then writes this thread that's really fascinating. Oh my God, I just noticed that the cops who went to question Andrew O'Hagan were from Counterterrorism Command. I previously wrote that UK and USA might have secretly classified Julian as a terrorist, which would explain the bizarre twists in his case. And now I'm going to pause for a second, and we're going to open up to that thread, because that I found fascinating as well. Okay, let's go back here. Yeah, okay, perfect. Beautiful. Okay. Here's the article I wrote for Michael Westbiz 2 years ago, looking at all the evidence suggesting
article I wrote,
right, that Julian had been secretly classified as a terrorist, and that's right here. And it was right there. Is it now cool and normal for UK anti-terror cops to deliver interview requests for the FBI? That's Australian, by the way. Empire State Building in London. Oh, Empress. You know what? I read that 3 times when I saw Empire State Building. I was like, wow, I didn't know there was an Empire State Building in London. No,
someone's been Pavloved on that.
The Empress State Building. Sorry. Maybe that's where the Empire State Building even got its idea from. I don't know. But so here there were the key considerations in why they had classified Julian a terrorist secretly, were the major stories disappearing from the media about Siggy, about the CIA assassination plans, about the CPS emails, etc., which we just talked about, the lack of due process in legal cases, the fact that Biden called Assange a high-tech terrorist, the U.S. government designating WikiLeaks a non-state hostile intelligence service, plus refusal to release FOIA docs in UK, USA, Sweden, Australia, exactly what Stefania was talking about, and the UC global cases, which had stalled in Spain, but now we've got a little break. And then, of course, the maximum security jail with strip searches for court appearances. So, will the UK cops ever use anti-terror laws to access O'Hagan's tapes? Would we ever know if they did? Well, in 2017, Mike Pompeo called WikiLeaks a non-state hostile intelligence service after often abetted by state actors like Russia.
Russia.
Right. Labeling Assange a terrorist would help legalize the CIA assassination plans, and UK agreed to assist EJ by shooting plane tires. Right? Who says, we have to recognize that we can no longer allow Assange and his colleagues the latitude to use free speech values against us. To give them the space to crush us with misappropriated secrets is a perversion of what our great Constitution stands for.
Misappropriated secrets. To crush us with... Okay.
Fuck you, Mike Pompeo.
With the truths that they got that we didn't want them to get. That's what that... Okay.
So, now he says that, update, I am reliably informed that a mutual legal assistance request might well be delivered by UK counterterrorism police in this strange new post-9/11 world we inhabit. Still, I will leave this thread up as I find it all very strange indeed. Strange is the least we can say about that. Yep. Let's talk about O'Hagan for 1 second. This guy, and we're going to rely on Craig Murray for this one. Craig says in a response to someone who is supporting O'Hagan, and this was from 2017, a comment under one of his articles, that O'Hagan is a deeply unpleasant establishment shill. He is wall-to-wall on the BBC lately. During the election campaign, he was given an amazing, uninterrupted 10-minute monologue of the R4 Today program for a piece on how the government now needs to employ tens of thousands of censors in battalions for real-time censorship of the internet. Yes, really, I'm not making it up. And considering that BBC just came out with Verify this week, this is also relevant. O'Hagan received £100,000 from Canongate to ghostwrite Assange's autobiography. £50,000 was due to be passed on to Assange. After being given all the documentary materials by Julian, O'Hagan decided to renounce the deal and keep all the cash himself by doing it without Assange, keeping the documentary material. A very, very nasty person. Not cool. So that's who they're now trying to get the records from about his material that Assange had provided him. And then we get to what I woke up to this morning, which was this story about UC Global that Bestie shared from El País. So it's pretty unbelievable, but you can read here, more than 250 extra gigabytes of files related to the surveillance of the founder. What? Huh? And then we also have Tariq Haddad, who had written a thing about the 2020 release that we talked about earlier, that Matt commented on as well, that Kathy had shared. Now we also have him commenting on this El País piece. He's written up a report, including his own original reporting on the matter. This is required reading in his opinion, and I would agree because it was really good. So let's go back there. Let's go back here. Let's go to Tariq Haddad's article and let's check out what he's talking about. But before we do that, let's go first to the El País article, because I do want to give credit to the man who wrote this article. And there's video here, and it's kind of heartbreaking, but I want to show this too. All right. So the writer is Jose Maria Irujo. I want to make sure we've got volume up. Good. And go.
Do a kickflip. That's not a kickflip. Channel your inner Rodney Mullen. Do it. That's stellar. Hello.
Jesus. Well, thank you to El País for giving us that, and to the Ecuadorian embassy. I mean, to, you know, the UC Global case that's going on in Spain. And we'll have that.
Crab asked how recent the footage is.
That was from within the Ecuadorian embassy. I don't know exactly when.
So that would have been.
That would have been like before.
How
2017.
long has he been in prison for?
Well, that would have been before 2019, but I don't know exactly when. Yeah. Here's the article from El País if you want to check that out and read it. But I do want to go through.
Do the math, Rain Man.
Tariq Haddad's article, and there's David Morales. Okay, pictured at one of the company's offices with a colleague who is faceless. But that's David Morales right there. That's the guy that really rigged all this spying against Assange. Either knowingly, he had to know what he was doing by the end of it, but this is the key thing. Tariq Haddad says, Spanish police omitted a very relevant volume of material from the judge investigating spying allegations against UC Global owner David Morales, the former Spanish Marine accused of breaching Julian Assange's privacy while the WikiLeaks founder sought political asylum in Ecuador's London embassy, according to a new report in El País. An investigation into Morales was opened by Spain's Audiencia Nacional, a Madrid court with national jurisdiction to investigate major crimes, in July 2019. It came after two witnesses from UC Global, the firm contracted to provide security for the Ecuadorian embassy, approached Assange's lawyers, alleging that Morales had used this access to surreptitiously eavesdrop on Assange, his visitors, as well as meetings held with lawyers and medical professionals, and handing over the acquired materials to America's Central Intelligence Agency. Yes, this is what happened. We have to go over this. Once a criminal case was open, the premises of Morales' home and businesses were raided by Spanish police on 17 December of that year. In the process, police confiscated over 20,000 euros in cash. That's not pounds, that's euro. In cash, 2 guns with serial numbers scratched off, one of which was loaded, as well as physical files, laptops, mobile phones, and external storage devices in the form of pen drives and hard drives. Copies of the digital files were subsequently sent to the presiding judge, as well as Assange's Spanish lawyers, who trawled through the evidence to compile a criminal case. And these are the guns, and there's the serial number scratched off. You can see there in the picture.
Mm-hmm.
However, in going through the files, exceeding 1.5 terabytes of data, Assange's lawyers noted that a number of the files were corrupted in the copying process, making them inaccessible. They successfully petitioned the judge to have their own IT experts make new digital mirrors of the images of the devices in January of this year. Huh, how about that? How about that?
About it.
Now, according to their recent interview with El País, the lawyers made a shocking discovery once the new data had been accessed. Almost over 250 gigabytes of material originally on the devices was never included in what the judge or lawyers had received. It includes a staggering total of 551,616 files and 973 emails previously unseen. Among them is a folder titled Operations and Projects, like projectiles, in which further directories are broken down by region. Going to North America and then to USA, a folder is found within the title CIA. In there with the title CIA, in there are images and video footage from the secret surveillance undertaken in the Ecuadorian embassy. There are also files labeled Ladies' Toilet, where UC Global placed hidden microphones after learning that that's where Assange took his lawyers in an attempt to evade other forms of surveillance. Also that his lawyers were women, Jen Robinson and Amal Clooney, or Amal, I don't know what her name was before, and then later on, Stella Morris. Others were labeled Fidel, as in reference to Fidel Narvaez, the former Ecuadorian consul who attempted to help Assange escape the embassy by means of a diplomatic passport. The finding is hugely significant, although previously received files showed Morales texting his colleagues with multiple references to working with the American client, American Intelligence, and the Agency of Stars and Stripes, in addition to bank, phone, and flight records placing him in various American cities when key decisions were made. There never appeared to be an explicit reference to the CIA. That is now not the case, and it should be instrumental in proving the criminal case against Morales, as well as to the civil suit in the Southern District of New York filed against the CIA and its former director, Mike Pompeo, on behalf of Margaret Ratner-Kunstler, Deborah Herbeck, John Getz, and Charles Glass as the plaintiffs. Further still, this now becomes the second instance of Spanish police appearing to obstruct the Assange investigation. Everybody obstructed the Assange investigation under orders from the U.S. and CIA. That's my own addition. That's not Tariq's assessment. In a January meeting with Assange's lawyers in Spain, Aitor Martinez told the author of this piece that following a December 2017 break-in at his firm's offices in Madrid, the ILOCAD practice set up by a former judge, Baltasar Garzón, the matter was investigated, but when Martinez followed up, police said there was no file in existence in relation to the break-in. What? Further follow-ups about this fact did not yield any additional information. But here's the cam footage of somebody breaking into these offices. These are screen grabs of CCTV footage from the law firm. We remember this. Like, we covered this. I think we covered this last year.
Maybe.
The break-in, which is believed to be carried out by professionals who use gloves and other means to avoid detection, is suspected of being linked to Morales and UC Global due to testimony provided by one of the two witnesses. Because in his statement to the Spanish court, witness 2, anonymized to protect him from potential reprisals from his former boss, said, I recall that at the end of November 2017, David Morales told the company workers that the Americans were very happy with the information that we'd supplied, but that they would need more. To this end, Morales spoke about the possibility of entering the legal offices of ILOCAD, which is the law firm which is headed by Baltasar Garzón in Madrid, given that Mr. Garzón coordinated the legal defense of Julian Assange. This would allow us to obtain information concerning Mr. Assange for the Americans. I believe we found that they had placed cameras in his office, too. 2 weeks after this conversation, the national media reported that 2 men in baklavas had entered his law offices. Remember, we reported on this. I recall that the news was shared amongst the employees in the Jerez office, and we speculated whether this could have to do with what our boss, David Morales, had suggested. Morales is currently under house arrest while being investigated for breach of privacy, violation of confidentiality of attorney-client privilege, bribery, and money laundering. Nice guy. Spanish case against him is continuing, and lawyers recently filed a request to extend the investigating period by an additional 6 months. And as we know, Assange, meanwhile, has now spent over 4 years in prison in Britain's HMP Belmarsh, Her Majesty's. HM is Her Majesty's Prison. That's what HMP stands for. Belmarsh.
Yeah.
While U.S. attempts to extradite him to the country continue. He's wanted in connection with obtaining and publishing the infamous collateral murder video, as well as U.S. military logs from the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Defenders argue that the publication of these files is no different from what journalists do every day, and the prosecution is an assault on press freedoms. But the U.S., of course, says it's a violation of the Espionage Act, except that he wasn't bound by the Espionage Act, and that Assange should spend decades, if not the rest of his life, in incarceration. Support Tariq Haddad, TariqHaddad.com. That was a good article. To me, this is the smoking gun. Like, literally, this is the smoking gun. They now have the video footage. We now have the video footage off of this guy's computer in a folder labeled CIA that they never gave. And now we have it. Why isn't he out right now? Why isn't he out right now? And I think Misty would totally agree with me. Here's the INN News episode where he purged the Assange files with special guest Misty Winston. Go check that out for sure. Okay. Yep. I saw a question by Crab. Where was it? Something. Now I can't find. Oh, here it is. He says, do you guys even think that if Assange gets out now, he'll be able to live the rest of his life at ease, or is his mental case gone for good? I would.
No, he's already mentally broken.
I would say that he
just had a stroke.
He needs to get out just for his physical safety.
Yes.
It makes me sad too. They've already kind of Mouse SF. Think of how much we lost with Julian out of commission. It is awful, and maybe one day. But even with him out, I don't think that we would get that Julian Assange. I don't think he would go back to doing WikiLeaks, and I would totally not blame him one bit for not doing that. He's done more than enough, and he deserves to live his life in peace at this point and be out and free.
Later of Parkinson's disease, partly induced by his treatment in prison. And the reason that's important is because it reminds us that the struggle for justice is long. But no matter how long and hard you fight, eventually you can win. As the Shrewsbury Pickets had their convictions squashed, we are determined that it will not take that long for justice for Julian Assange.
Come on.
Today, we should be able to gather to celebrate the work and freedom of Julian Assange. We shouldn't be having to meet here to protest against his incarceration. We shouldn't be having to meet here today to think about the way he, Stella, and the family have been robbed of their family life. And why has Julian Assange been robbed of his freedom? Why has Julian Assange been robbed of his family life? Why has Stella been robbed of her husband? Why have their children been robbed of their father? The reason that they've been robbed unjustly of all of these things is because Julian Assange spoke the truth to power. Julian Assange exposed war crimes. Julian Assange did his job as a journalist. Julian Assange did his job of holding the powerful to account. In our parliaments, we hear very often the grand themes bandied about of freedom of the press, the rule of law, the importance of journalism, democracy, freedom of speech. Anybody who believes in these things should know that Julian Assange should be free. And we rightly focus on the misery inflicted by the establishment on Julian. But we also need to reflect upon why they are doing it. They want to send a chilling message to every journalist in this country and around the world. Don't expose war crimes, because if you do, what happened to Julian Assange might happen to you. So we see around the world horror unfolding. We see what's happening in Gaza. We see what's happening in Rafah. Don't we need more Julian Assanges, not fewer Julian Assanges? And don't we need journalists and whistleblowers out there reporting upon and exposing war crimes, not languishing in Belmarsh prison, and certainly not being sent to the United States to face a sentence of 175 years in a super maximum security prison? I'll finish on this. The words of Julian when he said, if wars can be started by lies, then peace can be started by telling the truth. We're gathered here today to tell the great truth that Julian Assange is not a criminal, as well as a father and a husband and a friend. Julian Assange is a journalist, a whistleblower and a hero, and should be free. Free Julian Assange!
Good morning, everyone. I'm Zara Sultana. I am the MP for Coventry South, and I bring solidarity to Julian Assange, Stella, and everyone who believes in the power of journalism. Revealing war crimes is not a crime. It is journalism. It is what we say when we talk about speaking truth to power. But we know Julian is being targeted for exposing US war crimes, the crimes of empire and abuses of state power, from torture in Guantanamo Bay to the killings of civilians in Iraq and Afghanistan, a region ravaged by what the US and the UK and its allies have done. The public, we all of us had a right to know about those appalling crimes, yet Julian has been locked in Belmarsh since 2019 and faces the rest of his life in a US prison for bringing that damning information to light. And this isn't just an attack on Julian, like so many others have said already. This is an attack on the very essence of journalism, on the free press, and what it means to hold the powerful to account. So everyone who cares about free speech should care about Julian, should care about this very important case, and should be calling for an end to this prosecution and the persecution of Julian, for the charges to be dropped and for Julian to be free. So thank you and solidarity, and let's keep fighting.
Wow.
thank everyone for coming here today for Julian. He'll be very moved to know that so many people showed up today. Whatever happens today and tomorrow and this week, please keep on showing up. Be there for Julian and for us and for you until Julian is free. Free Julian Assange! Thank you. Thank you. We have 2 big days ahead. We don't know what to expect. But you're here because the world is watching. They have to know they can't get away with this. Julian needs his freedom and we all need the truth. Thank you.
Thank you so much for showing up today at this extremely important hearing where the future of journalism and the freedom to express will be decided. Julian Assange has been denied justice for so long that it's about time that he receives some justice. There is a glimpse of hope, and when I look out at all of you who have shown up here to observe and point a finger at the justice system, do the right thing, continue to do so.
Hi everyone, this is amazing. What an incredible turnout. I'd love to see everybody here tomorrow as well. This is really heartwarming and yeah, it really gives us a lot, inspires us to keep going as Julian's family. As John just said, last week the entire Australian Parliament voted on a motion in the Australian Parliament that 2/3 of the parliamentarians voted in favour of, including the government, including all the cabinet ministers, defence ministers, and all of the crossbench. And that motion said very specifically that Julian is an award-winning Australian journalist, that Julian is being persecuted, is being held for exposing the misconduct of the US in its wars abroad, and that the UK and the US should bring this to an end immediately so that Julian can be returned home to Australia. This case, this treatment and this case, this persecution of Julian has made the UK and the US an embarrassment on the world stage. It is their shame. And they can bring it to an end simply by letting Julian go and re-establishing themselves as human rights advocates that can be powerful around the world. So, free Julian Assange.
Good morning everyone, and it's good to see so many people lining up the streets this morning, showing the strength of the feeling here. But I know it's not just in London, but it's across our country and it's across the world as well. If Julian Assange is extradited to the US, there will be far-reaching human rights implications and a chilling precedent will be set. It will have profound consequences for freedom and democracy all around the world. Potentially every newspaper and every outlet could be at risk in future if this prosecution succeeds. And this goes to the crux of the issue for so many. It's about whether we value and support press freedom or not. And for me, it's been long clear that the charges relating to Julian Assange's publishing activities must be dropped, and the UK authorities must reject any notion of his extradition to the US. There must be an end to the suffering and torture of a person for the simple act of telling the truth. Because it is Julian Assange's whistleblowing activities about illegal wars, mass murder, murder of civilians and corruption on a grand scale that have put him where he is today. And when it comes to those wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, it is clear that they were in breach of international law and resulted in large-scale death and destruction, including human rights abuses committed on a large scale by occupying troops. It's also clear that we were misled, and even now, the truth continues to be obscured and suppressed. In 2003, I was 13 years old, I was a teenager, and I marched against the Iraq war. I know how that war destroyed the lives of so many Iraqis and caused destruction to the region. But it also devastated my constituency and community in East London, and the consequences of it are still felt to this day. I think it's utterly obscene that whilst those that pursue Assange for publishing information about serious human rights violations, you've got those responsible for those crimes itself continuing to enjoy impunity. That's why I think today and Julian Assange's case is so important for us all. Because really it's about people and their power versus state power and imperialism. It's about truth versus deceit and cover-ups. And ultimately it is about seeking justice in an all too often unjust world. Solidarity.
You ought to be up here with me, such a wonderful visit you've never seen. Beautiful faces, all concerned with bringing justice to a man. 15 years approaching that Julian's been incarcerated in one form or another, without charge, by the way. 15 years. This scandal has engrossed the world. We take into consideration the Australian Parliament last week voted 84 members to 42 for the United States to drop the charges and bring Julian home. This is considerable courage exhibited by the Australian Parliament for three very important reasons. Resisting the extraterritorial application of the United States laws. 1. 2. In defence of freedom of speech and the capacity for each of us to speak to each other, bounded on knowledge that we pass to each other, and consequently building within our communities and within our nation an understanding of where we stand. 3. Julian Assange himself, a global difficulty created by the United States and the United Kingdom Crown Prosecuting Service, brought upon themselves a worldwide scandal. All of those elements, the courage of the Australian Parliament to take upon itself criticism, fundamental criticism of the United States and implied criticism of the United Kingdom's Crown Prosecuting Service. A considerable grant. We together, hope is the wrong word actually, we together insist that the United Kingdom and its judges honour their own laws, with the same fortitude, the same courage, the same uprightness as demonstrated by the Australian Parliament and the Australian people, all of whom stand 84% behind us. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. As you all know, my country, South Africa, recently took Israel to the International Court of Justice. And the highest court in the world, led by an American judge, concluded that there is a plausible risk, that there is prima facie evidence, in other words, that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. This is something that we can all see every day with our own eyes on our screens. It's not something we needed the highest court in the world to tell us. But let us also remember what was included in South Africa's submission: the intentional targeting and killing of Palestinian journalists on the ground. Why are they doing that? Because they do not want us to know what they are doing on the ground to innocent Palestinians. Those journalists are informing the world of what is happening. This is exactly what Julian has spent his life doing. In the 23 years that I've been investigating and researching the murderous and corrupt global trade in weapons, the most effective, the most important truth teller on the global arms trade, on the warfare committed in our names with our tax pounds, has been Julian Assange. And while those who committed the war crimes have not only all gone free, but have all profiteered from their war crimes, it is Julian who speaks truth to power who is on trial. But it is not only Julian who is on trial. It is the British system of justice, it is the British government, it is the US government, it is our entire system of war-making, of imperialism, and of deep-seated corruption. Forgive me for paraphrasing my former boss, Nelson Mandela, but the reality of our democracies, of our world, is that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Julian Assange.
Thank you so much, Ron, and thank you all to everybody here for still being here. It's been a really long 4 years. It's been an even longer 13 years. On one hand, I'm dismayed that it's still at this point. We would have hoped that the British judicial system would have delivered justice by now. We're hoping very much that that is still possible here. But of course, as we all know, this is a political case and it may, in fact, still require a political solution. So we're not letting the US government off the hook today, no matter what happens here in London. The responsibility still lies with the US Department of Justice. At any point, they could drop the charges, they could close this case, they could let Julian Assange free. This it never had to be a matter before the courts, and it does not have to play out in this inevitable way. So let's continue that call on the US to free Assange. Of course, we all know what is at stake here. For my organization, our mandate is press freedom, so we're engaged because of Julian Assange's contributions to journalism. The publication by WikiLeaks in 2010 of the leaked classified documents informed extensive public interest reporting around the world. We know that that exposed war crimes and human rights violations, crimes which have never been prosecuted. Only the publisher is being pursued here. And if he is sent to the US, of course he is the first publisher that will be pursued in this way. This will set an alarming precedent that could be applied to any journalist, any media organization, anyone who works with stories based on leaked classified information, which is of course a normal journalistic process. So when we say that it's the future of journalism at stake, that is what we mean. This case has been going on for far too long, as we're hearing many politicians finally starting to concede now, but 13 long years. We will already never know what stories have not been told as the result of this endless legal persecution of Julian Assange. But if this continues, if he is extradited, if he is put on trial in the US, the chilling effect will be enormous. It will impact media around the world, and it will impact all of our right to know, because of course this is ultimately about the public's right to information. We have a right to stories in the public interest. I've been asked to hold this closer, sorry. One thing as well is to remind the world actually where Julian Assange is today. We, after a fight with the prison, similar to our fight for court access over the years at Reporters Without Borders, we were finally able to visit Julian in prison 4 times between August and January. A lot of people, especially in the US, have lost sight of where he even is, but he is in a high security prison in the UK, in London, some miles from where we are now. Surely, even...
Move to your left onto the area here. If you move to your left onto the area here. Just move to the left onto the area here, that'd be great. Move to the left, please. Can see the ETU banner there. Thanks for coming. Move on to the pavement. Croydon Trades Council banner. Move on to the pavement. Thanks very much. Guys, follow these banners. See the big banner with Julian Assange's face. Just follow that banner onto the side here. Just follow the EPPU banner onto the side here. The Samba Band, thank you very much. Just move on to the pavement here. Brilliant work. The Samba Band, move on to the pavement, that'd be great. Just move to your left, that'd be fantastic. That was fantastic. Thank you so much to the PCS Samba Band. Thank you so much for all your support. Free Assange! Free Assange! Free Assange! I now want to introduce our first speaker this evening, Richard Medhurst. He's been carrying through the work of the Assange campaign. He's been reporting on the trials. He leads his account of what's been happening in court. Richard.
Thank you very much. Look at you! Look at all of you! Look at all of you! Wonderful. You know, I got to admit, I'm kind of sick and tired. I've been sitting all day listening to the CIA argue why, you know, Assange is a criminal and exposing war crimes is apparently a criminal offense. How boring and disgusting that they come into our courtrooms and tell us, you know, that they want to give Julian Assange a walloping. They want to prosecute him with US laws, but no protections under US laws. So you can try him with the Extradition Act, with the Espionage Act, but he gets no First Amendment protections. What kind of rubbish is that? What kind of rubbish is that? You need to understand something. A lot of you are holding Palestine flags, and it makes me very happy to see, because these two things are not disconnected. They are connected. The same people that are prosecuting Assange are the same people bombing Gaza. You need to understand that. These are the same corporations, the same banks, the same arms dealers that put Julian Assange in jail. They're the same people that killed 130 journalists in Gaza. This is a war on journalism. And it's not just against Julian, it's against the people covering the case as well. They make it impossible to get in the courtroom. They make it impossible to hear what's going on. How the hell do they have £1 million per missile to shoot down Yemeni drones, but they can't fix the microphones in the bloody courtroom? What the hell is that? Are you serious? No, what is this? They really want us to believe they can't fund the NHS, they can't fix the transport, all this crumbling where they got time to go make wars and kill people? Rubbish! Rubbish! Absolute rubbish. You need to understand something as well. This case, this is a violation of UK sovereignty. The Americans have no business coming here. The extradition treaty says you cannot take someone to the United States. That is what the law says. You cannot send someone to the United States for a political offense. You can't do it. And they're playing a double game here. They think that, you know, we're just going to okay this. No, you guys coming out here, this is an act of resistance. You being here, you raising your voice, you coming out with the drums, you know, chanting, that's an act of resistance. And when Julian Assange was being taken out of the embassy, he said, resist. He said, UK resist. So he asks that of you guys. Do you understand? You have to keep resisting. You have to make your voices heard. Because that's the one thing that they do not have. They don't have numbers. Yeah, they've got money, they've got bonds, they don't have numbers in power. Do you understand? They have no power in numbers. That belongs to all of you. So you have to keep coming out, you have to keep showing your support for Julian and keep showing your support for Palestine. Free, free Julian Assange! Free, free Julian Assange! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to introduce the next speaker, Ben Westwood. Vivian Westwood is a fantastic campaigner for this cause. Ben is a fantastic campaigner for this cause. Please give him a warm welcome.
Hello there. Yeah, exactly. My name is Ben Westwood. Unfortunately, my mother Vivian is not here today. She was a close friend to Julian Assange and a long-term campaigner for a free press and against his extradition to the United States for the crime of revealing American war crimes, which included torturing prisoners of war and shooting unarmed civilians, not to mention revealing that the CIA can spy on you through your TV and smartphones. Julian is a lovely man. I've met him. He's a human being revealing the truth for us all. He is a real hero. Julian has been in Belmarsh maximum security prison for nearly 5 years now, and he got married to his partner Stella Assange there. But Julian wasn't allowed to be shown in his Vivian Westwood kilt, wedding kilt, because you could see his painfully thin legs brought about by his treatment, which UN Special Rapporteur Niels Mesler has described as torture. Unfortunately, this issue is not just about the injustice perpetrated to Julian. This is about our collective democratic right to real facts and truth. In a true democracy, the people need unrestricted access to facts and information in order to make informed choices. As Julian has said, the aim of war is not to win it, it's to have a never-ending war. War is a great way to launder the public's money into private hands and to maintain sources of cheap natural resources and cheap human labour for the profit god. Afghanistan and Iraq were great successes for them, and now it's Ukraine, Gaza, and the next project, China. Loads of money rolling in, not to mention for the Western contractors awarded the contracts to repair the damage caused. The fact that Julian is being charged with the crime of espionage is very telling. During times of war, public information can be restricted. Are we at war? The US has been conducting one war after another continuously since the end of the Second World War. Now they are trying to step into our country's law. If this appeal fails, America can disregard the laws of any other countries. Why is our government disregarding our own laws to suit America? What happened to Magna Carta? What happened to habeas corpus? Now I feel even more disgusted to be British. What are you doing to our country? A friend of my mother coined an acronym, a pill called NIMSDOL, a pacifier used to control the world's populations. It stands for National Idolatry, Non-Stop Distraction, Organised Lying. The mainstream press is controlled and lies by omission and misinformation. They just don't do reports on something that is being hidden, as in Julian's case. When they do report, it has a bias. Now you hardly hear about the war in Ukraine. All the men there with no arms and legs for the rest of their lives. Gaza is just a background story now. All those people buried under the rubble. War journalism is strictly under control these days. No war photographers like Don McCullin allowed to take photos on the front line anymore. They learnt that in Vietnam. The case against Assange is the final end of the pretext that democracy exists. If he is convicted, it is the beginning of darkness for us all. The attack on Julian Assange is also an attack on us. Next time this could be you.
Thanks very much. Now listen, we need you all to be safe, so there's plenty of room over this side. Can you all move to your left? People can come out of the road and be safely onto the pavement. Just move over, please. Thanks very much. I can see you moving. Please do that. Come on to the pavement, guys. It's night time. It's Whitehall. We want you to be safe. Come on over this side. It's not really within my power just for the moment. Although it's a good thing. Okay. Now I'm sure that you've all been waiting to hear from Stella Assange about her impressions, both about what's happened in the court and about what we should do next. So please do give her a very warm welcome. She's been through the hell of that court case for the last two days, and she wants to be with you here tonight. Stella Assange.
Wow, you guys are amazing. Not just the turnout this evening coming here to Downing Street, but also over the past 48 hours. It's been incredible. Every time I got to court, I was greeted by this incredible supportive crowd that was cheering us on, and I told Julian all about how much support he has, and also how much attention the media has given this case this time around. The world is watching. And finally, there's a realization about what this is really about, which is an attack on the truth, an attack on the public's right to know, and a country's attempt to further their impunity and their cover-ups and continue to kill with impunity without the threat of a media that will scrutinize them, of a public that will demand change. That cannot stand. Everything turns on the outcome of this case. Whether states can criminalize journalism and put journalists in prison like they've been doing in the UK with an Australian citizen, a publisher who's won many, many awards for his journalism, and they've stuck him in the deepest, darkest hole of the UK prison system, and the US threatens to put him in the deepest, darkest hole of the US prison system for 175 years. Shame. Julian's imprisonment is the result of people with too much power who lost the plot, who got power thirsty and are guilty. They know they're guilty and they want to continue to live their their lives without any consequences for the crimes they've committed. This case is about whether state crimes can continue unpunished, unscrutinized. Julian's freedom is the only antidote. We don't have a decision today. Julian's life is at severe risk every single day he is in prison. He is a political prisoner. He is the world's most famous political prisoner. We know what happened to the other most famous political prisoner last week. That cannot happen to Julian. It cannot be allowed to happen. The world is watching. Julian has to be freed. Now, whatever happens in the coming days, we can't know, but we can know that we will be there for Julian and be there for our own democracy, our own future, our own ability to change policy, to change decisions, to change governments. Because if there's no scrutiny, we can't be informed. We can't be able to change, make an informed decision about who we elect. Our rights are at stake, but Julian's life is at stake. If he is extradited, he will lose his life. He will be killed. He will be killed by the country that has been plotting his assassination. And the court heard how the United States, under the previous administration, which may be the next administration, had plotted to assassinate him, who had plotted to poison him, who had plotted to kidnap him, who had plotted to rendition him. Shame. Shame on those who put journalists in prison. Shame on those who murder journalists. Shame on those who are afraid of the truth. That's not a society I want to live in. We're better than that. The UK courts are also under scrutiny. They have heard about the murder plots against my husband. They are on notice that the country that is trying to extradite him has planned to murder him. They don't deny it. They just change the subject. The whole time we were in court, the other side somehow avoided to talk about what the documents Julian published revealed. They didn't talk about the war crimes. They didn't talk about the 15,000 civilian killings in Iraq that were revealed. They didn't talk about their torture and rendition program. They didn't talk about Guantanamo Bay. They simply changed the subject. Shame. This case is brought by criminals who want to maintain their impunity, who want to avoid the courts. They are the fugitives from justice, not Julian. Julian is justice. He is transparency. He is us. He is the public. And as long as Julian remains in prison, we are all in prison. And they are free. It cannot be. Free Assange. Be there for Julian. He would be there for you. He is there for you. He needs to be free. Free Assange.
Free Assange, free Assange. So my next speaker has observed many of these hearings in the Assange case. For Reporters Without Borders, please give a warm welcome for Rebecca Vincent.
In these past 2 days, we have heard nothing new from the US government. We have heard them double down on the same arguments that they've been making for 13 years, and in particular since the superseding indictment was issued. Again, we're seeing attempts to make exceptions for Julian Assange. Why his human rights don't matter. Why normal protections for journalists don't matter. We've heard this before. We heard how even though they knew his state of mental health, they knew his risk of suicide, how, oh no, it would be okay, send him here anyways. Now we're seeing that in an attempt to distance the journalistic community from him and all of us. But let me be very clear, this case is about journalism. It is about press freedom. If they make an exception of Julian Assange, the rule will be broken. And no one, no journalist, no publisher, no journalistic source, no media organization can ever be confident that their rights will be respected again. We will see an immediate and distinct chilling effect, in particular on national security reporting. This is absolutely about journalism. We are deeply concerned for Julian Assange's current situation. This is the first time he was granted permission to attend court in 3 years. So the fact that he wasn't there speaks volumes about his current situation. The fact that he couldn't even attend online tells us how he's feeling. I saw him myself in prison a few weeks ago with a broken rib, in pain, and coughing a lot from a respiratory illness. So we're concerned about his physical health as well as his mental health. So while this case is being decided in these courts, and while the strings are being pulled 4,000 miles away in Washington, D.C., this man is in a prison cell tonight, a few miles from us here. We must remember him. We must not let his situation deteriorate further. So we still hope that at this late stage, there can be some justice delivered from the British system. The world is watching. And if not here, then Strasbourg. And it is imperative that if these courts fail to protect journalism and press freedom by protecting Julian Assange, it is imperative that his right to appeal to the European Court of Human Rights is respected, that the UK abides by its European Convention obligations, and that no move is made to extradite him whilst that process is ongoing. It is essential. If this country is going to stand for the rule of law, they must abide by this, by their international obligations. And we are here at Downing Street. This is still within the UK's power to do the right thing, but let's not let Washington off the hook. I hope they're watching from across the ocean as well. This is a political case, and if justice isn't possible here in the British courts, our call still remains on the Biden administration to drop these charges, to close this case. A political solution could be found. It is a question of political will. So let's not let them off the hook either. Our call remains to free Assange. And there is only one decision: no extradition.
No extradition! Thank you, Rebecca. And there is no one who's reported as effectively, has campaigned as effectively for Julian Assange as Craig Murray.
Thank you, everyone. Absolutely wonderful to see you all. And I want to start off by thanking you from the bottom of our hearts, all of you who have stood out in the cold and the rain this last 2 days to support Julian Assange. It's been a really, really fantastic effort. Thank you. And we are a community that shows the sort of democracy that Julian dreams of, where freedom of information empowers people, puts power back from the hands of the politicians into the hands of the people. And I see here people I have been seeing for more than 10 years, people who I saw standing in the cold and the wet outside the Ecuadorian embassy, people I saw day in, day night who have been campaigning. And it is not being without effect. We have turned around public opinion on Julian Assange and on this case. And we have done that to the extent that the establishment now have to listen. And yesterday and today in the court, I sat there in the courtroom, I wish you could all have been there, because firstly, Julian's legal team did a fantastic job. And secondly, I saw something I would not have said in 5 years of these legal processes. For the first time, I saw judges who were actually listening intelligently and paying attention to what the defense says. And we have done that. We have done that because they can no longer ignore us. They can no longer scorn us. And we heard, in a UK court, we heard Julian's defense outline the war crimes of the United States. We heard lawyers, eminent KCs, speak to the bench and talk of massacre, and talk of torture, and talk of drone killings, and talk of killings of journalists, and talk of systematic war crimes committed by the United States and its allies, and what Julian has done to expose that. You know, yesterday in the United Nations, the United States vetoed a ceasefire resolution on Gaza, and the United Kingdom, as its cowardly little henchman, abstained alongside it. And we are fighting the same thing. We have here the United States trying to destroy Julian Assange, and the United Kingdom as its cowardly little henchman, keeping him in Belmarsh jail. We will not stand for it. This will not last. It is essential to the freedom of all of us that Julian is released, because he stands for freedom of information and for the right of people to know what governments are secretly doing in their name and with their resources. We are fighting a noble battle, and it is a battle which is turning, and a battle which will win, and it's a battle fundamentally for the very kind of society we wish to live in. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Craig. And now, for the last speech of this evening, I'm very pleased to welcome back to the podium the organiser of the Free Assange campaign in the United States, Vince DiStefano.
Thank you, John. Brothers and sisters, I stand before you in shame for the government that represents me. I wish to quote the words of President Joe Biden stated on May 3rd, World Press Freedom Day. Journalists, uncover the truth. Check the abuse of power. Demand transparency from those in power. They are indispensable to the functioning of democracy. He and his administration go forward and say that journalism is not a crime. Those words are ashes in their mouth. The utter hypocrisy of my government shines in that courtroom. And it is incumbent upon us, all of us, to say no to the hegemony of the United States, say no to the Biden administration, and say yes to the freedom of journalists and journalism around the world. Julian must be free. Free Assange! Free Assange! Free Assange now! Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for demonstrating for the last 2 days. You've been outside that court for 2 days. You've done absolutely brilliantly. And nothing that we say from this platform is as important as you being there. Every speaker on this platform is simply a mirror to the protesters and the demonstrators and the activists who are fighting to free Julian Assange. So stay strong and stay mobilised and stay fighting. And remember, one of the slogans, one of the oldest slogans in the business of popular mobilisation is educate, agitate, mobilise. Take that home with you, continue to do it, stay safe, stay fighting, solidarity.
just had the protest march outside the Royal Courts of Justice. We've come all the way down. The protest was huge, massive amount of media, which is fantastic. You guys will have just seen speeches from Stella, from Craig Murray, from John Reef, from Rebecca Vincent. It's been a wet and cold day outside the court today, but inside I think there have been some noteworthy things that we will be discussing on here at a later date, on X, on Twitter, on all social media that we can find and you can follow. So I think the one thing I just wanted to mention was that the prosecution today, the judges asked the prosecution today for clarification over whether Julian Assange could face the death penalty upon arrival in America. The prosecution was forced to admit that that is an actuality that could happen, although I'm sure at some point they will come in with further assurances. The question is, can we trust those assurances? The answer is absolutely not. So anyway, for today, we've come to the end of our 2-day hearing. Things look as positive as they possibly could. We need you guys to stay motivated, stay mobilized, stay fighting, stay engaged. We need you. More than ever, we need you to free Julian Assange. Free Julian, free us all. Thank you.